Madam Clerk, can you please call the roll?
Yes, Mr. Chair. Mr. Weddleton.
Here.
Ms. Zalatel.
Here.
Mr. Dunbar.
Here.
Ms. Kennedy.
Here.
Mr. Rivera.
Present.
Ms. LaFrance.
Here.
Mr. Peterson.
Present.
Mr. Constant.
Here. Either
Yes.
works.
Ms. Quinn Davidson has asked to be excused. Mr. Perez Verdilla.
Here.
Mr. Dyson.
Here.
You have a quorum.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Mr. Perez Verdia, can you please lead us in the pledge?
Sure.
United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you. Madam Clerk, are there minutes from previous meetings?
Yes, Mr. Chair. There are 2 sets of minutes today.
Madam Vice Chair, could I get a motion to approve the minutes of the regular Assembly meetings from January 15th and 29th?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Move to approve the minutes of the regular Assembly meeting of January 15, 2019 and January 29, 2019.
Second.
Moved and seconded. Any opposition to approving those minutes? Seeing none, those minutes are approved. Thank you, Madam Clerk. Mr. Mayor, Mayor's report.
Nothing to report. Thank you very much, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Assembly Chair's report. Just want to thank all of my colleagues for attending the goal-setting work session on Friday. I think it was a very valuable work session for us. And just a reminder of our sort of timeline to get our goals done by July 1st, and I'm looking forward to working on that with the body. Moving on to committee reports, we'll go ahead and start with Mr. Perez Verdilla.
No report.
Thank you, Mr. Perez Verdilla. Mr. Constant.
Thank you. I just report that the co-chairs of the Utilities Enterprise Committee, along with Ms. Kennedy, went on a tour of the Port of Alaska and across to Point McKenzie, and I would recommend that you all schedule with the clerk and the port staff to take that tour because it is eye-opening.
Thank you, Mr. Constant. Mr. Peterson.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. The Ethics and Election Committee will be meeting on May 29th at noon in room 240 at City Hall. Typically, we would be meeting on the 22nd, which would be tomorrow, but we've postponed that a week we're doing it on the last Wednesday this month. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Peterson. Ms. LaFrance.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Ms. Quinn Davidson and I co-chair the Health Policy Committee, which met last week, and we continued the discussion led by the Health Department on the substance misuse assessment findings and the 20 policy recommendations. Also want to note that Sarah Richardson presented, and we will definitely miss her and look forward to acknowledging her contribution later in the meeting. We also took a look at the Tobacco 21 ordinance, which will likely go either before the Rules Committee for further discussion or return back to the Health Policy Committee. There is a special meeting of the Enterprise and Utility Oversight Committee on Thursday, June 6 at 1 p.m. That'll be in City Hall, room 155. And the topic of the agenda are the 2 items from our last Assembly meeting, the mandatory airport fees and airport improvements. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Madam Vice Chair. Going back to you, Mr. Dyson, any committee reports?
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chair. The audit committee met, and there was significant review of the committee's reports on chasing after accounts receivable and that whole issue and the billing, so on. I believe it was the consensus, both of the auditor and the committee, that the administration's response has been a healthy one and that they're moving on it. Certainly, portion of the issues had to do with the transition to the SAP system, and several departments for whom billing, cross-billing to other departments and so on is not a high priority, and they've got pressing things to do, but that went well. Interesting subject came up. The city has a fairly vigorous process of recovering accounts receivable and court-ordered restitution for the city. And the committee suggested that the administration consider whether or not to use that same capacity to get court-ordered restitution for victims. And I understand from the city manager that that's an active consideration and they're thinking about it, which is certainly a worthy thing to think about. Anyways, thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Dyson. Ms. Kennedy.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. The Community and Economic Development Committee meeting was last Thursday, and we had 3 applications that we reviewed and talked about, and we will see more information on those later this evening. So our next meeting is scheduled for, I had it, I believe it's May the 30th, and Mr. Weddleton will probably be chairing that one, as I will be out of town. But anyway, thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Kennedy. Mr. Dunbar.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. The Public Safety Committee meeting will be on June 5th on the 8th floor of City Hall. I think I have that date right. And I will actually be in the National Guard that day, but it will be chaired by Mr. Peterson, my co-chair. One of the topics will be the recent Public Safety Advisory Commission's resolution regarding crimes at bus stops and on buses. We have a couple other agenda items, but they haven't been finalized yet. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Dunbar. Ms. Zolotel.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. The Committee on Homelessness met on May 15th. We were provided an update and the information from the winter point in time count and the data there. We also received a briefing from the Coalition to End Homelessness and their efforts to date on updating its data and its plan to put out a scorecard next month with regard to the performance on all of the anchored home pillars. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Zolotel. Mr. Weddleton.
Nothing to report.
Thank you, Mr. Weddleton. Ms. Borowski.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. While the Youth Advisory Commission has ended their meetings until August, we are still looking for applicants for the youth representative position. So if y'all know anyone 16 to 19 who would love to sit where I am, this is my last meeting. But we are looking for someone who does have a passion for advocacy and community involvement who will be filling the seat. I also have a question to the chairs. Since I will not be here for the end of the meeting, can I do my assembly comments now?
Absolutely.
Awesome, thank you. So the first thing, I have a gift for Mr. Weddleton. It's a 2-pound bag of candy. He gets very grumpy if he does not get candy after dinner, so I decided to get him this. Also, I kind of wanted to lead some of y'all in an exercise since I've been on here for this entire school year and some of y'all don't know how to say my name. It is Spirowski with a long O. So Spirowski, not Spirowski or any other weird way I've heard it pronounced. It's really interesting how I've heard it pronounced while sitting here, but it's great. I'm going to miss y'all so much. I'm really lucky that the Climate and Action Plan is going to be on the agenda while I'm here. So thank y'all.
Thank you, Ms. Spirowski. Mr. Constant.
I would just add that Ms. Zolotel has taken over the honor of being the one whose name will be pronounced 100 different ways, so you will be in good company.
Thank you, Mr. Constant. All right, so moving on in our agenda, Madam Vice Chair, if I can get a motion to incorporate the addendum to the agenda.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Move to incorporate the addendum to the agenda.
Second.
Moved and seconded. Any opposition to that motion? Seeing none, it is incorporated. Madam Vice Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Addendum to the agenda, May 21, 2019. 9A, resolutions for action, proclamations, and recognitions. Item 9A2, resolution number AR 2019-191, a resolution of the Anchorage Municipal Assembly thanking Samantha Amat, Daniel Aarons, Langston Alexander, Koku Gupta, Sarah Ledwin Peary, Meg Pritchard, Sarah Richardson, and Jacob Shercliffe for their service to Anchorage and Alaska as the 2018-2019 cohort of Alaska Fellows in Anchorage Health Department. Item 9A3, resolution number AR 2019-192, a resolution of the Anchorage Municipal Assembly recognizing and honoring Linda Hendrickson for 16 years of service with the Chugiak Eagle River Senior Center. Assembly members Kennedy, Constant, Dunbar, Dyson, LaFrance, Perez Verdilla, Peterson, Quinn Davidson, Rivera, Weddleton, and Zelatel, and Mayor Berkowitz. New business 9D13, Assembly Memorandum Number AM 384-2019, sole source purchase from TriTech of 65 additional Inform mobile licenses, implementation and support for the Municipality of Anchorage, MOA, Anchorage Fire Department, AFD, $159,315, Purchasing Department. Information and reports. Item 9E5, Information Memorandum Number AIM 68-2019, Letter of Agreement regarding AR 2019-63, protesting transfer of ownership, location of package store liquor license number 795 for Safeway Inc., doing business as Oak and Keg number 0720, Assembly Chair Rivera. Continue public hearings. Item 13A3, Information Memorandum Number AIM 70-2019, public comments regarding AR 2019-172, marijuana license application for the Great Alaska Kush Company, Assembly Chair Rivera. New public hearings, item 14F2, Information Memorandum Number AIM 72-2019, letters of support related to AR 2019-158, adopting the Anchorage Climate Action Plan, Mayor's Office. Item 14N2, Information Memorandum Number AIM 69-2019, marijuana license review checklist regarding AR 2019-179, marijuana license application for Alaska Wild Coyote Inc., DBA AMG Concentrates, Assembly Chair Rivera. Item 1402, Information Memorandum Number AIM 71-2019, marijuana license review checklist regarding AR 2019-180, marijuana license application for Tip Top, Assembly Chair Rivera.
Thank you, Madam Vice Chair. Go ahead, go down the dais and see what folks want to pull from the consent agenda. And actually, before I do that, trying to get into the habit of doing this at every meeting. So the consent agenda for members of the public are items numbered 9A through 9F, and they are typically routine or non-controversial items such as bid awards, new business, information and reports, and ordinances and resolutions for introduction. The items on the consent agenda may be approved by the Assembly by a single vote on a motion to approve the consent agenda, which we just did. Prior to approval, items may be pulled by an Assembly member for discussion and separate vote on each of those items. Under the Assembly Rules of Procedure, all ordinances and some resolutions will have an opportunity for public hearing on a future date. So now we're going to go ahead and pull our items from the consent, starting with Ms. Borowski.
Nothing to pull.
Thank you, Ms. Borowski. Mr. Weddleton.
Thank you. 9B1 and 9D9.
Could you repeat that one more time, Mr. Weddleton?
9 Bravo 1 and 9 Delta 9.
Thank you, Mr. Weddleton. Ms. Alatel.
Nothing to pull, thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Alatel. Mr. Dunbar.
Nothing to pull, thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Dunbar. Ms. Kennedy.
Nothing to pull, thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Kennedy. Vice Chair LaFrance.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Nothing to pull.
Thank you, Madam Vice Chair. Mr. Peterson.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. No items this evening.
Thank you, Mr. Peterson. Mr. Constant.
Thank you. 9E3 and E4.
Thank you, Mr. Constant. Mr. Perez Verdilla.
Nothing to pull.
Thank you, Mr. Perez Verdilla. Mr. Dyson.
9B1.
Mr. Weddleton pulled that item already. Thank you, Mr. Dyson. So I have items.
Did anyone pull the A's?
So the Madam Clerk advises me that we still have the A's here in front of us. So if we could please pull items 9A1 and 9A2.
I would like to pull items 9A1 and 9A2.
Thank you, Mr. Dunbar. All right.
Are we not pulling 9A3?
We are not. I do not believe that the honoree will be here.
Okay,
Yeah.
thank you, Mr. Chair.
So to go over the list, we have items 9A1, 9A2, 9B1, 9D9, 9E3, and 9E4. Any other items to pull from the consent agenda? Seeing none, Madam Vice Chair?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Move to approve the consent agenda with the exception of the pulled items.
Second.
Moved and seconded. Any opposition to that motion? Okay, seeing none, we have approved those items not pulled. Let's go ahead and go through those items, starting with 9A1. Resolution number AR 2019-177, a resolution of the Anchorage Municipal Assembly recognizing and celebrating May 31st, 2019 as Pacific Island Cultural Day in Anchorage. What is the will of the body?
Move to approve.
Moved and seconded. Any opposition? Seeing none, that resolution is passed. Who's reading, who's presenting?
I'll be reading.
Okay.
A resolution of the Anchorage Municipal Assembly recognizing and celebrating May 31st, 2019 as Pacific Island Culture Day in Anchorage. Whereas, over the past 3 decades, thousands of Pacific Islanders drawn north by economic opportunities, an incredible natural environment, and Anchorage's welcoming nature have made our community their home. And whereas, our Pacific Islander neighbors have enriched the fabric of our community by sharing their culture, traditions, food, music, and dance, adding some island flavor to our lives and society. And whereas Pacific Island Culture Day is an opportunity to reflect on the long political relationships between the United States and the Polynesian Islands, dating from the raising of the American flag on Tutuila Island on April 17, 1900. And whereas Pacific Island Culture Day is a time to recognize and honor the service of Pacific Islanders who've served and are serving in our nation's military, including those who have made the ultimate sacrifice to protect our freedom. And whereas Pacific Island Culture Day is an opportunity for the Polynesian Association of Alaska to implement its mission to strengthen individuals, build community, foster youth leadership, cultivate thoughtful exchange of ideas, and promote respect between elders and youth by building cultural pride. And whereas the Polynesian Association of Alaska will be hosting a Pacific Island Festival celebrating Pacific Island culture and history, 12 to 9 p.m., Friday, May 31st, at Cuddy Family Midtown Park. Now, therefore, the Anchorage Municipal Assembly recognizes May 31st, 2019 as Pacific Island Culture Day in Anchorage and urges all residents of Anchorage to participate in the community's celebration of Pacific Island culture and history, passed and approved by the Anchorage Assembly this 21st day of May, 2019.
Welcome.
Mr. Chair and the board, we just want to thank you guys. Also from the Polynesian Association of Alaska and also from our Asian and Pacific Islander Coalition of Alaska. So we want to thank you all, and you're all invited to come out and celebrate with us. Thank you.
Thank you so much. All right, we now have before us item 9A2, resolution number AR 2019-191, a resolution of the Anchorage Municipal Assembly thanking Samantha Amit, Daniel Aherns, Langston Alexander, Kaku Gupta, Sarah Ludwin Perry, Meg Pritchard, Sarah Richardson, and Jacob Shercliffe for their service to Anchorage and Alaska as the 2018-2019 cohort of Alaska Fellows in Anchorage. What is the will of the body?
Move to approve.
Second.
Moved and seconded. Any opposition? Seeing none, that resolution passes. Who's reading, who's presenting?
I am reading. Ms. Kennedy is presenting. Whereas the Alaska Fellows Program places exemplary young individuals in nonprofit organizations and government institutions for a 9-month fellowship. And whereas Samantha Amott, Daniel Ahrens, Langston Alexander, Kuku Gupta, Sarah Ludwin Perry, Meg Pritchard, Sarah Richardson, and Jacob Shercliffe made up the 2018-2019 class of Alaska Fellows based in Anchorage. And whereas the Fellows brought talent and energy from Alaska and across the country to invest in Anchorage, working for the following organizations: Anchorage Public Library, the Anchorage Museum, Resolve, the Nature Conservancy, Alaska Humanities Forum, Cook Inlet Housing Authority, Trail Mix, the Anchorage Health Department, and the Alaska Venture Fund. And whereas whereas collectively the fellows' work has contributed to a more robust business services at the Anchorage Public Library with deeper connections to local businesses, the execution of the second annual Resilience Summit, the third annual Research Summit, and the development of the city's first Civic Engagement Academy, the advancement of the Salmon Gold Project, which brings together communities, miners, conservationists, and governments to remine historical placer gold mine sites and revitalize stream habitat. The creation execution of new public programming to bring the Anchorage community together through the exploration of new ideas. Advancing the vision and funding to support the transformation of the Church of Love into a community and cultural hub in Spenard. The development of a statewide trails report and plan. The research and development of a comprehensive community assessment on substance misuse with evidence-based policy recommendations. And original research into options to expand renewable and sustainable sectors of our economy. And whereas the Anchorage Municipality of Anchorage is better off as a result of the work, efforts, and coordination of the Alaska Fellows. They brought together new partners and created new vision and opportunity for the future. Now, therefore, the Anchorage Municipal Assembly resolves to congratulate and thank the 2018-2019 Alaska Fellows, passed and approved by the Anchorage Assembly this 21st day of May, 2019.
We just want to say thank you. A couple of us couldn't be here tonight. They'd also like to thank you. It's been a interesting and challenging 9 months. We've had a lot of fun and learned a lot. We'd also like to thank you all for your service to Anchorage.
All right, thank you. I have a couple questions for you. Does anyone else want to speak? Okay, Mr. Perez-Verdia.
Yeah, I just wanted to give my thanks to all of the work that you guys are doing, and especially Kukuku, who I got to work with, and it was really a pleasure working with you. And I'm really proud of all the work you've done for our city and our state. Yeah, I'm just really proud of you and excited about this program and the work that it does for our city. Thanks.
Thank you, Mr. Perez-Verdia. Ms. LaFrance.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. My thanks as well to all of you for the work you've done while you've been here. I'm most familiar with the work that Sarah has done on the substance misuse community assessment, and I just wanted to thank you very much for providing us with evidence-based policy recommendations, and good luck to all of you and wherever you head off to next. Thank you.
All right, thank you. We now have before us item 9B1, resolution number AR 2019-183, a resolution of the Anchorage Municipal Assembly regarding Alaska House Bill 79, an act that would create a new defined benefit pension option for state and municipal peace officers and firefighters in the Public Employees Retirement System of Alaska, with protections for the state against unforeseen future liabilities. Assembly Vice Chair LaFrance and Assembly Member Constant. What is the will of the body?
Move to approve.
Second.
Moved and seconded. Mr. Weddleton.
Well, thanks. I'd urge a no vote. And not that I think the goals here are fine. I know they were very much supported by our public safety officers and so on. But I think, once again, when it's couched in terms of a House bill, either state or federal, we're kind of hanging our reputation on something that could change substantially between tonight and when it is finally passed. So I can't support this, and I think in the future, if we do things like this, which are largely symbolic, but whatever, phrase it in terms of the goals that we seek rather than something, the House bill or whatever the federal or the laws are called, I don't even know, but and just broadly speak to what our goals might be. But hooking it onto something that could change is very dangerous, and I have great respect for Chuck Kopp, but he's one of 60. And this could change a lot. So anyway, urge a no vote. You could try again, removing the House Bill 79 part. Thanks.
Thank you, Mr. Weddleton. Mr. Dyson.
Yeah, thank you. I think I know quite a bit of the history of this. When I got involved in public life on a state level, we were something like $19 billion upside down in this PERS and TERS, public employee and teacher employee retirement things, and it was a perfect storm. I think that the contracts that were signed were inordinately generous. The Tier 1 folks literally retire at almost full salary and full benefits, in addition to what they get from Social Security and so on. secondly, they had very bad advice on how to invest those funds, and it was so bad that 17 or 18 other states sued the stewardship. And over the last, 15, 18 years, the state has taken surplus oil money and paid down those two accounts, and I think the total of them is down around 9 or 10 billion. And about 8 or 9 years ago, the state moved from a defined benefit program for retirees to to a defined contribution one, and that has been hugely successful at containing costs. It has the questionable benefit of having the public employees share the investment risk that the rest of the population does. Under a defined contribution, if indeed the thing is underfunded, it's the rest of the citizens in the state that have to backfill for it. So the state has gone to two subsequent tiered systems that are under the defined contribution and so on. So what has happened with the state troopers, it's been very difficult to keep troopers, and what happens is that very qualified candidates go through the very expensive trooper school and spend a bit of time in the troopers, and often that's being assigned for long periods of time in very remote places, difficult situations, and the troopers were not able to compete for employees and keeping them against domestic police force, urban police forces, not unlike ours. So the legislature is considering carving out from the defined contribution retiree benefit population this one narrow group of troopers in order to help retain them, give one more thing in a time when giving them increased salaries is difficult, as you would imagine. So there's, I don't believe that our public safety are having anywhere near the difficulty of attracting and keeping very qualified people. So I don't think that this is a good step for us to be almost trying to reproduce what the state has done or is considering doing. So I also encourage a no vote, and if indeed in the future we see a need, you can bring it back up. I'll probably not support it then either, but I don't think we understand the issue, and I do not believe this is the time to do this. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Dyson. Ms. LaFrance.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I move to postpone this item to the meeting of June 18. Should I say why?
Let's get a second and then, okay, thank you, moved and seconded. Ms. LaFrance.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. This item is on the agenda for the Public Safety Committee meeting of June 6. There are aspects to this, I believe, that are important for the body to discuss. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Madam Vice Chair. Mr. Dunbar.
Yeah, I'll speak to that motion. I was going to speak to that anyway. As the co-chair of the Public Safety Committee, I would very much like to have a discussion, a robust discussion about this there, because I think it is a big issue that I want to talk about. And I want sort of us to contribute to the shared public understanding about why it is difficult for us to recruit and retain some of these folks up in Anchorage and in Alaska. I would like Mr. Kopp to be present if at all possible. And so I would also like to be present. And like I said, I'm actually going to be absent at the meeting of June 5th. So if there was a way to postpone it till July, I would actually prefer that. But if the sponsor is not amenable to that, then we can go forward with June and my co-chair can handle it. But I wanted to ask Mr. Constant if he had a strong preference to do it in June rather than July.
I would like to do it tonight, but knowing that I am not the boss of us, I would say pick a night and I'm fine with it. So July is fine. Yeah.
So we have a move and a second on a motion to delay to June. Ms. LaFrance, would you like to change that motion?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Yes, I would like to change that motion to postpone to the meeting of July.
It would be the second meeting, July 23rd. because we're not going, we typically do the public safety meeting the first Wednesday of every month, but that's July 3rd, and, with the holiday, I figured no one would be here. So if we could do it then the public safety meeting in July will be, I believe, the 10th, and so I would like this added to that agenda, and we'll have hopefully by July 10th, we can have a good conversation about it.
Okay,
So moved.
Thank you. So the motion has changed. Does the second agree? Yes. Okay, so both the mover and the seconder agree. Mr. Constant, on the motion to postpone?
Just that I understand Mr. Weddleton's concern and even to a point Mr. Dyson's, but we will be able to fully vet this coming up and hear from the chiefs about how this is impacting Anchorage, because I think it actually is impacting Anchorage's ability to recruit and maintain a professional force, both fire and police. And so I look forward to that robust conversation.
Thank you, Mr. Constant. Mr. Weddleton, on the motion to postpone.
Sorry. What I recommend then is we don't postpone this, we vote this down and just revive something, because I might support it if you just yank out the House Bill 79. Just pull that reference out, and that changes the title, so we need to start from scratch. But if we're postponing this for 2 months, let's just vote this down, keep the issue alive, put it on the agenda for the next Public Safety Committee, and just rewrite it in a way that makes sense for us.
Thank you, Mr. Weddleton. Mr. Dunbar.
Well, I'm sort of jumping the line here because it is Mr. Constance, but I actually disagree with that approach. I think, especially if we were to couch it in, we support this version of House Bill 79, then I'm supportive of doing that. I think it's also important to tie it to something concrete, like a bill that Representative Kopp has put forward. And the last point I'll make on that is, even though we know why we're voting it down, I don't like the optics or the sort of if the public sees that we voted down a resolution in support of this, it might imply that we don't. And so for me, I would prefer to just postpone it. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Dunbar. Mr. Constant, on the motion to postpone.
Yeah, thanks. I am always interested in finding ways to creatively gain more votes and support for a concept. And so what I would suggest we do is, as the committee works, we just come up with a substitute version that we introduce. Because I think there are ways that we could come up with language that says, such as the bill HB 79 that was proposed on this date, that we could attenuate the language. I know language is important to you in such a way that it doesn't do what your fear is, but at the same time addresses the specific concept. And so maybe we do an S version.
Thank you, Mr. Constant. Mr. Dyson, on the motion to postpone.
Yeah, so some interesting points have come up here. Certainly this is not going to pass in this special session. I don't even think it's on the call. I'd be very surprised with the Senate constituted as it is that it would get through the Senate. And so if that's true, then we are back to, if this is what we want to do, a defined benefit package, it's kind of a standalone, because I don't think we're going to be piggybacking on something the state does. And so I think that maybe that's what Mr. Weddleton is getting at, is if we want to do this, do it on our own, not try to hook it on to what the legislature is doing. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Dyson. Mr. Constant.
This is the last comment I'll make, but my response to all of these concerns is that we did it last year and we passed it, and we're going to pass it this year. Hopefully we get to 6 votes or 9 or 11, and we're going to do it every year until we've convinced both houses and the governor to lead and help us secure the public safety of our community.
Thank you, Mr. Constant. Seeing no further discussion, let's go ahead and vote on the motion to postpone. And that motion carries 10-0, so this will be back before us in July. We now have before us item 9D9, Assembly Memorandum Number AM 365-2019, sole source proprietary purchase from Gray Shift LLC of Gray Key Forensic Smartphone Investigation System for the Municipality of Anchorage, Anchorage Police Department, $15,000, Purchasing Department. What's the will of the body?
Move to approve.
Second.
Moved and seconded. Any discussion? Mr. Weddleton.
Well, this, I guess I'd ask the chief to come up and just cover some points on this. We got an interesting letter from ACLU that kind of highlighted some constitutional issues and on this, and I think that is important on this, and I think the chief sent us an email, but if he could round out some of those points and let us know how this is used and reassure us that they do fine work and will continue to.
Welcome.
Good evening, Mr. Chair.
Did you have specific questions, Mr. Whittleton?
Well, you sent us an email. Maybe go through those points because they addressed the ACLU's comments.
I'd be happy to. I'm going to have to read off my cell phone screen, and I did not bring my reading glasses, so give me just a second.
You want to borrow my phone or my glasses?
Either one would probably be okay. Okay. So we got several questions regarding the system this afternoon and kind of throughout the day, and then the ACLU circulated a memo with the Assembly that also raised some questions. And so I think kind of the totality of the questions from Assembly members were sort of surrounded like, what is this, how do we use it? And it's a tool for examining cell phones, which is something we've been doing for a long time. This is not new in the APD world. This is just an extension of an existing contract, essentially. Before it was called Gray Key, there was a different system that we used, and before that there was a different system. And the sort of the bottom line for all of these things is our investigators, when they use tools like this, they follow appropriate procedure at APD. They follow appropriate legal procedure when they're examining evidence that requires them to get a search warrant from the court. They do that. The court has actually become more restrictive lately when it comes to examining cell phones, so that's something that's been evolving over time. We're required to provide a lot more specificity in our requests and what we want to look at. And the court has sort of continued to narrow that down. I think that generally sort of covers the scope of Assembly questions, and I'm just going to run through the questions from the ACLU. So the first question was, what's the intended use of Gray Key? APD intends to use it for the lawful evidence collection in criminal cases. Generally, that involves devices that are lawfully seized or voluntarily turned over to the police department and that we have probable cause to believe contain evidence in a crime. One question that was posed as part of that is if we obtained a device for safekeeping or somehow the department came across a device, would we use any of our analysis tools to just browse the information on the device kind of for curiosity? And of course, we would not do that. That would definitely be a violation of that person's constitutional rights. We virtually only ever access a device through the search warrant application process. There was a question about how do existing APD policies and procedures govern the use of Gray Key, or really, frankly, any other investigative tool. All of our existing policy and procedures regarding the lawful seizure and storage of evidence apply, including digital evidence. The use of police equipment information also falls under that. Essentially, for an investigator to do any of these things, they have to have a lawful investigative law enforcement purpose. Kind of similar to when an investigator accesses the Criminal Justice Information System, which is, a statewide database that's then connected to nationwide databases. It's not the type of information you can just browse to satisfy your curiosity. You have to have a lawful criminal justice interest in the investigation you're looking for. An interesting question about how data is protected once it's been accessed by an investigator. And the network connection that links to that device and the data that's ultimately extracted. So that data doesn't leave APD unless we turn it over to a prosecuting authority for evidence at trial or through the discovery process to defense. That's the only time that it would be turned over like that. But it's not something that when we extract that data, we then send it across any network to any other entity. Another good question, actually, does the Gray Key device leave an unlocked phone vulnerable to remote access and or other security breaches? And the answer to that is also no. Once we access a device, retrieve the information that we're authorized by the court to retrieve, If for some reason that device is returned to the original owner, then it comes back sort of in the original state that it was seized. So it doesn't leave behind anything that allows the department to keep looking at the device. It doesn't set it up to be more vulnerable in the future or anything like that. Not all devices get returned. So, for example, if it were an investigation for child pornography and that was actually found on the device, we can't ever return that device. But if it were evidence of some other crime, and once we obtained what we needed, and through all of the normal property disposition processes, we're able to return the device to the owner, it would be fine. And the final question was, what does the MOA or APD consider to be the usable life of this particular system? And, you know, Great Key is like many other technological tools. A tool is developed, it's relevant for a while, and then it may become obsolete depending on what happens as technology changes. And we all know how that works. You know, Apple likes us to buy a new phone every year if we can. And this is really no different. Because this is an annual contract, it gives the department the ability to evaluate that usability every single year. And if at some point the tool no longer becomes useful, which has happened with tools that we've used for this particular purpose in the past, then we won't renew the contract and we'll look to see what else is available to help us with these particular cases. And that's the bulk of the questions, I think. I added a little bit to the end there. This has been a very useful tool for APD. We have the ability to send devices that we seize for evidentiary purposes out of state to be analyzed, but that typically costs between about $1,000 and $3,500 per device. In the first year that we used Great Key, we used it on about 172 devices. So, and the contract was the same price, I believe, about $15,000. So there is a substantial cost savings, but it still allowed investigators to access the information they needed, which was really useful in a variety of cases like homicide, sex assault, crimes against children, child pornography, just to name a few. So it is something that we do find useful.
Thank you, Chief. I have some questions for you.
Yes,
Mr. Dunbar.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So I have a few questions, actually. And it occurs to me that, we have a limited time here. It might make sense to have a work session on this topic, and we can have a little bit more of a discussion like we did with the drone ordinance, which I think we ended up getting into a good place. And actually, later on in the evening, we have, I believe Mr. Constant pulled it, we have a great report from you guys that sort of shows how you use that device, that tool. So my first question to you is, what would be the effect of a 2-week delay on this item?
Well, the current contract expires in 7 days, and the nature of the equipment is such that they can immediately switch it off when the contract expires, the vendor. So we would be potentially without the ability to do this type of forensic analysis in the case types that I mentioned for up to a week or potentially longer, depending on how that process went. What kind? I mean, that's a real operational effect at the department, and it's hard to predict exactly what effect that'll have. I don't know what cases we'll have come in during that week, so it's hard to say exactly.
So I guess my follow-up
question
to that would be, was it you or was it the city manager? Why are we getting this contract a week before it expires? We want to do oversight on these contracts, and we want to sometimes delay them a little bit to take a deeper look. I
actually don't know what the timeline was that brought us to
maybe Mr. Falsey, could you speak to that a little?
Yeah, through the chair, I know that I pushed it to the assembly as soon as I got it. So it came from purchasing and went directly from purchasing to me to you. I don't know what the timeline was that brought it to purchasing. It may well be that the police department figured this was an extension of an existing arrangement, not wholly different from the way we do investigative techniques on computers and bank safes and houses. It's all governed by search warrants, and so they didn't see a reason to super prioritize it. But in any event, we didn't delay it, I can tell you that.
Okay. Well, I mean, then if we can't do a work session, I'm going to get back in the queue, and I'm going to ask my questions after and let them ask theirs first. Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Mr. Chief.
Thank you, Mr. Dunbar. Mr. Weddleton.
All right, thank you. I wouldn't recommend postponing this. I think it is important, and I'm comfortable that, it sounds like you have regular established routines where in the there's laws out there that control what you could do. So I'm comfortable with that. And I think if we did want to do some policies like we did with the drone ordinance, like on report to us at some point, let us know how many times. We could do that after tonight. You renew your contract, and then we'll look at this. So we could approve this and also have it on a public safety committee meeting and look at some of the parameters.
Thank you, Mr. Weddleton. Ms. LaFrance.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Chief Dell, for being here. One question. Have there been any objections or challenges thus far to APD's use of this technology?
I don't know off the top of my head if we've had anything like that, but that would typically be something that's part of the adjudication process. So if a criminal defendant in a case had an objection to the way the technology was used, that's something that would come up at court. They could challenge the search warrant. They could challenge the evidence that was obtained. They could challenge the way the investigator interpreted the evidence. So all of those things would be open to anyone who was confronted with evidence that was obtained this way.
Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. LaFrance. Mr. Dunbar.
Somebody must have got out of the queue. One question about how this works in practice. What controls are there for once a phone is opened? I know that you have said that they can only pursue the evidence directly related to that case, but you and I had a conversation before about the plain sight doctrine and the fact that as we're analogizing these to houses, basically with houses, if there's drugs lying on the table, you can expand your search warrant, or in some cases you can just seize it and use it, right? So what are the controls when you open up that phone? That is, can one person do it by themselves, or is there always a couple of people in the room when that happens?
Now, I believe that one of the forensic analysts can do it on their own, and I think that it's the same control that that governs everything that we do. We have policies and procedures in place, and then it gets periodic review by supervisors. But ultimately, when we find that evidence is not being seized correctly or we're not following established procedure, then typically those issues come up at trial, and then that's something that either we get sanctioned by the court for or that we, on our own, review and then correct.
Can I ask another one, Mr. Chair? Thank you. So you said something that was interesting about how the court has recently made it a policy where you have to be more focused in the searches you do. But that implies that before that, it was a little bit more loosey-goosey. Whether or not you guys actually did that, it was a little more open, right? And so I imagine it had to do with a Fourth Amendment case, probably at the Supreme Court. So my question is, can we, and would you support us, creating a policy that sort of firm that up? That is to say, Supreme Courts change, appellate courts change, and I don't want us to go back to that old system. I'd like us to take this current where you have to really search for the data that is on the search warrant, not just hack open the phone and look at everything. Can we codify that in some way after we renew this? Can we codify that in some way that you would support?
Well, to be honest, I'm not sure it would be necessary since that's already a requirement in existing case law.
So this is under the assumption that I think that this Supreme Court could change existing case law. That is, I don't trust current jurisprudence. It could go either way. I want to put it in our laws and procedures.
I guess it would depend on exactly what the intent is. I'm always a little reluctant to try to codify operational law enforcement matters because, as we discussed earlier, the nature of that landscape changes so frequently, and this process isn't always super agile. So we could end up unwittingly hampering future investigations, and so I'm always a little reluctant to do that. As a police department, we are generally pretty good at keeping up with whatever the current case law is and making sure that we're following that. So I'm not really sure how that would work.
Okay. Well, I guess I'll signal my intent. I would like to work with you on that. So I don't want to hamper your ability to use the latest technology, but insofar as case law now says you have to go and look for something specific, I want to make sure that that's our policy, even if that jurisprudence is eventually overturned and says you can, if you want, now look at everything on a phone. But I do think it's like a house, not a series of tubes, but a house where there are a lot of things in there that we don't let people just blanket search everything in a house. We have to go looking for something specific, and I think we should have that as our interpretation internal policy regardless of what the court says.
I understand completely what you're saying, and I think, I don't have the specific case with me that governs this, but I think it's actually an Alaska case, not a federal U.S. Supreme Court case.
Thank you, Chief. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Dunbar. Mr. Constant.
Thank you, Chief. It's our night with you. So my question, it's not a gotcha question, but it's really a procedure of how does this work? I imagine in your note you said that generally where devices are lawfully seized or voluntarily turned over. If a phone is voluntarily turned over, would a passcode handed to you with the phone suffice? Or why would this device function in the case when you have someone saying, here's my phone?
Well, it's a good question. The device doesn't just try to get past the passcode. It actually assists the investigator with extracting data from the device. If you're a Google Android person and that's the kind of device you like, it's kind of like being a Windows person. You have a lot more control over the device, right, and the things you can do with it and the way you can access the file structure and so forth. If you're an Apple person, you know you get what you get from Apple, and there's really no access to the file structure or anything like that. And so the device actually helps the investigator get access to that information, even if it's voluntarily turned over.
Gotcha. Just for the record, I am an Android person.
It's okay.
Thank you, Mr. Constant. Ms. Zalatel.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. We have the numbers of use of the software from last year. Do you have an idea of how many times we've used it this year in the first quarter or so of 2019? Are we on the same pace?
I'm not sure if the number that was provided was calendar year of 2018 or if it was in the first year of the contract. I can find out and get back to the members, but I'm not sure off the top of my head which one that is.
I may do one follow-up, Mr. Chair. Thank you. I have some concerns, as expressed by Mr. Dunbar. I am concerned, especially as you indicated, this goes beyond just getting past the passcode. It kind of unlocks kind of the inner workings of the phone. So do you know if additional charges have resulted from device access using this type of software? So basically accesses in, information's found. It might be tangential or related to, maybe even falls under your search warrant, but wasn't really the aim of where you'd started?
You know, I don't have any specific examples that I brought with me tonight, so I just don't know the answer to that question specifically.
I'd appreciate knowing that, and while, I understand this is time sensitive, I would very much like us to work with the police department to make sure we fully understand what's happening here.
Thank you, Ms. Zalatel. I don't see any further questions. Thank you, Chief.
Thank you, sir.
Okay, so seeing no further discussion, let's go ahead and vote on this. Madam Clerk.
So we had a motion to approve. It went away.
Okay, so that passes 10-0. We now have before us item 9E3, Information Memorandum Number AIM 65-2019, Waiver of Formal Procedures for Campbell Lake Sewer Trunk Abandonment Project for the Municipality of Anchorage, Anchorage Water and Wastewater Utility Purchasing Department. What's the will of the body?
Move to approve.
Second. Moved and seconded. Mr. Constant.
Thanks. I just would love to have Mr. Haddon come up for a minute. Once again, tell us the waiver and why. I know it's kind of repetition from last meeting, but for the record, it'd be great to establish why we're waiving the procedures.
Mr. Constant, through the chair, the waiver procedures are when we have something that is time sensitive, that, for instance, in this case, we did not have time to come through the assembly for approval. The purchasing department will go to the mayor and lay out the reasons why for a waiver, and then if he grants those that permission to waive the procedures, then we will proceed with the procurement, and then at the next assembly meeting, we will come to you with this waiver and say, this is what we did. In this particular case, it was an emergency at Campbell Lake where we had an abandoned sewer line that we already had a contractor there that was working on it. We needed to plug that abandoned sewer line to prevent further damage to other residents around the lake. That was the reason for the waiver.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Constant. Mr. Weddleton.
So, Mr. Haddon, so looking at this, so you, the sewer line floated to the top, so it was hard to miss, and we knew we had a problem. So then when you got in fixing that, you discovered this?
Yes, sir, that is part of the problem.
The little description said that, I guess, some neighbors had constant sinking in the yards. They didn't know what it was from, and now we do?
Yes.
Okay. So has this work already been done?
Yes, it has.
Okay. All right, thanks.
Thank you, Mr. Weddleton.
I recommend a yes vote.
Any further discussion? Thank you, Mr. Haddon. Mr. Constant, never mind.
It raises a functional question. It's philosophical, maybe, but what would happen if we said no? I don't understand what would happen? We'd get sued, right? Because they did the work.
They have done the work.
Yeah. Okay.
They acted in good faith.
Fair enough. Thank you.
Yeah. Thank you, Mr. Constant. Okay. Seeing no further discussion, any opposition to adoption? Seeing no opposition to adoption, it is so adopted. Next, we have before us item 9E4, Information Memorandum Number AIM 67-2019, AMC 3.102.010B, Annual UAS Report. What is the will of the body?
Move to accept.
Second.
Moved and seconded. Any discussion on this item?
Yes.
Mr. Constant.
Chief, since you're an Apple person, I'm going to ask you to come back up. So we had an extended conversation with several meetings and established all these policies and finally got a report back from you. And I understand the report's in writing and in the record, but would love just a summary of the use, how it's worked, and get your 2 cents on the record.
Well, I'd love to do that. I don't have the report in front of me, so I don't remember what the numbers were, but my recollection is the vast majority of uses were for training our pilots. And if some of the newer members may not know, but our drone pilots are fully FAA certified pilots. So we have a certificate of operation or authorization, I think, from the FAA to actually use drones for government work. So there's a lot of training that goes along with that. And I think that the actual operational uses, for the most part, fall into 2 categories. One is in support of SWAT operations. Having the ability to have a small camera that can kind of move around and see means we don't have to put a person in a dangerous spot. It keeps it safer for the officers. And then the other one is looking for people that are lost. So, and then the final thing that was of interest that we used it for last year was surveying damage after the earthquake. And that was actually pretty useful. I think we saw some damage at the port that first day as a result of using the drone, so it was good. But for us, it's a great program. It gives us a lot of the advantage of having actual aircraft, but it's way less expensive and frankly, way less risky.
Thank you, Mr. Constant. Mr. Dunbar.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And Chief, I raked you over the coals a little bit the last time, so I feel like I should praise you on this one. Whomever in your department put this together, I really appreciate it. There's good detail here. I think this is a great example of the Assembly and the department collaborating to create something like this. And I know you probably would argue you would have done this anyway. Y'all had a pretty good policy already, but I really appreciate this report being now not just to us, but in the public, in the public sphere and searchable and readable. And it does look like you're doing exactly what we thought you'd do. First of all, you're training a bunch, and then you're using it. The most common that I see on this report is the SWAT, not reconnaissance, what would you call it? Eyes in the sky, basically, during SWAT operations. And that's exactly what we wanted you to do with it. There's also one runaway search, which is also something that we were in a wooded area, which is the other main benefit we saw to this. Oh, and one looks like arson investigation. We talked about that as well. So it's working great, and I just want to thank you for putting this together.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Dunbar. Ms. Kennedy.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Chief Dahl, can you answer some questions about just the video itself in terms of who keeps this? Where does it get recorded? Is it accessible to the public? I mean, some of this would probably, I'm sure there are people who would love to see all of it, but considering the bridge work that was done or the port work and things like that, is that accessible or available to the public?
So typically, when the police department takes anything really, whether it's digital evidence, it's physical evidence, we put it into our evidence storage system. So for stuff, that's warehouses basically, and we're out of space for that, but we're hoping to fix that soon. For digital evidence, we have secure evidence grade storage, and all that stuff goes there. And then the disposition is that if it's evidence in a criminal case, then as I explained earlier, there's a process involved for the parties, whether it be the district attorney for the state or a criminal defense attorney to get access to that information. Anybody can request information from the police department through a public records request, and subject to some restrictions, we then give that information out. So if it were evidence in a criminal case, it might not be releasable until such time as the criminal case is done. If it were not for some reason, then it might be something that we could release. But depending on what kind of information it contained, it might have to be redacted before it could be released. So that can be a challenge and take a little longer and cost a little more. But virtually everything that we do is kind of subject to those general rules. Did I answer your question, ma'am?
Thank you, sort of. But one of the questions is obviously a lot of this, if it's in regard to some kind of police investigation, I certainly understand where that's definitely subject to a little bit different kind of storage and protection and that. But in terms of the real specific things that were done kind of outside of police work, using the drones for looking at Briggs Bridge, that's the one that kind of caught my eye. Does it depend on who's kind of requesting it? Because obviously you guys are the experts on this, but it can be used for other things other than just police work. So what kind of channels then can people go through to ask you even to maybe use the drone capacity for certain things? And then once it's done, like the Briggs Bridge one, who gets access to that?
So the request for use would be something that we would evaluate like any other request for assistance that the police department might get, and depending on what it is, we generally tend to be fairly liberal, and if somebody asks us for help and we have an ability to provide it, we generally try to do it if it doesn't impact other operations. As far as getting access to the video once it's done, if we capture and save video, it would be subject to essentially all of those public record request rules, and that's how people get information from the police department. And I'm not trying to be purposely vague, it's a little bit complicated how it works, but in the example of the bridge, it's something that for whatever reason we decided to do. In that case, it was a natural emergency, and we were working with, all kinds of first responders, and frankly, during the earthquake, DOT was one of the primary first responders. And we captured that for them, ended up keeping it as a record, and then a public records request came in. We'd probably just give whoever asked for it a copy after they, paid the minimal fee to get a copy of a record.
Sorry, I don't mean to take up too much of this time, but, just the idea of how much this can be used for public good, obviously, and it could be somewhat outside of police work. It just kind of makes me wonder how your services might be required in that for things other than, maybe tracking a bear. That like when we were up in Highland Road with the one that attacked a gentleman and killed him, and so I guess that's kind of what I'm also trying to get a handle on, is to what extent your services might be required or called upon because you have this capability that could have a whole lot of other uses.
I think it depends. I mean, we're going to look at it and, we're going to try to stick to a public safety nexus for the most part. I think, a problem with a bear could still have a public safety nexus, but we're going to try to kind of stay in our wheelhouse when it comes to that. Primarily just because we don't have the capacity to do lots of other things outside of public safety. Like some days we can just barely keep up with that. So, probably not too much outside of that.
Thank you, Ms. Kennedy. Ms. Sporowski.
Sporowski, but yeah. Going off of Miss Kennedy's point, I think the footage of the port after the earthquake would be a great resource for econ students, because a lot of us did research the economical effects of what happens if the port goes down. So that would be a great learning opportunity for those high school students. And some people just have a passion project about it. I know I do. So I'd love to see that footage. And that was one of the biggest concerns of some Alaskans once the earthquake hit was, is the port okay? So I think that would be a great learning tool.
Thank you, Ms. Sporowski. Mr. Constant.
Thank you. My question, I think you just answered it, but it has a slight twist over to the municipal manager, and that is, I noticed on the report that there were a few contracts that we let for drone services, and I imagine, since you said that if they don't have a public safety nexus, then it wouldn't be you operating. It was ML&P, and it was some other operator. And so, from a policy perspective, Mr. Falsey, my question is, if we are contracting out, do those operators fall under the same drone policy that we've established for APD, or is this a kind of other pathway forward?
Yeah, so through the chair, I'd have to pull up the code provision that we added. Certainly they would not fall under APD's own policy that pre-existed the code provision. They do fall under the code to the extent that it requires reporting, which is part of the reason that we are doing it. My recollection, which I could confirm if I can pull it up here, is that there was a general rule which governed all municipal uses of drones, but then had specific provisions for how they could be used in law enforcement, but I can confirm that in a moment.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Constant. Okay, thank you, Chief.
Thank you, sir.
All right, seeing no further discussion, is there any opposition to acceptance of this item? Okay, seeing no opposition, this item is so accepted. That completes our consent agenda and pulled items. We are now at item 11A, Information Memorandum Number AIM 56-2019, Internal Audit Report 2019-05, Accounts Receivable Finance Department. What is the will of the body?
Move to approve.
Move to accept.
Any discussion on this item? I know, Mr. Dyson, you spoke on this item during your committee's report.
Correct.
Okay, so seeing no further discussion on this item, members may proceed to vote.
Are we going to take up 12A and B? Thank you.
Madam Vice Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Move to change the order of the day and take up items 12A and 12B
Second.
before item 11B.
Moved and seconded by Mr. Constant. Any discussion on this motion? So we'll be doing items 12A, 12B, and then go back in regular order. And for members of the public who may be confused, these 12A and 12B items must be taken up before 6:30 p.m. And we're getting close there. Okay, any opposition to that motion? Seeing none, the order of the day has been changed, so we'll go ahead and start with Mr. Richard Marco. You will have 3 minutes.
Chairman Rivera, members of the Assembly, thank you for having us here tonight. My name is Richard Marco. I'm the managing member of Anchorage MC Holding. We are the developers and owners of the Marriott Courtyard Hotel under construction at 4960 A Street that recently burned down on January 26th. And we're here to request special tax relief for the property that was destroyed by fire. We hope that you've all seen the letter that we sent previously on May 1st.
in being respectful of the time, I wanted to give you a brief introduction, but I think just briefly, we were the developers of a hotel next door, the Home 2 Suites. We started that about 6 years ago. It was a very successful new business here in Midtown Anchorage, and we rolled from that into the Courtyard. It was under construction. We closed on the loan on August 2nd. We were building the hotel. It was essentially on schedule, scheduled to open in September of this year, and we had a terrible tragedy happen on the night of January 26th. I got a call at about a little after 5 in the morning that our hotel that was framed up under roof and roughed in was on fire and out of control. And I would like to take this time to personally thank the Anchorage Fire Department and the Police Department for their efforts to try to contain it. They were not successful, but they prevented the spread of fire to the nearby structures, and no one was injured. So we've had a terrible shock and a serious loss to a small, closely held company, and we are working through the process with our insurance company. We filed a claim. We fully intend to rebuild, but it's been financially devastating to our team at this point. We are here asking for special consideration on the real estate tax. We know that it is currently, there is an ordinance that provides for relief for residential losses, not for commercial. And we're asking if there is any way that that can be amended. We are happy to provide whatever assistance we can in that regard. And we've done a little bit of homework. We know that Kenai and Juneau has provisions within their code, their ordinance for commercial property in addition to residential property. We're not sure what the process would be, but we're here, to ask consideration for it.
Thank you. I have some questions for you, starting with Mr. Weddleton.
To your left here. So I have a question. So we would value when you get your assessment, it would be on the value of the land, physical land, which hasn't changed really, and then whatever structure is there. So, and that would be presumably on January 1 of this year. So it might be to Mr. Gadamus at some point, but it's not like you were paying on a full-blown hotel that then burnt down. It was just one that was under construction. And I think with hotels, we do it by income, actually, how much you're generating on it. So I guess that's not, maybe you can answer that, but if not, maybe pass that on to Mr. Gadamus I see in the audience.
I can add that the hotel was not open. It was not generating income. And hotel properties are valued based on their income producing abilities. So from our perspective, what we're used to seeing is that they are reevaluated at issuance of a certificate of occupancy. That's when a hotel can begin producing income. In this case, the assessor, we did file an appeal on February 8th. It was considered, and we were told that they would be unable to do anything because of the ordinance, and that we may want to appear before the assembly. But the assessed value of the building was, I think, determined on January 1st, so that would have been for the entire year 2019. That building existed for the first 25 days of the year. The rest of the year, essentially 11 plus months, it doesn't exist. The fire was so devastating and it got so hot that it literally caused the rebar in the foundation to expand and spall the concrete off. Our engineers determined that all of the concrete slabs and foundations, even the elevator pit and all of the underground, had to be torn out. So we have done that. We've completed that work. and hopefully we'll start rebuilding soon, but it will be at least a year delay to the opening.
Thank you. And I think that we also have Mr. Gadamis who could maybe answer Mr. Weddleton's question. Yeah, so if you want to go ahead and come up to answer that question.
Yes, thank you. Through the chair here. So what I can answer here with that particular question as far as what hotels are valued, generally hotels are valued using the income approach. In this particular case, this hotel is not income producing at the time. So as of January 1st, we have on records that it was 35% complete for construction. And generally, when we have new hotels, we'll be using the cost approach. So I can tell you, as of January 1, we did have the Marriott building at a value of about $5.5 million. So.
And then the tax was 35% of that?
So.
Or that's the 35%?
It'd be 35% complete. So basically, $5.5 million reflects.
35%?
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
Yes.
Thank you. Mr. Weddleton, are you done?
Yeah, I'm done. Thank you.
Mr. Rivera?
Thank you, Madam Vice Chair. So thank you so much, sir, for your investments in Midtown. We really appreciate it. Just to put it on the record, I did meet with a representative of the Marriott, since this is a business that's in both Ms. Altel's and I's district. So the question to the administration is an exception, which is what it sounds like the Marriott is asking for. Is that the only option that we have here? Are there any other options that exist in code?
Through the chair, there are a few different options at this point. I mean, so the status quo absent action by this body is that the taxes for this year would be due based on January 1, which is generally how it's done. As of January 1 of next year, they'd be reset to whatever the value of the property is moving forward. There is an appeal process provided for in code, which I understand that Mr. Marker may be pursuing already, which goes before the Board of Equalization and allows for that body to potentially make a decision to change this year's tax bill. Other than that, the only available avenue, which is a rough fit for this, is the disaster relief exemption, which does at this point only apply to residential properties. I pulled the legislative history on that this morning to try and figure out a little bit of history. I wasn't able to discern exactly why the previous body applied that only to residential property, but that's the way it was proposed from the outset. I would say that if you were to introduce an ordinance to make that change to provide the relief requested, it would need to be retroactive, which is not impossible. In fact, the original ordinance, disaster relief ordinance, was itself passed in August and was retroactive to January 1 of that year, so that's a possibility. But it would be something that this body would need to do via an ordinance and a code amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Rivera.
I have one more, if I may.
Yes.
Thank you, Madam Vice Chair. Thank you for that. Question, maybe Mr. Gadamis, you can answer this. So what is the total property value that we're talking about here? Thank you, Mr. Constant, the taxation amount that we're talking about here.
Yeah, so as far as the taxation goes for it, again, we have the land as of January 1 was about $2.4 million. The building value is about $5.5 million. And the total, the land component as far as the tax liability due would be about $39,700. And the building would be about $90,500. And again, generally right now with the disaster relief for residential, the land would still be taxable.
Okay, so then we're talking about $90,000?
Correct.
Okay, thank you. That is all, Madam Vice Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Rivera.
Ms. Altel.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I have a follow-up question for Ms. Went Pearson. If this goes to the Board of Equalization, are they constrained by just applying an ordinance, but this, the ordinance we have only applies to residential, or are they able to provide some kind of equitable relief based on the circumstances?
Through the chair, it's a good question. They are constrained by ordinance. They aren't, they won't, theirs will be, they will consider a different standard. They won't consider whether there's been a disaster, the disaster relief standard. That's a different process. They'll consider, I believe, whether there's been an error in the assessment. That's essentially the standard there. So they will, but they do have a separate provision of code that they are required to follow. Mr. Gadamus, I think, could give you more specific information if you want about that process and standard. But they will, again, they are constrained by code.
Thank you, Ms. Zolotel. Mr. Dunbar.
I had a different question, but I want to ask a follow-up to Ms. Zolotel's question first. So is the Board of Equalization, this is probably for you, Mr. Gadamus. So is the Board of Equalization looking if there was an error on January 1st or if there is an error now? Because it sounds like it was valued at $5.5 million on January 1st. It's just that 24 days later it became valueless.
Yeah, so through the chair on your question, it's January 1st. So with the corrected assessment, I know that we did do some work regarding the earthquake for the corrected assessment, and the timing of that November was the earthquake. January 1, 2 months later, was our assessment date. So essentially that snapshot or lien date.
Right.
So in this case, now moving forward with this fire, January 1, the building was there, and then a couple of weeks later.
Right. So in the case of the earthquake, you could make an argument even later because there was some hidden damage. But in this case, it sounds like the Board of Equalization is likely to find that it was correctly assessed. Is that not the case?
I would say that you are correct where you're going with that yes.
Okay. If that's the case, and we probably can't hang our hat on Board of Equalization if we want to provide some kind of equitable relief. It sounds like an ordinance is our best bet. And if that's the case, my question to the administration is, would you support such an ordinance? And if so, what would it look like? Thank you.
Through the chair, as to what it would look like, I think it would be a simple tweak to the disaster relief exemption that would add or either eliminate the residential restriction or say it could be residential or commercial. I think the key thing for all of us to consider would be what the financial impact of that would be. The important thing to keep in mind is the disaster relief exemption provides for the actual refund of taxes paid in the middle of a fiscal year when the tax cap or the tax calculation for next year has already been set. So basically, we end up giving money back that we then have to figure out another place in the budget to cut. And I imagine, though I don't know, that the reason that the original drafters of this provision of the code limited it to residential properties is that the impact on the municipal budget is probably smaller if it's a residential refund as opposed to a commercial refund, particularly in the event of a large fire. So I think that's what both the administration and this body would need to consider in adopting such a blanket amendment, is just what the potential budget implication might be of the change.
Okay, one last comment. So I was a comment on that. I think everything you said is probably correct. I think if we do go down this road, I hope we cabin it in such a way, we structure it in such a way that it does sort of limit our liability to a certain extent. Like, for example, maybe only in total losses. I haven't read the ordinance you're describing, but make sure it can't be abused, and make sure it can't be for every little piece of damage. But this is a very high-profile case where we know that the damage actually occurred and that it was total. In that case, I would at least be open to that discussion. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Dunbar. Mr. Peterson.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And I was the sponsor of that disaster ordinance, and it was because we had heard from several individuals who had had fires and ended up having to pay property taxes on a place that they couldn't live in. And had there been a commercial property in the same situation, I'm sure we probably would have included that commercial properties in that original ordinance. So I would have no problem voting to amend that ordinance to include commercial properties. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Peterson. I don't see anyone else in the queue, so I think you have some folks on this body who are going to explore.
Thank you all very much. We certainly appreciate it. Thank you, Chairman.
All right, so now we are moving on in our agenda to item 12B, Ms. Lois Gilbert. And Ms. Gilbert, you will have 3 minutes, and we did get the materials that you handed to the clerk's office.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, KTUU recently featured a woman who was attacked at a bus stop. I had a knife pulled on me at a bus stop. I chose my condo in 1989 because it was a block from the bus stop. Within 20 minutes, the bus took me downtown to Transit Center, where I could safely transfer to any bus. Due to last year's schedule changes, North Mountain View residents such as myself must now wait at a second dangerous bus stop to go to Transit Center. Male friends were attacked on each side of the bus stop closest to my home. Alaska has the highest rate of sexual assault and female homicide in the nation. So why are we now forced to wait at a second dangerous Mountain View bus stop? Isn't anybody thinking about our safety? Since you're now canceling late buses, we sometimes have to wait twice as long at these unsafe bus stops. Due to an increased safety risk from these changes, I rarely take the city bus now, which means instead of paying $2 for a round trip on People Mover, I now have to pay $7 for Anchor Rides. And Anchor Rides has to be scheduled in advance. So if something comes up or if I didn't know about an activity, the People Mover is my only option for getting there. Anchor Rides buses give such a rough ride that one passenger told me she had internal bleeding after returning from kidney dialysis. My first trip took 2 hours and I was bounced all over unplowed parking lots and roads. Due to the increased arthritic pain that trip caused, it was 8 months before I took Anchor Rides again. I've repeatedly asked for reasonable accommodation to my disabling conditions as required by disability law, that Anchor Rides buy buses that are less jolting, and that when possible, I be put at the front of the bus for a smoother ride. Was I listened to? No. The municipality bought 10 buses where the only place a wheelchair can be put is in the back of the bus. Civil rights advances meant cities can no longer force African Americans to sit in the back of the bus. So why are you forcing the wheelchair-bound to be at the back of the bus? Power wheelchairs don't have any give. Every jounce goes straight to the pressure sores I've developed since I've been an Anchor Rides passenger. The Americans with Disability Act requires reasonable accommodations to disabling conditions. It states that if state law gives the disabled more rights, it's the prevailing legislation. Anchorage revised statutes state that the disabled have a right to full participation in the social and economic life of the state. We can't do that when the buses are so rough they cause pressure sores, increased arthritic pain, and internal bleeding in kidney dialysis patients. 200 of us fled Anchor Rides when Care Rides started because they took us straight to our destinations on smooth riding vans. When Care Rides was forced out of business and I had to return to Anchor Rides, I developed the chronic pressure sore problem. I understand that Anchor Rides is about to buy new buses, once again without the participation of its ridership. Cost is cited as the reason for the rough buses. So why don't you buy disability vans like Care Rides?
Ma'am?
Yes.
If you could please wrap up. We have your written statement here, so we can read it. But if you have any final statement, if you could please give that to us, and then I have some questions for you.
Okay. I'm told that half of the disabled can't even ride Anchor Rides. And I'm right on the edge. Usually I can only take it one day at a week. And when Care Rides was in business, I was able to take it for approximately 3 times a week to multiple destinations.
Thank you. Ms. Salatel.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Over here on your left side.
Okay.
Thank you for your testimony today. The issues you raised are ones I've heard since I came to Anchorage in 2005 as a disability attorney, particularly the complaints about wheelchair lifts, Anchor Rides, the untimeliness of Anchor Rides. I think this warrants looking into, and we need to get a handle on what's going on. I understand that Anchor Rides is the way you get around and how you get where you need to go. So this resonates with me, and with your appearance request, I have your information if I have additional questions. And I very much liked your comment about posting notice about the meetings in Anchor Rides. And I very much like your comments that we should have public participation as we look at purchasing vehicles for the Anchor Rides program in particular, because the needs are varied and vast, and we need to make sure we're getting the right kind of equipment for the money we're spending. So I wanted to thank you for your time today and your thorough written statement as well.
Thank you, I appreciate that.
Thank you, Ms. Salatel. Mr. Perez-Verdia.
Yes, hi. I'm over here to your right.
Hey.
Just a quick question. You mentioned the bus stop. Can you tell us again the bus stop that you frequent?
I live on Lane and McPhee, and the nearest bus stop is Lane and Parsons.
Okay, thank
So
you.
it's about a block away.
Thank you. And I just wanted to, again, thank you for your testimony tonight. It was really important for you to come out and share it tonight. Thanks.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Perez-Verdia. Ms. Sporowski.
Yeah, there you go. Hi, I just would love to thank you for your testimony. I am also a frequent bus rider. I don't have access to a vehicle and I cannot legally drive. And I've seen lifts that don't work. They won't go down all the way. The bus driver will have to force them down sometimes. And I know that on the big people mover buses, there are post notices of the board meetings that are going to happen if there's a route change. That's been one of the big ones, is because they are talking about changing some of the routes. And I really do think that the notices should be posted and priority should be given to people with disabilities, because this is often their main way of transport. So thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Sporowski. I don't have any further questions. Thank you so much for your time.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, with that, we're going to go ahead, take our dinner break. It'll be 20 minutes, and when we come back, we're going to be at item 11B. So we now have before us item 11B, ordinance number AO 2019-51S, an ordinance of the Anchorage Assembly to prohibit use of a cell phone or mobile communication device by drivers in active school zones or on school grounds except for hands-free voice-only use, and amending Anchorage Municipal Code Chapters 9.28, serious traffic offenses, and 9.48, penalties and procedures on arrest accordingly. Assemblymember Weddleton. I believe we have a motion on the floor already, Madam Clerk. Okay, Ms. LaFrance?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I request to be excused because of my employment with AT&T.
Thank you, Madam Vice Chair. As per the previous two rulings of the chair, you are hereby excused until after this item. Thank you. Okay, Mr. Dunbar.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I move Amendment 1 from Assembly Members Zolotel and myself to modify the definition of the term active school zone. Okay, a second. Oh.
Second.
Moved and seconded by Ms. Zolotel. Mr. Dunbar.
Thank you. Just to briefly describe this, I want to thank my colleagues for working with me and with the administration at the work session to try to hammer this out. For members of the public, this has been discussed a little bit on KTUU and elsewhere, but basically the state law says that we can only prevent this kind of behavior in, quote, active school zones. But the state did not define what an active school zone is. It was sort of a last-minute amendment. So it's up to us to define a legally defensible definition of active school zone. And so we were trying to balance, on the one hand, the desire to protect our students and others who use these schools, and on the other, both make it legally defensible, but also provide adequate public notice so people know when they are driving through a school zone and this ordinance applies to them. And I think that this while this amendment is not perfect, nothing is, I think that it is a bright line rule that will be enforceable and will provide that adequate notice. So I urge support. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Dunbar. Ms. Sporowski.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I would like to urge a yes vote on this amendment because while it doesn't specify on days where school is in session, students still go to school playgrounds. Clark has a football field that is often in use by students when school isn't in session. So I greatly support this for the safety of kids and neighborhoods everywhere in Anchorage.
Thank you, Ms. Sporowski. Mr. Peterson.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I was wondering, why did we remove the section that says on day schools in session? Because the way this reads now, it's 24/7, 365. And
I could speak to that, or Ms. Zolotel. We had members that felt that there was enough activity on Saturdays and Sundays that didn't make sense to exclude weekends. And again, we're trying to balance those two competing interests. You want something that's well-defined and provides notice, but also protects our students. And I think removing that Monday through Friday limitation spoke to that second interest. That is, enough happens on the weekends that we wanted to include those as well. Thank you.
And thank you. If I could follow up a minute. So, are we going to create signage so people are aware of this? Otherwise, they're going to say, that they didn't know
Well, this is already, if I could speak to that, this is already, if you look at the first line there, it means a school zone with signage. So the signage is already there, and the signage doesn't come down on the weekend. You're in a school zone regardless of what day of the week it is.
Okay.
Thank you, Mr. Peterson. Thank you, Mr. Dunbar. Ms. Kennedy.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I actually appreciate this amendment because it does help deal with some of the specific concerns that I had out in Chugach Eagle River, especially around schools that are already in an area where there's a 45-mile-an-hour speed zone, and there are no flashing lights that reduce the traffic. But in listening to KTUU's report last night, they mentioned that, that this would only apply when lights are flashing in areas that are otherwise 45 miles an hour. And when I heard that, I thought, I'm not sure that's the take that was intended, and so maybe the makers of the amendment could clarify that, and obviously there's going to be a need for clarification when we do tell people that when this would apply and when it wouldn't. So, thank you.
If I may, Mr. Chair. So this will apply where, so I'm going to put it into the two categories. I'm just going to address both. One is where it's 25 miles an hour or less permanently. From 6 to 9, if you're in a school zone, hands-free is required. That's going to be on a lot of small residential streets, often around our elementary schools. The other is where there's a temporary speed reduction. So if it's out in front of East High School, it says school zone 45 miles an hour, there's no speed reduction. It does not apply. So it will only apply when we are signaling a speed reduction. So yes, when the lights are flashing. Now you could go from 35 to 20 with lights flashing. We're not saying that it only is at 45, but where we're requiring you to slow down during times with the signage and the lights, and actually the lights aren't the big issue, it's the speed reduction required, but we signal that with lights, then this applies.
Thank you, Ms. Kennedy. Thank you, Ms. Solotel. Anything further, Mr. Dunbar?
No, I'm sorry, I didn't think I was.
Thank you, Mr. Dunbar. Mr. Dyson.
Yeah, I follow with interest here, and of course, we're all in favor of doing what we can and realize that actively playing with your device is dangerous. I appreciated the discussion here because several of you were realizing that we need to have some precision about this and not have the law apply when it's not necessary. So 40 years ago, south of the Park Strip, on a Saturday morning at 9 o'clock, I got a ticket for going 32 miles an hour in a school zone that was posted 25. And I was guilty. And I didn't feel guilty, but, you know, there was nothing going on, and everybody knew it, and there was the law still in force. And it made me think about these sort of things here. And if we go and make laws so broad and so on that it covers everything, it ends up making the law look a bit ridiculous. So I was plowing snow, desperately trying to make a living, and I was way out in South Anchorage and I did the parking lots that I was supposed to do, and I pulled up to the old Seward Highway on a cross street where there was a light. And across from me was a car sitting there also waiting for the light. We waited about 8 or 10 minutes, and I realized that it wasn't going to change, so I pulled out and went my direction. As I got in the middle of the intersection, I saw the other guy was a police officer in a squad car. And he pulled out and did the same thing I did and waved and smiled. And I appreciate the fact that people use public spaces and parks and so on and so forth. Where Ms. Kennedy and I represent, there's half a dozen really neat little neighborhood parks, you know, that are being used lots of the time. I mean, the same criteria that we'd use for having the school zones be fit in this thing could apply at all those little parks and so on. And I think I'm going to stick with what the precision that we had last time we met on this. But I'm sympathetic. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Dyson. Mr. Perez-Verdia.
Yeah, I appreciate this amendment as well. I wanted to just clarify a couple of things. School zones with signage. Well, all from the work session, my understanding is all school zones have signs. So there's not a school zone in the municipality that doesn't already have a sign. So it's sort of redundant to say school zone with signage, but but it's important to know that there won't be a school zone without a sign. And I appreciate the change because as a parent with young children and knowing a lot of other parents with young children, these zones, these areas are where some of the most vulnerable people in Anchorage play and walk and are. And so there are increased fines, traffic fines in these areas for good reasons, because it's an area where most concerned that children and families are going to be, even when school is not in session. And so I appreciate the amendment and then the extension of that. And I also appreciate the precision in the last line, because I do appreciate that there are some areas where we want to make sure that we're giving proper notice for drivers by. So I will be supporting this amendment. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Perez-Verdia. Any further discussion on the amendment? Seeing none, members may proceed to vote. Mr. Constant, how do you vote on this amendment? Mr. Constant votes aye. And that amendment passes 9-0. Any further amendments or discussion on this item? Ms. Zolotel.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I move amendment number 2.
Is there a second?
Second.
Seconded by Mr. Weddleton. Ms. Zolotel.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. This proposed amendment is to change the term school property to school grounds for consistency with the school district's vernacular and how it uses it in its own policies and handbooks. Basically, the Anchorage School District owns a lot of property throughout the municipality, and what we're addressing here are the grounds, or what we typically think of as places where education takes place, like schools.
Thank you, Ms. Kennedy. Any discussion on the amendment? Seeing none, members may proceed to vote. That amendment passes 9-0. Any further amendments or discussion on this item? Ms. Kennedy.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I move amendment number 4.
Do we have a second? Seconded by Mr. Peterson. Ms. Kennedy.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. This amendment just actually deletes one of the sentences in section 1, beginning on line 8, that just takes off the sentence that says this exception does not allow a person to use their hands to touch the mobile communication device while driving, to commence or terminate a call or communication while driving, and just leaves it at the very simple statement that says the mobile communication device is being used with a hands-free device.
Thank you, Ms. Kennedy. Any discussion on this amendment? Mr. Dunbar.
Unfortunately, it looks like the police officers have gone. Is there anyone here who can represent the department in a practical question? Shoot. Well, I mean, the only concern I have here, and this might be going too far down the rabbit hole, you could use a hands-free device like a speakerphone, for example, and then hold the device in your hand. I've seen people do that, and it defeats the purpose of having a hands-free device if people do it. And I'm wondering if this amendment passes, we have an enforcement issue.
Ms. Zolotel.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I think the broader language of the proposed ordinance takes care of that because, or at least in the title here in front of me, it says except for hands-free voice-only use.
Ms. Kennedy.
Well, and just to get back to why, I think it just needs to be simplified because of what it says in the title of the ordinance, that it is hands-free. And now all of a sudden, with that other section, when it starts talking about, well, you can't touch the mobile communication device. Well, essentially, what are you actually touching if you turn it on or you use some kind of voice activation button on your steering wheel or whatever? It seemed to me that it got kind of convoluted. And the more you start thinking about, well, what are you touching or not touching, and when are you touching it or not touching it, it just kind of, I thought this was just very confusing. And if we just left it as being a hands-free device, if you're using a hands-free device, that should be self-explanatory. So, thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Kennedy. Any further discussion on the amendment? Seeing none, members may proceed to vote. That amendment passes 9-0. Any further amendments or discussion on the item? Seeing none, members may proceed to vote on the main motion.
We're voting, we're going to talk about it. This is for the ordinance? We don't get to talk?
I did ask for discussion, but
I'm sorry,
perhaps I went too fast. Sorry.
I'm sorry, I thought we were still on the motion. Okay, sorry about that. Well, I guess I don't need to say much.
Can we go back? Yeah.
I recommend a yes. And I guess we'll get a yes here. But I think a lot of people are concerned about it. I've shopped this around, and most of the comments I've gotten are, how come you don't do the whole city? And we can't at all times, and we can only do, because the state will let us, prevent talking in active school zones. But, I used to talk on my cell phone when I was driving. It seemed natural. You talk on it a lot. But I would also complain about the idiots who are talking on their cell phones and driving poorly, drifting around, not turn signaling, driving too slow, they're just very poorly. And then I read a book, and it's a great book. It's called Traffic, Why We Drive the Way We Do. And it kind of gave a summary of a lot of things that we do horribly, particularly driving, but had stuff on cell phones. And it says, well, we don't realize the chaos we create around us when we drive, and in particular when we're driving distracted. So they did studies, they do them with cameras, and they talk to people how much drive. It was fine, nothing happened. Then they show them the video and say, no, look what you did. And people are doing horrible, tragic things. So I figured, well, maybe that would be me too. So now I absolutely don't talk on the cell phone when I'm driving. I'm not a better driver, but I'm not quite as bad. But it's a problem, and we all know it. We see it, and the studies prove it, that we should not be talking on our cell phones when we're driving. You cannot multitask like that. And if you think you can, it's because you don't see the chaos that you leave behind yourself. So anyway, I urge a yes vote, and I'm glad we've got this little piece. And someday, I believe the state will let us ban them everywhere, and I would support that. Thanks.
Thank you, Mr. Weddleton. Ms. Kennedy.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'm going to support this too, even though I think it is a little bit of kind of some overkill to a certain extent. I think that there are a lot of things that distract people, and cell phones are probably, on a regular basis, they may not even be the biggest culprit. But what I do believe is that we have a lot of problems with people not paying attention to our school zones and actually reducing their speed. And I'm just hoping that this might be another tool that the police could use in that moment when they notice somebody's not going the speed limit, and it's because they have their cell phone, and it just, maybe it helps apply a little bit more leverage. I don't think it's going to make, in and of itself, a whole lot of impact, but I will support it. So thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Kennedy. Any further discussion? Okay. Seeing none, members may proceed to vote. All right, so that ordinance passes 9-0. Can someone please get Ms. LaFrance? We now have before us item 13A, resolution number AR 2019-172, a resolution of the Anchorage Municipal Assembly approving a marijuana license and special land use permit for the Great Alaska Kush Company, LLC, a marijuana retail sales establishment with license number M10190, doing business as the Great Alaska Kush Company, LLC, and located at 360 East International Airport Road. Thank you. Public testimony is now open on this item. Would anyone like to testify? And if we have folks that want to testify, if you would please come up to the front. There are several seats open in these first 2 rows. Welcome.
Thank you. Jana Weltzin, Weltzin, attorney for the applicant. I just wanted to be here for questions, and I know that my client has a statement to make. And then I also wanted to remind the Assembly that you did have a public hearing for this last meeting, and so the public hearing is still open, so anybody that testified last meeting is no longer qualified to testify at this meeting, is my understanding of your rules. Again, I'm just here to answer questions, so if you have any legal questions about the application or the requirements in the code, I would be happy to answer those. Otherwise, I will yield the rest of my time and let the line behind me get going on testifying.
Thank you for clarification of it. That is a correct interpretation of our rules. If you did testify on the last meeting on this item, then you cannot testify at this time, but I suspect that when we get to debate, members will have questions.
Thank you.
So is there anyone who has not testified on this item that wants to testify? Welcome.
Thank you. My name is Lindsay Steele. I work at Great Chiropractic Health Clinic, which is next door to the proposed business, Great Alaskan Kush Company. For anybody who isn't aware, this company is trying to go in next door, and our specialties are in infant, child, and elderly chiropractic care. Our main concerns, mostly on the part of the staff, doctors, and patients, is that there's odor problems and there's crime problems. And I know all of this has been addressed before, but the truth is we don't live in a perfect world. And no matter how many things we put in place, you can't stop the inevitable. You can't stop these things from happening. You can't stop odors from happening. You can't stop the people who are attracted to businesses such as this from coming. And that's just the end of it. We're not arguing whether or not marijuana should be allowed in the area. That's not at all what we're getting after. Basically what we're saying is there's a place for it in this community, but it's not next to where children, elderly, and other vulnerable members of the community go to get care, medical care. So you're taking away the rights of people to get the care they need. And that's it.
Thank you for your testimony. Would anyone else like to testify on this item? Welcome.
Good evening. Sorry. My name is Amy Mackey Hornak, and I just wanted to say that I have been under chiropractic care most of my life, and I have an objection to a marijuana business going in next to a health provider, whether it's dental, it could be a karate business or anything like that. I think the children in this world need to be protected, and this family-owned business treats a lot of children, pregnant women, and children of all ages, gymnastics teams, things like that. And I think that the guidelines and regulations were adopted and approved for a lot of reasons. I think the 500-foot buffer zone for schools and hospitals is really important, but I think that there's also a lack in approving the buffer zone to other facilities and other medical offices that treat children. I just think that this should be the Great Alaskan Kush Company could find another facility. There's lots of commercial space open in this city, and I just think that it is going to be detrimental to a family-owned business. So thank you.
Thank you for your testimony. Welcome.
Thank you. I'd like to first say that I have no problem with the marijuana consumption industry.
Brandy, could you say your name?
Oh, sure. Brandy Pennington. Thank you. I have no problem with that industry. It's not personally for me. I don't want to smell it. I don't want to look at it, and I don't want to explain it to my children. We have 4 boys and 2 of my nephews that I take care of that are seen regularly through chiropractic, and some of them have compromised immune systems. And so it's important to me that I think we protect and preserve the health of people who, and I'm sure this is going to go off on another, yeah, I get that there are health benefits or whatnot, but that's not what we're looking at right here. What we're talking about is an existing business whose business is going to be compromised through another business, an evasive business that would like to come in. So if you take what we're negotiating out of the picture, you have an evasive position here that it boils down to money, honestly. And so it's just money. That's what it's about. And anyway, let me get back to my talking points. 60%, I did a survey, right? I went on Nextdoor. You guys can do it too. I did a survey, and 60% of the 161 people that voted said they did not support marijuana businesses, cannabis industry, anywhere near places that cater to children. And I listed chiropractic, dental, I put in, actually I could read you the list. It's daycares, karate centers, gymnastics, and so forth, right? So we're talking about kids. I've heard the argument that marijuana calms people down, and so it's less worse than alcohol. I have a friend, Paul Winters. Perhaps you can ask his widow. He was hit by a girl, his body, 260 pounds of him, flown 60 feet. She was under the influence of marijuana. So there's no difference there to me, right? So what's happening here is not what was sold to the general public when we elected for this piece of initiative to pass. That's not what was sold. If this goes through, and the Grays, I do believe they have a position to file a complaint with the Department of Commerce, and anyone here on this panel or anywhere else along the process has any vested interest, and that will come forth in an investigation, rest assured your name will be known. And I have to tell you, at the very end of the day, this is about money. This is all about money, and that is not okay. You shouldn't compromise the value of a community.
If you can wrap up, please.
What?
If you could wrap up, please. Everyone has 3 minutes to speak, and your time is up. So if you could wrap up, please.
Yeah. I'll remember that. Remember, you didn't call me back. I emailed you and called you 3 times, personal phone and office phone. Yeah.
Thank you for your testimony. Would anyone else like to speak on this item? Did you testify last time, ma'am?
I did not.
Okay, great.
Okay. My name is Kim Cole, K-O-L-E, and I am the license holder in question. Thank you, everyone, for hearing us out tonight. I would like to address some of the concerns raised by Dr. Gray and his associates who sent in letters. The first and most understandable is the concern of smell. We will be installing a wall, a new wall separating us out from the top to the actual ceiling, because there is a hole right now, and I understand that that is a concern. It's a concern for us as well in terms of security and safety. We do not want anybody to be able to hop up and over in the attic and be able to get into our shop. So that will absolutely be completely sealed up. We will also include plastic barriers, which will also help to reduce any kind of potential smell. Product is stored in Mylar bags and sealable jars for freshness, and so smell really does not escape from those very much. The second item that stood out for me was, in reading all the letters that he sent in, is the apparent bias towards my customer base. Protest letters sent to you include phrases such as the types of people that frequent this type of business. Patient health care should limit exposure to the culture that can develop around such a business. We should consider the clientele, the character of customers that a marijuana business brings, concern that the clientele will abide by the laws. Dispensaries may comply with regulations, but the people who frequent them do not. Every single letter he sent in, there was somebody who had a bias against my customers. I would like to tell you about my clientele that frequents Raspberry Roots. We have customers that are 21 years and up, including many aging people who experience aches and pains. We have cancer patients, insomniacs, veterans experiencing PTSD and other chronic ailments. These are the people who frequent cannabis retail shops. It's offensive and a touch of reefer madness to assume that anyone who consumes will automatically be criminals, as they are suggesting, by the frequent derogatory comments in their letters. This seems to be the true problem that the Grays have with my business. Another comment that keeps coming up is the idea that cannabis and health don't go together. Please keep in mind that Alaska is literally the only state that does not have medical components to the retail shops. In every other state and territory that legalized cannabis sales, it is all about health. Cannabis is used throughout the nation to assist opioid addicts to kick their habits while still reducing pain. One would think that a chiropractor would be excited about this prospect. When I first realized that there was a chiropractor next to me, I actually looked forward to working together and referring customers and patients to each other, like what happens in so many other states, and even in this one in other locations. Please keep in mind that Colorado is currently looking at a bill to allow doctors to be able to prescribe, not just recommend, but prescribe cannabis to patients as opposed to opioids. Additionally, the NFL is actually considering allowing players to use cannabis for pain management as opposed to opioids as well. So they're concerned about all of these athletes coming in and being in a chiropractor next to a cannabis shop, and that they would test positive and lose scholarships is completely, not acceptable. While they may have children as patients, they are not a child care facility. They are a health facility located in a strip mall zoned for industry, not for health care. The entire surrounding area for a few blocks around us is also zoned industrial.
Wrap it up, please.
I will. I would like you to please consider my application on the merits, whether or not we check all the boxes and are abiding by all of the requirements set up by the city and the state to ensure public safety. Either you trust in the framework that you and the state set up, and grant me the license, or you take a couple of people's opinions about the clientele above what has been set up. And this would be detrimental to the industry and your trust in your own system.
Thank you. Ms. LaFrance.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you for your testimony. One question, a concern that you've heard has to do with odor, and it was stated by someone that they believed that the product would be loose in jars. Did I hear you say that all the product will be individually wrapped?
So they are in Mylar bags, and then they are also stored in sealable jars. Okay. So the only time that they are unsealed is to literally take out the product, seal them back up. And I invite every single one of you to come into Raspberry Roots, and you will see that it does not smell in there.
Okay, but the product in the jars is in bags?
They're either in bags or in jars.
Oh, okay.
So when they are on the counter, they're in jars so that the customers can see them, but we store them in the back in bags.
Okay, but it's not like you take a scoop like at Cars when you're getting spices and okay. No. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Thank you, Ms. LaFrance. I don't see any further questions. Thank you for your testimony.
Thank you.
Would anyone else like to testify on this item? Welcome.
Good evening, Assembly members, Mayor. My name is Rick Castillo. My only concern with the permitting of the Great Alaska Kush Company, which I'm assuming is a play on words of the Great Alaska Bush Company, is that you have a business that is setting up next to a service that provides some type of wellness and value to its customer, right? So we've already went ahead and looked at age for cigarettes in Anchorage, increasing that. There is something to be said about on-site consumption, since we are on the heels of it, and what that looks like. I think there are certain measures that haven't really been vetted and thought out, and there's not a tool to really gauge someone's toxicity, or I don't know what it is, levels of intoxication of THC. And my only concern is that we bring our children and our family members around certain businesses that have been well established in the community for 10 years, and they also provide a great deal of economic industry to Anchorage. So I think there's a balance as far as finding industry and business and tax revenue and all of that, but the way the Muni Code is written right now as far as zoning, I don't think we're there yet. So I think there is just a little bit of room to say we should discuss this further for businesses like Great Chiropractic. I have a child, and I am all about cannabis. I think it has great medicinal use, and it's a great tax driver, but I think there is some room for further discussion. Thank you.
Thank you. I actually have a question for you, sir. Mr. Weddleton.
I don't know if it's a question. I just want to make a clarification, but this is not about on-site consumption. It's just
no, Assemblymember Weddleton, it's not. But we are on the heels of on-site consumption, and I mean, given that we'll be leading the charge in the nation for doing so, providing that service where there is strip mall businesses that do business commercially. I don't think the issue is with freestanding businesses, but I am concerned about that within strip mall use, within the commercial regs strip mall.
Thank you, Mr. Weddleton. Mr. Constant.
Yeah, thanks. We'll be coming back to this conversation later, but this building wouldn't qualify under the state law for regulations for on-site consumption because it does have to be a freestanding building, and so there will never be a question of that should this be licensed at this.
Thank you, Mr. Constant. Thank you for your testimony. Would anyone else like to testify on this item? Welcome.
Thank you. Susan Nolan, Nowland, and I am a cannabis retail owner since 2016, and I appreciate everybody's concern. I think the cannabis industry has proven to establish themselves as very professional business people within our city. And I think one of the things that we need to do is continue to educate our people and understand that we are nothing to be feared. You look at Carr's grocery store, and the Oak and Keg is attached right next door. So children are coming in and out of grocery stores, and here's the alcohol. The state of Alaska, the people of the state of Alaska have voted for cannabis to be in a part of our service area now. So we need to continue to provide professionalism. The Great Alaska Kush Company cannot have a better provider, a well-known citizen within our industry and within our state. So I highly appreciate if we can support her in her business venture, and I know that she will be a very good citizen. Her community council has already approved her application. There's a very detailed process that we all go through to obtain our cannabis license. So I hope you will consider her as a fine business professional that will continue to set examples in this industry. Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony. Would anyone else like to testify on this item? Anyone at all? Seeing and hearing no one, public testimony is closed. What is the will of the body?
Move to approve. Second.
Moved and seconded. Any discussion? Mr. Weddleton.
I'd like to move amendment number 1. Can we show that, or you want me to read it?
Moved and seconded by Mr. Peterson. Mr. Weddleton.
This amendment, and I'll go ahead and read it. Section 3, page 2, beginning at line 16. Section 4 would read, the premises shall be ventilated so that the odor of marijuana cannot be detected, adding new words, outside the licensed premises, and deleting at any lot line by a person with a normal sense of smell. Violation could lead to a requirement to increase air filtering and or change the ventilation location in the establishment. And also, Section 3, page 2, line 42, add a number 10, that is a requirement to extend interior walls abutting the adjoining units to the underside of the roof deck to improve security and prevent the migration of odors to adjoining units.
Thank you, Mr. Weddleton.
And that addresses some the points that we've heard. I think the odor is an important issue, and security. Was I under 3 minutes? It can be done, folks.
Thank you. Mr. Constant.
Thank you. So, since no one else is in there, I have a couple of thoughts on this, and this has been such an interesting case. I'm sorry that I missed the work session on Friday because I was touring the port. But we heard that the letters of protest weren't part of the packet to the state, but we saw those letters multiple times, and they're now officially part of our record. And so from our decision-making process, that part is fulfilled. And in fact, they didn't get submitted to the Muni, which was kind of interesting because usually the complaints go through the municipality. And the community councils, especially the Taku Campbell Community Council, is well-versed on this process because that is the neighborhood that deals with this the most. I found it very strange that the Huffman O'Malley Community Council submitted a communication to the body saying that they asked to not have this vote happen. The Huffman Community Council, Huffman O'Malley, is miles away, and while it's interesting that they have an opinion on this, this matter isn't before them or never was before them, and the Community Council of record was in support. The location is literally across the street from a strip club, like the most popular strip club in Alaska and maybe one of the most notorious in America. And I'm not saying that in a bad way, just notoriety. I don't judge. I've been in there, unlike some of my peers. So, interestingly, there's loads of commercial space we heard testimony on in this town. But this is industrial land, and this is land that is set up for this kind of use. And we even heard from the landlord, the owner of this land, who said, I'm okay with this business going in, and I have a month-to-month lease with the chiropractor, implying that he loves their business, they've been good clients, but it's okay if they decide to leave because this client will probably pay the bills too. And so the rules are set up, and we follow the rules, and the rules show us that this petitioner meets the standards. And so it's okay to oppose it based on the opinions of the public who come before us, but for me, it's important to follow the rules.
Thank you, Mr. Constant. Sure, Mr. Weddleton.
I just want to make sure we're addressing the amendment now, right? Is that
Oh, it's just the amendment. I thought we were done with the amendment.
No, we haven't voted on the amendment.
Good enough.
Happens to me.
You've heard my opinion now. Won't have to do it later.
Thank you. Ms. Altel on the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Yes, on the amendment, Mr. Weddleton, I am happy to see the amendment because there are other uses in this facility or in this set of commercial condos, and if all of the ceilings are hollow like this one is, there's a printer and a bulk mailer, and so I think it is commendable that they are willing to get rid of the noise because, the smell and the concerns where there are other businesses which are quite industrial, and to mitigate those concerns. So I thank you for the amendment, and I'll wait and talk about the community council when we get to the rest of the motion.
Thank you, Ms. Altel. Anything further on the amendment, Mr. Weddleton?
I just want to clarify something that Mr. Constant said. We did get a letter. This is a condoized strip mall, so the letter from Phil Schmidt, he does not own the unit that Ms. Cole would go in. He owns the one that the chiropractor is in. He owns 4 of them. I want to make sure. It seemed like we had a missed message. We good? Okay.
Thank you, Mr.
Want to make sure we're accurate. Thanks.
Thank you. Mr. Perez-Verdia on the amendment.
Thank you. Just a clarifying question. The additions that this amendment makes they are not required. That's what I guess what I'm asking is that it's not required that the ceiling go all the way up, even though the owner of the business is saying she will do that. Is that correct? It's not required?
If this is not in there, it is not required, but that's not they're required to have pretty substantial security, and it is not a secure retail operation if they don't have this wall go all the way up, and I think they accepted that.
Yeah, I guess that's. I just want to make sure that this amendment isn't doing something that is already required for a business like this. That wouldn't a full wall be required?
One would hope, but it's not.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Perez-Verdia. Any further discussion on the amendment? Seeing none, members may proceed to vote. The amendment passes 10-0. We are now at the main motion. Any discussion on the main motion? Ms. Altel.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I was at the Taku Campbell Community Council meeting when the Grays were present last month. They did provide the objection letters, which were provided to us, and they took those under advisement because they came after their resolution. And the email response I received to those was a suggestion of delay until a correction of the AMCO procedures or those issues are resolved. But we did discuss at the committee meeting of Community and Economic Development that we had that information throughout, and they did not say that they would change their position. But I just wanted to make sure the members were clear that clear that the Community Council did consider the objection letters. They do have concerns that there must have been a misstep in the AMCO procedures, but the municipality did not have those same missteps.
Thank you, Ms. Salatel. Mr. Weddleton.
Okay, I have a couple of points. One to address that is our understanding is that this will go back to AMCO board in July to re-review with the letters that were sent to them and missed in their packet a couple of years ago. So they're not done once we're done, but we can proceed independently. And, as final comments on this, I will support this license. I think the applicant has done everything that we require of her. I don't see any chinks in the armor in the process that she's done. But the issues that the Grays have brought up, we know are very important because we have spent a huge amount of time on this, the separation distances between these protected categories, and thinking about why do we do this? Why do we even protect them? I mean, are kids really more vulnerable because they're next to a pot shop? I mean, does that make you, people who go to church going to start smoking pot because there's a shop next to them? It would seem really odd. But really what we came down to on these separation distances is people are worried. There are people just don't trust it, and we don't want those people get too close to something that's going to really bother them. I think, we did pass the law, but it's still somewhat tenuous. There are a lot of people clearly very much anti-marijuana, very nervous about the impacts, and not for no reason at all. I mean, there's certainly reasons. So we have these very complicated separation requirements, and they include playgrounds, they include daycares, they include schools, for the reasons that the Grays say. So I think we do need to look, and we have looked. I mean, we have looked at cases with, where do we draw that line? And it gets very tricky because kids can go in any business. So where do you draw the line? And we have some lines now, but this is something we should consider, particularly in a strip mall where can be very, very close. We're not done. The marijuana laws are continuing to evolve, and this is, I think, a catalyst for looking and seeing if we should do more. However, our experience, and I would say looking at marijuana retail stores throughout Anchorage, has been that they're taking some old and odd buildings that have sometimes been serious problems, fixing them up and improving the neighborhood. They bring more security to places. And, from the observations I've made watching people go in and stores near my business, they don't stay long. They look pretty normal. They go in, they go out. It has not been the kind of situation that many would fear. So I will support this, but it has created some issues I think we need to look at. Thanks.
Thank you, Mr. Littleton. Mr. Peterson.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And just to follow along on what Mr. Littleton had started just talking about, there's a misunderstanding, I believe, among the general public out there that when a retail establishment gets a license and opens for business, that it's a party 24/7 within, a half a mile of that location. And that is not the case. The owner of this establishment has no intentions of applying for an on-site consumption license. We asked her that. And so this is going to be strictly a retail outlet. And with all the cameras that are required, security in the area will be better than it was before. And that's what they've found in other areas where retail establishments have opened, that they've actually cleaned up the area. It was, depending on where they were and what the situation was before they opened. So I believe Ms. Cole has jumped through all the hoops that we have provided for her, and believe me, it is not easy to get one of these licenses. And I believe she's been working on this for about 2.5 or 3 years. I think this will be an excellent business. She's going to be a good operator, and I'll be a yes vote. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Peterson. Ms. LaFrance.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. One area of concern for me remains the process, because I think that while we have control over our local piece of it, we clearly don't have control over what the state does, and the public does oftentimes view it as one long unified process, and this expectation that letters and testimony get passed down isn't accurate, and it doesn't function that way. I understand that the chair and Ms. Honest have taken steps to ensure that we do receive testimony that the state receives, that it goes to the next level to the city. But those are definitely concerns, I think, as well as the odor and the protected land uses. I'm still not clear, and I understand it's complicated, why health providers are not included in those separation distances. And I can understand that even though the product is carefully packaged, there are some folks who are extremely sensitive to odor. That is a health issue, and while there can also be clearly benefits, also a health issue, it seems like we definitely need to revisit that protected land use issue, because it's, again, not clear to me why certain health providers are not included in that. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Ms. LaFrance. Mr. Constant.
Items not already stated. Thank you. Two things. One, that conversation about protected uses, be careful what you ask for, because I think this industry has proven well their good faith in this community. And if we open the can of what protected uses are, you might find some of those protected uses taken off that list. At least I will be making motions to do such, because this is all hysteria in this community. And I understand it's personal when it's next to you, but let us not fail to acknowledge that it could cut both ways. And second, I would offer one correction, Mr. Weddleton, to what you said. There are some places in this town where kids can't go. And in fact, they're cannabis stores. They are secured at the front door. There's a double ID check through the whole process. You can take your kid into a bar, but you can't take your kid into a cannabis store. And so there are, in fact, some spaces in this town where kids cannot go.
Thank you, Mr. Constant. Ms. Kennedy.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'm actually quite troubled by all of this, and mostly because, I do believe that Ms. Cole has done everything she needs to do to go through this process. I know she's out there somewhere, yeah. And obviously jumping through all the hoops and doing everything that seems to be necessary for the process, because it's a highly regulated process. But at the same time, I'm really disturbed by the fact that we could actually pit two businesses against each other just because they happen to want the same space, to really be in proximity with each other. And I absolutely hate the idea that somebody could actually push somebody out from their business because now all of a sudden the two just don't mesh well. And I was just thinking about, imagine the weight loss business that Krispy Kreme wants to move in next door to, and that could have some negative impacts, and it certainly is to a certain extent. It can absolutely just be a perspective kind of a thing, and you can't control how people feel about something when they see it. For me, this really it does create a quandary, and it's nice when you've got rules that say, hey, you can't do this, or you can't go here, or you can't go there, because then we can avoid some of those conflicts. But when we come to the point where we know there's a conflict, and we believe that there is value to people's concerns and their testimony, then we probably need a better way to be able to come to some kind of an understanding and then an agreement when that happens. And just, for me, just the fact that this is more opposition than I've seen on any others, and not that I've been here for a long time, but I've certainly seen, the process just in terms of being a citizen like everybody else. So that in and of itself also concerns me, that we're all of a sudden, at this one particular situation, this one particular instance, we have opposition that's been pretty vocal, and there are definitely some concerns where a business is going to lose its viability because of a new business moving in next door. So anyway, I've said enough, but thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Kennedy. Any further discussion? Ms. Wynn-Pearson.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I did just want to take a moment to remind the body that in considering both this license and this special land use permit application, you're sitting in your quasi-judicial capacity, and your task is to apply the standards set by those titles, by Title 10 and Title 21, which does not mean that you can't find cause to deny this application if that's the way that the body would like to vote. But if you are going to deny either the license or the special land use permit application, it is important that is linked to the standards set by code in Title 10 or Title 21. I could reiterate what those are if that's helpful, and it would be important for you to place some findings on the record about why the application does not comport with either of those standards, again, if you were to seek to deny either the license or the special land use permit for a marijuana establishment.
Thank you, Ms. Wynn-Pearson. Good reminder. Any further discussion? Seeing none, members may proceed to vote. And that resolution passes 8-2. We now have before us item 13B, ordinance number AO 2019-57, an ordinance of the Anchorage Assembly amending provisions of Anchorage Municipal Code, Chapter 2.30 regarding conduct of public hearings, audience participation, and appearance requests to improve efficiency and facilitation of municipal business items, Assembly member training. Public hearing is now open on this item. Would anyone like to testify that has not already testified? Yes, feel free to come up, sir. Welcome.
Good evening, Mayor Berkowitz, Chairman Rivera, and members of the Assembly. My name is William Topol. I came to Anchorage first in 1966. I live in East Anchorage. I'm a senior citizen and property owner. I oppose Ordinance AO 21957 for the following reasons. The affected areas of the Anchorage Municipal Code, Section 2.30.035, would add a new paragraph C, and Section 2.30040 under paragraph C2C would add a new clause. In the whereas introduction found on page 1, lines 29 through 32, and the following whereas introduction found on page 1, lines 34 to 35, remarks that can be considered germane to the question before the Assembly should also include remarks about any possible violations of proper procedure, protocol, state laws like the Open Meetings Act, etc., if those possible violations occurred during the formation of new legislation or public debate or public voting on such legislation or the particular item you are considering. What do you have to hide? To restrict any comments that may be beyond the merits of the substantive provision of a public hearing item to the very end of an assembly meeting in the audience participation section, as this proposed ordinance would do, even if those comments point out possible procedural violations of due process of the particular item agenda in question, when most of the public is gone home for the evening, when most of the Assembly members are too tired to critically consider such comments, is blatant disregard and contemptuousness for the people you are supposed to serve. Please vote no on this proposed ordinance. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, sir. I have a question for you. Mr. Weddleton.
I'm over here, and I appreciate that. I think issues of process are extremely important, and we pay attention to them, and when we make a mistake, we make changes, and we've done quite a few in my 3 years. We've, I think, improved our processes. But this doesn't take away the ability to critique process on anything in front of us. It just moves when it would happen. And it actually, in C2C that you referred to, it moves it to the beginning of the meeting. So during our kind of open mic, so you can speak to things on the agenda later in the evening. You can come early, and you would have permission to say, okay, on that item, you had bad process, and this is why.
But my point is, and thank you for pointing that out, but my point is, if there's any consideration of something irregular in your normal protocol of doing things, and it's brought out during the consideration of that item on the agenda, you're placing it away from consideration of that item on the agenda. I think you should keep that together.
I see.
This is bordering on a free speech issue here, and I agree that Robert's Rules of Order revised, and I've dealt with that in large meetings myself. If there's any consideration at all of possible violations of proper protocol, consider it during the time of the item. Do not separate it, and especially at the end of a session. Because, again, I've been watching these things on TV for years. I don't always come down to the meetings. I'm old now. Okay? I know people don't like to show up. They get tired. Everybody gets tired at the end of a long meeting. People don't think critically after a while, after a long night. So I'm glad you want to consider it at the beginning of the session, but I would encourage you to keep it contained within the item on the agenda itself. Otherwise, it looks like you're really trying to single out someone who's probably monitoring the process, or several people who are monitoring the process. And after all, you're supposed to be working for us, the people. That's why I posed the question, what do you have to hide? I know it's an out there question, but it's germane too. If there's something irregular in the process that's being brought forward that maybe you were not aware of, maybe that affects the outcome of what you're considering. Keep it contained within that agenda item. So in that regards,
Okay. Thank you for your testimony. Would anyone else like to testify on this item? Anyone at all? Seeing and hearing no one, public test. Oh, excuse me, I did not see you, ma'am. Welcome.
Thank you. I'm Melody Russo. I lived in Anchorage off and on since 1976. West High graduate, UAA graduate, and came to the meeting tonight and just feel compelled to say something about this because For one, I'm a little disturbed about you not allowing people to speak if they spoke last time, but I didn't come last time. And so that deprives me of the benefit of hearing what somebody has to say on a topic since I came here. I also feel from reading this 13B proposed ordinance, or I guess that's what you call it, an ordinance, that you're treating the public like a regulated community, but we're the public. The Constitution gives us the right to free speech. You, as the body of the Anchorage Assembly, are here to do the business of the public. So you shouldn't be telling the public that you're not part of our efficient process and you be pigeonholed. Because there might be some events where the topic and the process together need to be described, or somebody might have a feeling about those together. They have a nexus. That's an important thing to talk about. And you can't say, well, you can't talk about the process, you can only talk about the topic. But their feeling and their desire to comment might encompass both areas. So I think, and I do also feel that it could be targeted at somebody who does pay quite a bit of attention to the things that go on, and I personally value those kinds of people because I don't have the time to do that, and I don't think that they should be stymied, again, because you are here to do the business of the people. So, thank you.
Thank you for your testimony. Would anyone else like to testify on this item? Welcome.
My name is Anita Burke, and I'm a citizen of Anchorage, and have been, Melody and I went to high school together, and we both come back home and are just starting to get more involved into the local political process. A lot of us were taught that. Anchorage young kids, we were said, go learn and come back and bring what you learned back into the process. And much like her, I didn't know this was going on. We're new here, so I'm just looking at it, and I want to second her comments. I'm deeply concerned about a disruption in the public process and the ability to communicate around issues and forming and forcing a framework. A lot of people that show up here, including me, I'm a public speaker. I get nervous, you know. My knees are shaking. I'm not always going to do the process right. And I agree with her that there are maybe people that come here and kind of make it a part-time job to be part of the process, and you hear from them all the time. They're the same people. They keep coming. You're probably going to hear from Melody and I a lot because we've committed to being a part of the democratic process. And that's what this is about. And I'm really asking you to deeply reconsider and put this to the side and invite a public dialogue about this issue. It's serious, and it's a disruption in the process. You can govern from the bench. You can govern from there. You've got Robert Rules of Order. You've got all kinds of tools at your disposal. To legislatively and with an ordinance inhibit the public's ability to communicate with you, I just wanted to second my friend's comments and some of the others I heard tonight. Apologies if I don't fully understand all of the context, because this is the first meeting I've come to since I've come home. But I was deeply disturbed by it and felt I wanted to be yet another public voice on this issue because, yes, y'all do work for us, not just on voting day or during the election process, but thereafter. And we're busy working, and we don't always get here to help you understand what it is that we want and need, but we're all going to try. So don't inhibit our ability to do so. We're giving up time with our families to be here. Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony. Would anyone else like to testify on this item? Anyone at all? I'm sorry, Mr. Habron, but you spoke on this item at the last meeting. All right. Anyone at all? Seeing and hearing no one, public testimony is closed. What is the will of the body?
Move to approve.
Moved and seconded. Any discussion?
Mr. Reddleton.
Thanks.
You know, this ordinance comes forth because the process has been grossly abused. And that abuse has not just been unfortunate for us, but it has been very damaging to the people who come here, spend hours and hours here, away from their families, and we don't get to their topic at the end of the day because we have to shut down at midnight. And we've missed that deadline because the process has been abused by someone who comes down on virtually every issue, talks about us on process, often extremely irrelevant to what we're talking about, and it's redundant, and that person has become extremely ineffective, though he shouldn't be. It's important what he does, but he's so ineffective because we've heard it. It's redundant, and it delays what we're doing. So we've been abused, you've been abused by that abuse, and that's what has brought this forward. I don't find this offensive. It has moved the time to deal with public process issues to the beginning of the meeting and lets us continue your business with kind of a free-flowing process. So I'm not offended by this. I won't support it, though, because I think public trust is too important. And I think that it is important to be able to speak on process along with a public hearing. It's not typical. Normally people come in, it's very efficient. We've had one person abuse us for the last couple of years, and that's instigated this. I think this is a little bit too far. I won't support it, but it's not unreasonable given what we put up with in the last year or two.
Thank you, Mr. Weddleton. Mr. Rivera?
Thank you, Madam Vice Chair. So I want to speak in opposition to this ordinance. And I want to provide a slightly different perspective than Mr. Weddleton. I was offended when this ordinance was brought before us, particularly the way that this ordinance was brought before us as a lay-it-on-the-table item. And while I respect wholeheartedly the work of my colleague, Mr. Trainee, I think that this perhaps was a little bit rushed. And frankly, a lot of the powers already exist for the chair to do this type of work, to run the meeting as the chair sees fit. So why put it in code? I want to second some of the concerns that I heard about First Amendment rights being trampled by this. I think when a member of the public wants to speak about process, that we should listen to them, that they have that right to speak. And lastly, I just want to say that we are working on this and how we frame our public process. We're working on it in a very thoughtful way. And we're going to see more work sessions, more public meetings on how we handle our public process. But I hope that we will vote no on this and really try to engage the public in a more thoughtful way. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Rivera.
Mr. Perez-Verdia.
Thank you. Actually, most of my comments were already shared by my colleagues. So thank you for sharing my comments, and I will be a no vote on this. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Perez-Verdia. Mr. Constant.
I totally disagree with all of my clients, or peers, not clients, my peers, except Mr. Weddleton. I agree with you that we've been abused and continue to be abused, and it will go on. And I, as a protest, because I see this won't pass, will vote yes, just to say that I believe we have the right to organize our rules and our procedures to do the people's business and allow the people of Anchorage to have a chance to be heard properly. To that end, I just heard the chair say that he believes he has the tools. And so my comment to that is, going forward, if the public is abused, it's an abuse of the chair. So you have a challenge to not allow the process, because I do agree with you that Robert's Rules does provide you with the tools should you choose to use them, but no chair for the last 2 to 3 years has applied any discipline to the order of the body when it comes to the process and the discussions that go on and on and on. And while you as members of the public might feel he's hearing you, and it's great because he's hearing you, imagine that happening 15 times in a night, over and over again, over and over again. He speaks more than even the chair at one of our meetings. He speaks more than any member, often more than the members combined. And so, as a matter of protest, I will vote yes, but I do believe that the responsibility is to the chair to run a good meeting and to keep the order.
Thank you, Mr. Constant. Ms. Sporowski.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So some of y'all may not know, but I'm a huge fan of Robert's Rules of Order. I've read the book backwards, forwards, all of that stuff. I've gone to special trainings. If you read, yeah, I'm kind of a Robert's Rules of Order nerd. But if you read the book, it's about that thick, and this codifies some of what Robert's Rule says. And it basically explains it very simply, and it just puts it into an ordinance. And I believe that that is a good process to have because some people may not know Robert's Rules of Order as well as I do, or as well as some of my other assembly members do. So I support this. I'm going to stand with Mr. Constant and support this wholeheartedly in honor of Robert's Rules of Order.
Thank you, Ms. Borowski. Ms. LaFrance.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So for reasons already stated, I am a no vote on this, largely due to the issue, as I think Mr. Weddleton has pointed out, public trust, and also that we're working on these issues, as the chair has pointed out, with another ordinance. So I think this is redundant at the very least. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Ms. LaFrance. Mr. Peterson.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And I'd just like to say that even if this particular ordinance does not pass, I would like to see us work on trying to move the public comment period up earlier in the evening, because many times we have a full agenda and we get to 10 minutes to 11 and then it's time for the public comments, so there's time for 2 or 3 people to speak before we have to adjourn. And so if we do it early in the evening, y'all don't have to wait till 10 minutes to 11 to give us your 3 minutes of opinion. So I'm actually totally still undecided on how I'm going to vote on this. Maybe Meg can convince me to vote one way or the other. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Peterson. Ms. Zalatel.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I am going to vote no on this because we are actively engaged in a real and meaningful conversation about how to increase the meaningfulness of public participation. I've been on the body a month now. Public participation is extremely important to me. There's even a quiet basket if there are kids so that you can color. So we want to have a welcoming public participation process. I'm also going to use this opportunity to remind everyone that public testimony is fantastic, and I realize the sacrifice you make to do it, but you can also email us, and it really resonates. Make a phone call. So I think we're having these conversations. I want your input into these conversations as well. So I'm going to vote no so I can hear more and we can continue to have these conversations.
Thank you, Ms. Zalatel. Any further discussion on this item? Seeing none, members may proceed to vote. That ordinance fails 9-1. Madam Vice Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I move to change the order of the day to take up items 14L and 14F in front of item 14A.
14L and which?
And is there a second for that motion?
Second.
Thank you, Mr. Dunbar.
I assume these are time constrained.
Thank you, Mr. Dunbar. I believe Mr. Rivera will address that point.
Thank you, Madam Vice Chair. Item 14L is an item that a member of the public wishes to comment on. I believe of the remaining items, there are a handful that the public wants to comment on. We have, if I could just get a show of hands of people here to comment on the Anchorage Climate Action Plan. Right, so we have a large showing of folks that want to comment on the Anchorage Climate Action Plan, and I've been told that several of them are on time constraints, so I want to respect the time of the public and move these items up.
Thank you, Mr. Rivera.
Yes, so for the clerk, the motion is to change the order of the day to take up item 14L, then 14F, before item 14A. Mr. Weddleton.
I guess the climate action plan could take a while. Is 14A time sensitive? Those typically go quickly.
Yes, through the chair, we would prefer that to pass tonight.
I'm sorry, I guess I misunderstood. I thought you were moving up 14L and 14M, not 14F.
No, apologies for that miscommunication. It is not 14M that's being moved.
L and M first, and then L and
Okay, I withdraw my second.
What? L and F. It is F. You're moving F forward.
Yeah, I want to get everything else done before we filibuster.
Yes, I apologize. I wasn't given the memo that there'd be this many people to speak about 14F. So then, if there is no second, then that motion dies. Okay, well then we're going to go ahead and go through as quickly as we can. So, item 14A is before us, resolution number AR 2019-145, a resolution ratifying a collective bargaining agreement between the Municipality of Anchorage, MOA, and the Anchorage Municipal Employees Association, Inc., AMEA, Employees Relations. Thank you. Public testimony is now open on this item. Would anyone like to testify? Welcome.
Hello. Good evening, Mr. Mayor, Chair Rivera, esteemed members and representatives of the Assembly. My name is Brandon Pfeiffer. For those of you that do not know me, I am the president of the Anchorage Municipal Employees Association, AMEA, and I'm here today on behalf of around 500 employees of the municipality who have participated in the process to have a collectively bargained contract that addresses their needs and addresses the needs of their employers in an equitable way. And those employees are they're ready for it to be approved. The process has taken much longer than historically has happened in the past because of scheduling problems and problems of timeliness with administration officials and just other things that have happened since the end of last year. And as the resolution states, it is in the best interest of both the employees and the municipality for positive labor relations. And every day that the Anchorage municipal employees do not have a new collectively bargained contract, the less likely that outcome is. And so I urge you today to support ratifying this agreement that has already been ratified internally by our members. And thank you very much for your time today.
Thank you for your testimony. Would anyone else like to testify on this item? Anyone at all? Seeing and hearing no one, public testimony is closed. What is the will of the body?
Move to approve.
Second. Moved and seconded. Any discussion on this item? Mr. Weddleton.
I just want to ask the administration, so does this contract follow the Assembly's guidance from, I think it was 2010?
Yes, through the chair, that is the most current guidance from the Assembly, and that is what we worked with, and it was our final agreement was compliant with that guidance.
All right, thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Weddleton. Any further discussion? Seeing none, members may proceed to vote. That resolution passes 10-0. We now have before us item 14B, ordinance number AO 2019-63, an ordinance repealing and reenacting Anchorage Municipal Code Building Code chapters 23.30, 23.75, and 23.76 to adopt updated national building codes regulating electrical work, elevators and escalators, and platform lifts and stairway chair lifts, Department of Law. Public testimony is now open on this item. Would anyone like to testify? Anyone at all? Seeing and hearing no one, public testimony is closed. What is the will of the body?
Move to approve.
Moved and seconded. Any discussion? Seeing none, members may proceed to vote. That ordinance passes 10-0. We now have before us item 14C, ordinance number AO 2019-64, an ordinance of the Anchorage Assembly amending Anchorage Municipal Code 23.10.104.15.1.a.1 to establish the permit fees applicable to partially finished basements. Thank you. Public testimony is open on this item. Would anyone like to testify? Anyone at all? Seeing and hearing no one, public testimony is closed. What is the will of the body?
Move to approve.
Second.
Moved and seconded. Any discussion on this item? Seeing none, members may proceed to vote. That ordinance passes 10-0. We now have before us item 14D, ordinance number AO 2019-65, an ordinance authorizing the disposal by perpetual non-exclusive public use easements to Alaska Department of Transportation and Public Facilities and the U.S. Bureau of Land Management over a portion of Heritage Land Bank Parcel 3-058. Thank you. Would anyone like to testify on this item? Anyone at all? Seeing and hearing no one, public testimony is closed. What is the will of the body?
Move to approve. Second.
Moved and seconded. Mr. Weddleton.
I'd like to just make two small amendments to correct errors. And that would be, I'll state it then. That would be on line 16 of the first page, change Dowling to, I think it's East 68th. They had the wrong street. And also in the AM on page 18, again, change Dowling to East 68th.
Second.
Moved and seconded. Any further discussion on that amendment? Madam Clerk, do you have that amendment?
Did I get a second?
Great.
Was there a second?
Okay. Any discussion on that?
I'd like to commend Mr. Weddleton on his incredibly exacting review of every single page of our packet. Thank you.
Every time. These streets are a quarter mile apart. It's totally different.
Thank you, Mr. Dunbar. Thank you, Mr. Weddleton. Okay, seeing no further discussion, members may proceed to vote on the amendment. And that amendment passes 10-0. Any further amendments, Mr. Weddleton?
That's all I found. Anyone else?
Okay. Thank you. Any further discussion on the main motion? Seeing none, members may proceed to vote on the main motion. And that ordinance passes 10-0. We now have before us, where did my page 6 go? Can I borrow your page 6? I lost mine. Yes. We now have before us item 14E, ordinance number AO 2019-68, an ordinance authorizing acquisition of real property illegally described as Lot 3A, Block 3V, Rabbit Creek View, and Rabbit Creek Heights Subdivision replat, Plat 2004-91, PID 020-531-35. Thank you. Public testimony is now open on this item. Would anyone like to testify? Anyone at all? Seeing and hearing no one, public testimony is closed. What is the will of the body?
Move to approve.
Second.
Moved and seconded. Mr. Constant.
Thank you. I just want to say thank you to the real estate department and to the legal department for figuring out a solution that works to save some difficulties going forward into the future, and also to code enforcement and everyone who had a part to play in the transformation of what was truly a disaster in our city that has been cleaned up. So.
Thank you, Mr. Constant. Mr. Weddleton.
Well, geez, more of the same, and code enforcement and so on. This is for people who don't know, is a real triumph for the city. It was an absolute junkyard in Bear Valley. We have some tools to clean that up, but we got everything in play and everything lined up and did great work on this. And I expect it is now an example for future junkyards. When there are people who simply are not capable of managing private property, and this is one case, and we should be fixing more. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Weddleton. Any further discussion on this item? Seeing none, members may proceed to vote. That ordinance passes 10-0. We now have before us item 14F, resolution number AR 2019-158, a resolution of the Anchorage Municipal Assembly adopting the Anchorage Climate Action Plan and the Municipality of Anchorage Climate Action Strategy. Mayor's Office.
Waive reading.
Thank you. Public testimony is now open on this item. Would anyone like to testify? And just to clarify, folks will have 3 minutes to testify. Members may or may not have questions, and if folks can line up, please. And if you can't stand up for a long time, we have some seats in the first few rows that are open. Welcome.
Thank you. I appreciate the opportunity to be here. It's been a very interesting proceeding. I'm Dr. Jeff DeMaine. I'm an allergy immunologist. I'm also a clinical professor at the University of Washington and affiliate professor at UAA. I'm here to testify on the health concerns regarding climate change. I've done research myself and published, but I'm going to speak the things that are specifically in my area. When you're looking at allergic rhinitis, it affects 30% of the population. That's 250,000 residents in Alaska. You have direct health care costs of over $3.4 billion U.S., not Anchorage, so we don't have to worry about that budget, with almost half the cost related to medications. There's lost time from work, lost time from school, sleep disruption, and lost productivity. And when you look at quality of life of the general population, quality of life impact is 35% below that in people with simple environmental allergies. Then we have asthma, and that represents 8.3% of the population. 89% of those are allergic, and that represents 60,000 residents in Alaska. The healthcare costs are $80 billion. 30% of those will be in the emergency room every year, 10% hospitalized every year. There's loss of productivity and sleep disruption and a mortality rate that thankfully is starting to flatten out, but we anticipate 7 to 8 deaths per year in Alaska from asthma. So when we look at climate change, how does that affect asthma and allergies? Well, when CO2, carbon dioxide, is actually one of the most important greenhouse gases. And CO2 is what's really measured and held up as a marker of climate change. So in pre-industrial times, 1870, CO2 levels were 280. We're now at 415. So as CO2 rises, studies have been well done and demonstrated that it increases pollen production and increases biomass of plants. In addition to that, it increases the allergenicity. Each pollen grain is more allergenic. And so this has been associated with worsening symptoms. In addition, we're seeing longer seasons. Our seasons in Alaska is about 4 weeks longer, starts 4 weeks earlier in the spring than it did a decade ago. And that's seen throughout the world. And the higher north you go in latitude, the greater that duration. So we have longer seasons, higher levels of pollens that are more allergenic. We also have mold sporulation, which is affected by CO2 and temperature. And now we have more damp buildings related to melting permafrost and also the sea. So with the damp buildings, you have mold, which have significant impacts on lung disease. There's other impending threats. I've done research looking at stinging insects related to climate change and northern redistribution and published that. But I'll wrap up. Other impending issues are vector-borne disease, which is now we're seeing it in the animals, increased forest fires, mental health, displacement, because of displacement, injuries such as falling through the ice. So I think from a health impacts, this does have relevance. So thank you.
Thank you. I actually have a question for you, sir, from Mr. Dyson.
Oh, yeah, I'm sorry.
Over here.
Well, how do you do?
Yeah, thank you. If we implemented all that's going on here, it'll have an almost infinitesimal impact on our planet. Are you saying that, or implying that if we get this all implemented, it'll make a difference in the CO2 level in this community with the winds and topography we have?
Well, it's a matter of when do you start it. So when will we start seeing this plateau off and start dropping? It'd probably take 100 years because that's how long it takes CO2.
Okay. All right, thank you.
But that 100-year point kind of starts somewhere. And if you don't start it now and you wait 10 years, then it's 110 years from now.
Yeah, but
so it's a 100-year window. You're absolutely correct. We're not going to see it tomorrow.
And what we do here will have very little impact in terms of the totality of the issue.
Well, every body, every governmental body is addressing this, certainly throughout the world, and I think every state and probably every assembly like this.
Thank you.
So you're right, one person's not going to make that big of a difference, but a lot of one persons can.
I got it. Thank you, sir.
Thank you for your testimony.
Thank you.
Just a couple of brief comments before, thank you. No, this is for the entire body. A couple of brief comments before we continue public testimony. Just first, we have a lot of folks who want to testify, and if we could refrain from clapping, that would be helpful. For every person that does that, that just adds more seconds and more seconds on. And then second, if we could try to avoid debate when we ask questions of the audience. If we have any personal debate items, we should bring those forward once public testimony is closed. Welcome.
Hello, Anchorage Assembly. My name is Lisa Hollen, Hollen. I am a neuroscientist. I have also would like to bring up the neurological perspective of pollution and the need for Planned Parenthood. Autism is caused by pollution. You can developmental neurotoxins, male brain has been published in PubMed that is showing this, and I will send this to the body. I just had a problem with my printer this morning. The autism currently is affecting 1 in 37 males and 1 in 51 females being born today. That is information from autismsciencefoundation.org. Now, there's also not just autism that's caused by pollution, there's also the herpes virus we have to deal with. It's activated by pollution, causing compromised immune system. Lack of funding of Planned Parenthood has caused 75% of Americans now having herpes. That's almost everyone on this board. Epidemic is here. And if we survive the ecological epidemic, we'll have to deal with our neurological epidemic that has occurred here in Anchorage because we had the epidemic of herpes just last few years. Herpes can cause Alzheimer's and dementia. That's why we have the problem. It's like syphilis, and only 30 years later, it affects the brain. You can go to sciencealert.com, and they have that information. Herpes can be genetically traced back to the original individual when the spread of the disease has happened. Thus, the Assembly does not have to, or the government have to have financial relief for this. It can be attained through law practices, since it can be genetically tracked. So lawyers, as you all know, women score and makes the most money. Pollution impact on neurological disorders have been established, which my dad, Leonard Ressler Jr., atmospheric chemist from Villanova in the 1970s, and worked at the Miami Hurricane Center, was giving the same talk that I watched the other day with Rick Tommen on elevator climate change from UAF Geophysical International Atmospheric Sciences. He said, my dad had stated at the time when he was giving his talk in front of Congress, hopefully they will listen in 50 years when green skies, if you look outside now during your thunderstorms, you'll see it, because acid rain in blue makes green. And hopefully, and also he predicted there would be rain in winter in Alaska, which is happening now. Hopefully him being right in his research, which is currently here, will also be correct in social awareness and watching atmospheric chemists. And I am very tired of watching atmospheric chemists soul crying during their science presentation, like Rick did last week. Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony. Welcome.
Thank you. I'm Doug Robbins. I'm a retired petroleum geologist. I worked for one of the major natural gas producers in the 1990s. As a retirement project out of personal interest, I worked on understanding the problem of atmospheric CO2 and climate change. I want to credit climatologist Brian Brettschneider and Rick Thoman for their work in understanding Arctic and Alaskan climate change. So here's what I learned. Climate change is unquestionably real. It's caused by human emissions of greenhouse gases, especially CO2. Climate change is already causing negative impacts on people and nature and will cause more serious problems in the future. Our oceans are warming from the surface downwards. Ice is melting in every setting on Earth. Surface temperatures are rising, notably in the Arctic. Sea level is rising. The sea level rise is consistent with volumes of melted ice and thermal expansion. The heat that is appearing in the ocean, in the ice, and in the air matches the quantity of heat that we calculate has been retained by greenhouse gases. There is no other credible source for this heat. There are no natural cycles that are currently warming the Earth to the magnitude of the heat we see appearing in Earth's heat sinks. It's a quantitative problem. Quantitative forecasts depend on future greenhouse gas concentrations. In my opinion, it is necessary to cut CO2 emissions and in the future to actually reduce CO2 below our current concentrations. In my opinion, the major impact to Alaskans will be damage to the fisheries, which is the heart of Alaska, the damage to the oceans and rising temperature and acidification. The Anchorage Climate Action Policy is well constructed. It's been constructed with expertise and public input. To address Mr. Dyson, more action will be necessary to address other sources of emissions in the state, in the nation, and in the globe. About 2/3 of the state's CO2 emissions are happening on the North Slope as a result of fuel gas usage in our industrial usage. But the Anchorage Climate Action Plan is a good start. It's an educational process. It's a matter of getting everybody on board, of recognizing the magnitude of the problem, and taking the bigger steps that will have to be taken next. I urge the Assembly to approve the plan.
Thank you for your testimony. Welcome.
Hello, my name's Emily McRae, and I'm a 15-year-old sophomore from A.G. Diamond High School. And I know that climate change is real, and I want to do something about it for future generations. Climate change is scary. Every day I see and hear things that make me think that maybe we won't be able to survive here much longer. Glaciers and polar ice caps are melting, and it's estimated that if Thwaites Glacier melts, it will cause the sea level to rise 11 feet. Where will that leave us? I know that many communities in Alaska, including my hometown, Utqiagvik, will be underwater if that happens. I want to express my full support of this climate action plan, and I urge all Assembly members to implement this plan. And I am proud to be a citizen of a city that recognizes that climate change is a huge problem and wants to confront it. Many parts of this action plan really speak to me, but one thing in particular that I'm really pleased to see on this plan is that it's engaging all of Anchorage. I do believe that the only permanent change we can make, we have to do together. I'm also really pleased to see that one of the goals of this plan is to steward our resources. Even though this should already be a given, having it on this plan will make it more likely for people to see and understand what needs to happen. I want to express my appreciation to the Assembly for allowing me, a youth, to come before you and give my opinion. Thank you.
Thank you so much for your testimony. Welcome.
Hello, my name is Pierce Schwab. I'm the director of Bike Anchorage and had the pleasure of contributing to the Anchorage Climate Action Plan as a member of the Transportation Working Group. The Climate Action Plan lays out an ambitious goal, a 40% reduction in greenhouse gas emissions in the next decade. We have to be ambitious. In the absence of coordinated efforts, damage to public infrastructure caused by climate change will cost Alaskans $5 billion by the end of the century. Anchorage will bear the overwhelming brunt of this cost. Nearly half of our emissions in Anchorage come from transportation. The plan emphasizes the importance of a comprehensive, safe, and convenient network of facilities for people who walk and bike. We must commit to this if we want to reach our goal and avert the most damaging consequences of climate change. I'm asking you to adopt the Anchorage Climate Action Plan tonight and join over 7,000 other cities who have taken this important step. Thanks for your time.
Thank you for your testimony. Welcome.
Good evening. My name is Bessie Odom. I am Vice President of the local NAACP, Environmental and Climate Justice Chair, and Energy Practitioner for the National NAACP. And most importantly, I am an Alaskan born and raised right here in Anchorage. It is with much honor that I stand in front of you today on behalf of the Anchorage NAACP and illustrate our support for the Climate Action Plan. Over the last several months, I have been working with the municipality on drafting this plan and seeking community input. Needless to say, it has been a long time coming, but I can say with much certainty that I am happy with this plan, and with this proactive legislation, I feel proud and honored to be an Alaskan. As many in the room may agree, the fight to have government seek and implement solutions to climate change has been a dime a dozen. For decades, Alaskans all over the state have been asking lawmakers, elected officials, to take proactive measures to mitigate the impacts of climate change. In recent news, we have seen our local and state government not only become complacent in regards to seeking solutions, we have seen both bodies simply deny that climate change exists. Being born and raised here, I can tell you several stories about a changing climate that I have noticed, and I find it unacceptable that our national and state government continue to deny the facts. While they deny the facts, we have Alaskans all over the state who are losing their way of life, their communities, and their way of being. And if we are going to be honest, a proposed $3,000 PFD check is not going to fix these issues. It is time for the people to be heard, to be taken seriously, and to be included. Thinking back on the history of America, we have seen too many times where the people who we vote for, the people who are supposed to represent us, simply do not listen to our concerns, therefore ignore and deny our existence. I congratulate the municipality for not only taking proactive measures, but I thank the municipality for representing the people it was designed for listening to the concerns of the citizens within this community and addressing them by crafting a comprehensive climate action plan. I know that the process to draft this plan wasn't easy, but I admire the willpower, the perseverance, and the diligence that they had to press ahead and reach excellency. You see, excellency means outstanding merit and value. I use the word excellency to describe this plan because that's just what it is. I find it to be excellent that this plan will help to preserve a livable environment for the generations to come. I find it excellent that families will have the confidence in knowing that here in Anchorage, proactive measures have been taken. I do hope that you as the Assembly have heard loud and clear that we as a community are more than ready for proactive solutions in combating climate change. On behalf of the local NAACP and behalf of the national organization, I would like to reiterate our support and ask you to support this plan. Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony. Mr. Constant.
Before we start, just a point of order. Governor Sheffield is in the room. Governor, if you'd like to come take a seat at the front and just have someone mark your place in line so you can sit down, it would be great. There are a couple seats right up front that you can just, thank you. Sorry to interrupt.
Thank you, Mr. Constant. Welcome.
Hi, my name is Taylor Odom. I am in my early teens and go to Golden View Middle School. I'm here as a member of Anchorage, Alaska Youth. I think bringing forth the idea of using more electric vehicles, use more buses, and ride more bikes and be like other states, like Seattle, for example, and walk out more. I think we should do that because it is better for our planet and our environment. I also think that if we do that, then that will cause less air pollution, and less air pollution would be good for us humans, but not just us, for animals and little critters, and importantly, our planet. Climate change can be slowed down with the Climate Action Plan. I'm excited for this because it will be better for the environment, myself, animals, and be a pretty place again. And then the next generation will not have to suffer much of climate change. And then the world would be a better place for everyone. To support climate action. Please support the Climate Action Plan. Thank you.
Sure. Thank you so much. Actually, could you state your name again for the record?
Taylene Odom.
Thank you.
Hi, my name is Sophie Gustafson. I'm 18 years old, and what's happening to the climate absolutely terrifies me and gives me massive, massive anxiety thinking about everything that's going on our planet. And the scientists with the UN have declared that we have by 2030 to get our stuff together and get it all sorted out. Otherwise, there's basically no hope. And I am so happy that we have a climate action plan right now. And I really hope that it would be a step forward and be a way to show other places that have not implemented things like this, that we can do this, that it is an option. And I'm sorry, I wasn't super prepared to come here today, but I really am passionate about this topic. And one thing that really terrified me in particular is I feel that not everybody quite sees how catastrophic it already is in our planet with how climate change has affected things such as weather and stuff. And I went up to a village, Noatak, a couple months ago, and there some of their buildings are cracked straight through the middle and uneven because of the melting permafrost. And so it is incredibly harmful what's happening to our planet. And I'm in huge support of this climate action change plan. Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony. Welcome.
Hi, my name is Genevieve Mina, and I'm from Airport Heights neighborhood. I'm also a member of the Public Transit Advisory Board. I'm not speaking on behalf of the board, but speaking on behalf of myself as a very avid and enthusiastic public transit user. I am in support of the Climate Action Plan because of a couple of different issues that we've been having with public transit. First of all, ridership. Since 2017, we've had a new system in our bus system, and ridership has increased, but it's been increasing incrementally. Secondly, bus stop safety, as we've heard earlier, is a big concern, not only for certain citizens of this municipality, but for everybody. We have programs right now, such as Adopt a Stop, where you can adopt a bus stop and help clean it up. But obviously, we need more incentives for people to help clean up our public spaces that we use. And additionally, it's been spoken before, but 42% of greenhouse gas emissions are from CO2, that is from transportation. I'm in support of the Climate Action Plan because there are a lot of incentives that the municipality and individuals in Anchorage have to create a more multimodal community. The Climate Action Plan was worked on by Bart Rudolph and Jamie Acton from the Transit Department, and there are certain aspects such as Action 5G, which would support safe covered bus stops and more winter maintenance. And also Objective 6 is specifically about supporting our bus system, our public transit system, such as supporting our short range transit plan that we're working through right now, and also 6F, which is coordinating with different transit alternatives so that people in the workplace and in other spaces of their life have more incentives to use the bus. I think it is a good plan to mitigate the climate change that's happening. But additionally, it helps makes our municipality a more livable city and changes a lot of the car culture that we have right now. So I appreciate your time hearing my testimony. Thank you for the municipality and for everyone's work on this plan. And I urge the Assembly to adopt the plan. Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony. Welcome.
Hello, my name is Ben May. I'm the somewhat stunned owner of Anchorage Solar. And I think we've covered the dangers of climate change. I think many of us are convinced of that. I'm here to give good news. My good news is about the economics of going green. And I want to share my experience of riding the wave of giving people what they're asking for. I started the company in December of 2015. And in 2016, I installed 8 systems with one person, and gross revenue was around $50,000. 2016, 16 systems, hired one person part-time, gross revenue maybe $180,000. 2018, Solarize started. People started to think about solar as a normal decision to make. 63 systems installed, hired 3 people full-time, 2 people part-time, gross revenue, $0.59 million. This year, estimated installs, 100 systems. I have hired 8 people full-time. I have 1 part-time person in addition to that, estimated gross revenue of about $1.6 million. So, as you can see, that's exponential. It's not huge yet, It's smallish compared to the industries here. I get that. But I am one of 4 here, and we are at the beginning of the knee point on the exponential graph. This is borne out by the experience in the lower 48. 2016, 1 million systems installed. It took 30 years to get to that point. 2018, we got to 2 million systems installed. There are 242,000 people in the U.S. working on solar directly. That would be most of the people in Anchorage working on solar directly. But then there's all the people that get recruited to take care of the parts around it. It's the electricians, the roofers that come in to put a roof on before we put solar. It's pile drivers, and it's suppliers. There's a big supply chain for this that's going on. And so it's like any primary industry, there are more jobs created because of what we're doing. So yes, it is a part of a larger movement, and it does make a difference. Airport Heights, which did Solarize last year, in a good day like today, they will make a megawatt hour just from the people that participated in that. So, yeah, that's my message. Going green makes green, and it can be a positive. It doesn't have to be this debate about money versus going green. It's a way to revitalize an economy. Thank you.
Thank you. I have a question for you. Mr. Dyson.
Thank you. I understand the cost of panels is coming down and the quality is going up, and certainly the battery technology is improving, as are the control systems. I understand it. Here in Anchorage, pick an example, but how long do you expect it will take for your clients to recover their costs?
So the return on investment, if you do a 30-year IRR analysis, is about, for a good roof, it's about 10 to 12%. So it beats the stock market. That's the way I like to answer that best. As a payoff, it's in the 9 to 11 years, depending on a person's roof. But it lasts 30 years, and yeah, all parts of the system last about 30 years these days. The failure rate on panels is 1 in 10,000, so it's insignificant. The warranties are now 25 years on most panels, or the panels I use anyway. So,
all right, thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you, Mr. Dyson. Thank you for your testimony. Welcome.
Thank you. I'm Marge Stone King, Executive Director of the American Lung Association in Alaska. And in the United States, we have made great strides in reducing air pollution since the 1970s with the implementation of the Clean Air Act. However, climate change is beginning to reverse that trend. The State of the Air report is put out by the American Lung Association every spring, and it measures and reports on the 2 most common harmful outdoor pollutants, particle pollution and ozone. The most recent report just released last month, the 2019 report, reports on data 2015 to 2017, the 3 hottest years globally on record. It coincides with data from cities all across this nation who reported their highest levels of particle pollution and ozone, both short-term and year-round particle pollution. So this is why the American Lung Association is now involved in climate change work, because climate change is a public health emergency. In addition to the points that Dr. Demain brought up earlier regarding allergens and the intensity and increasing of that allergen season, he also mentioned wildfires. Wildfires, one could argue, is beyond our control. That's not an air quality thing we can regulate or mitigate. It is something that is proven to be tied to climate change. It is getting worse, and it drives terrible particle pollution. And we see that all across the western United States. We've seen it in Alaska before, though we happen to have been fortunate in this particular reporting period with regard to wildfires. Ozone. Ozone is ground level ozone. I'm not a chemist, but basically it's a combination of tailpipe emissions and heat. We don't have ozone pollution in Alaska because it doesn't get hot enough in our urban populations. That could change with climate change and temperature increases. So we have particle pollution issues in some specific communities. On the year-round level, in the past, it's been a problem with wildfires, particularly in Fairbanks. We now have problems also in the Mat-Su. In both cases, there are additional challenges with regard to home heating by wood. But wildfires is definitely a concern. And so American Lung Association urges your support of the Anchorage Climate Action Plan, because like most public health work, it starts best and is most sustainable at the local level. Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony. Welcome.
My name is Bill Sheffield, and Cynthia Wentworth is with me here. We want to talk to you about something that's dear to my heart, and I been in Alaska a couple of years. Maybe I got here in '53, and I think this is about the third time I've addressed an assembly. But we didn't have these nice quarters in those days. Anyway, I've been a champion the last 3 years of a rail line, a commuter rail line from Wasilla to Anchorage and to the Anchorage airport. So let me explain that just a little bit. We have the railroad tracks now from Wasilla, of course, into Anchorage and to the airport. And we have tracks going to go down to Girdwood as well and to Seward. So by getting a commuter rail from Wasilla to Anchorage, you take a majority of that traffic from Palmer into Anchorage in the morning. If you have not driven that in the morning, take a trip out there sometime and see how long it takes you and how many cars go past you going 80 miles an hour when you're doing 70, probably too fast anyway. So you take a lot of cars off the highway, and the DOT doesn't have to fix the highway as much because there won't be that much traffic on it, and so you save a lot of money. And it'd be nice to have the Assembly of Anchorage in favor of this project and make a noticeable effect to help us in that project. All we try to do in life, is make things better for your neighbor and make for the people in the community. And we've done a good job in Anchorage. You folks have helped a lot. This is one way that you can get behind it and save a lot. And then I'd like to have Cynthia Wentworth say a few words.
Thank you, Governor. Yeah, I think the governor has said the really important points. I think it's really important to look at all the emissions that would be reduced by getting those cars off the highway. That's very significant, especially considering that 47% of the greenhouse gas emissions in the Anchorage area come from transportation. I'm a longtime activist for commuter rail. He said pretty much what I feel strongly about. The money for the airport rail station, which is named after him, I was at the meeting where that was obtained back in the late 90s, and we're still waiting for commuter rail. The problem is that in the United States, the lion's share of our money goes towards highways, and we need to, but it's not impossible to get it for rail, and other cities are doing it. Seattle's a good example. So I wanted to say, too, that I'm going to be attending a conference, or hope to be attending a conference in September in Vancouver, BC, called Railvolution. And they have this conference every year somewhere in North America. This year it's in Vancouver. And I'd like to see a representative, at least one from the Muni, go to this conference. I could be glad to forward you the information. the Vancouver Airport Rail Station is going to be featured at this conference. And there, it actually works the way we'd like to see it work in Anchorage. They have the SkyTrain, which takes you from the Vancouver Airport Rail Station right into downtown Vancouver. And we could have the same thing in Anchorage. So, thanks.
Thank you for your testimony, and please send that information to us.
Okay.
Yeah. Thank you, Governor.
Yeah.
Welcome.
My name is Christina Loris, and I must say it is most refreshing to hear all these people say everything I've been worried about for a very long time. I'm on board with these other folks here regarding commuter rail. And one of the things I know about the train is it's not going to bother anybody if you're using your phone or having a cup of coffee. And I think about all the things you could do sitting on a train, daydreaming, or even reading the paper, or doing something other than having to watch the road and get a little bit relaxed before, say, going to work, especially if you live out in the valley or even just Eagle River, further out. We have a big city here. And I'm just hoping that this evening there's just one little seed of inspiration is planted in all of your minds about getting this thing called commuter rail to take a little bit of a leap in your imagination, because I think it's something that all of us could use, and we know we need it. We need to do something to help this earth to keep us healthier and wealthier. And I really appreciate the fact that we have something like the Anchorage Climate Action Plan that we can hopefully vote on and do something about, because it's important to do something. Thank you very much.
Thank you for your testimony. Welcome.
Thank you. My name is Dana Larson, and I want to thank all the groups that have worked so hard together on this climate action plan and all the way they've just worked together. I work with children, youth, and adults in one of the faith communities here in Anchorage. And people of faith bring a unique and important message about the care of God's gift of creation. God created this world and entrusted us to care for it. We are committed to take the steps not only to protect the creation, but also to be a voice for those most vulnerable to environmental injustice, those on the margins of our societies, and those who will suffer the consequences of climate change sooner and more severely than others. Many of us, and probably all of you, understand the reality of this here in Alaska, as well as in other parts of the world. Our creation is groaning and needs healing. This action plan provides a way for all of us, children, youth, and adults, to respond to the cry of this earth and to attend to the needs of the marginalized, and above all, to respond to the plea of millions around the world and support the consensus of the world for the healing of our wounded creation. The plan provides entry levels for everyone in this municipality to get involved and to make a difference. I hope you, as our assembly, will join in solidarity with the many groups already committed to healing our creation by passing this climate action plan. Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony. Welcome.
Good evening. My name is Robin Bronin. I work at the Alaska Institute for Justice as a climate scientist and as an attorney. And I'm here tonight to encourage you to support the Climate Action Plan. We here in Alaska are in a climate crisis. And the reason why I say that is because the Intergovernmental Panel on Climate Change in October stated that our global temperatures cannot go above 1.5 degrees Celsius without it being catastrophic for human society and all other species. In Alaska, we are already over 3.5 degree Celsius increase, which is about 7 degrees during the winter time. Our March that just passed, we were 20 to 40 degrees Fahrenheit above the norm, which is 11 degrees Celsius. And so the point that I want to make to you, it's awesome to adopt the Climate Action Plan, but we need to implement and focus on adaptation. And here are the things that I am really concerned about for our city. Extreme wind events. We have had them, not recently, but about 5 years ago we had extreme wind events. We don't get hurricanes here yet, but we have had hurricane strength winds and our city is not prepared for them. Extreme precipitation events. If you look at what's happening in other parts of the United States, you will see that there have been extreme rain precipitation events that have caused extreme flooding. I am really concerned that we in our city could be subjected to extreme flooding, and we are not prepared for that. I'm also really concerned about drought because we've lost our snowpack. And for those of you who have lived here for years, you know that our winters are not the same, and we're getting almost equal amounts of rain and snow, which is profoundly impacting drought in our community, which of course leads to the wildfires that folks talked about. So after tonight, after hopefully you adopt this plan, I hope you really think about how we need to adapt as a community to these extreme changes in our environment so we can all be safe. Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony. Welcome.
Hi, my name is Micah Hahn. I'm an assistant professor of environmental health at the Institute for Circumpolar Health Studies at the University of Alaska, Anchorage. And over the last year and a half, I've been working with many people in this room to develop the Climate Action Plan, and I've been on the steering committee to see this work forward. What an opportunity. You could be known as the assembly that passed the first Climate Action Plan in Anchorage. Just a couple of weeks ago, many of us attended a community film screening at the museum where we were inspired by how other municipalities see investing in renewables and taking action on climate change as an opportunity for community renewal. They're taking their biggest social and environmental issues and tackling them in conjunction with climate change. In LA, for example, they have a program where previously incarcerated individuals are learning to be solar installers. In Iowa, they realized that their vast farmlands were one of their biggest assets, so they've helped farmers supplement their income by installing solar arrays. We're excited to see what creative business and investment opportunities the Climate Action Plan will spur in Anchorage. I also wanted to highlight the role of the University of Alaska in the development of the Climate Action Plan. From the beginning of this journey, it was clear that the mutual enthusiasm and dedication of the Muni staff and university faculty and staff engaged in this process would be key to achieving success. This is such a positive experience in so many ways. From the perspective of the university, engaging in this work provided an opportunity to apply our academic expertise to a real-world endeavor that would have a direct impact on our own community. This opportunity extended to the many students who were involved in working groups and community engagement events. These students had a chance to experience a model of interdisciplinary, collaborative, and equity-focused planning and got a glimpse of how their education and career path after graduation could support this work in Anchorage, Alaska, and more broadly. From the perspective of the municipality, the plan that was developed through this collaborative process included many more sectors and a substantial emphasis on actions required for adaptation, as Robin mentioned, or responding to the changes that are already happening as a result of the climate change. We look forward to continuing this university partnership with the municipality on the Climate Action Plan and other pressing issues in Anchorage. While it's exciting to think about the innovation that the Climate Action Plan can facilitate and self-gratifying to reflect on this wonderful learning process that got us to today, I want to emphasize that passing the Climate Action Plan is only the first step in a long road towards a new energy economy and community resilience. While the Climate Action Plan lays a foundation for a long-term agreement that we as a community are committing to, the realization of the actions in the plan will require initiative, perseverance, and creativity from all of us. For example, I know Shana and Mark and others are already working to improve energy efficiency in municipal buildings and track the impact on emissions. As an epidemiologist, my contributions will be concentrated in the health and emergency preparedness sector. One of the biggest gaps we have in this area is the lack of data for monitoring how environmental changes are impacting the health of Anchorage residents. We need this information so that our health department and Office of Emergency Management can identify points of innovation for public health programs. I am asking each of you to look through the plan and identify an action that you want to push forward. Find your issue, take ownership, and take initiative to see it through. We have pulled together the goals and identified partners who can help move forward each action, but it's up to each of you to take us
If you could wrap it up, please.
Of course. Well, it's up to each of you and each of us to make sure the plan is a living and flourishing document. Thank you for your service and positive vision for Anchorage. I look forward to seeing what we can achieve together, and I ask you to please support the Climate Action Plan.
Thank you for your testimony. Welcome.
Thank you. My name is George Donnard. Thank you for continuing to address climate change policy today. The 12th Annual Survey of Emerging Risks by the Society of Actuaries, an international organization of insurance actuaries, was released earlier this month. The survey reports climate change as the top current insurance risk, the top emerging insurance risk, and top risk combination. Going forward, insurance costs for the municipality and the taxes that pay for them will increase with each large climate disaster. Insurance is just one of the nuts and bolts impacts that climate change brings to operations of our city. Though we can't, by our actions alone, reverse the direction on climate, we must do our part. I urge you all to vote to adopt the Climate Action Plan. Thank you very much.
Thank you for your testimony. Welcome.
Good evening. My name is Dorothy Childers, and I'm absolutely thrilled to see the Climate Action Plan. I think that partnering with UAA was a brilliant approach to creating the plan and engaging so many of us. Establishing the Resilience Subcabinet seems like a practical way forward to see the plan's implementation and the public's continued participation. It's so important for our city to be proactive. The consequences of climate change are immense. So the solutions must be far-reaching and require wide participation. And that's why the plan will be meaningful, because it engages our community as a whole, and it adds to the similar steps being taken and developed and implemented by other cities and civil society at every level. Thank you for this roadmap, and I look forward to the implementation of the plan and all the benefits that will flow from it. Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony. Before you begin, sir, if there's anyone else that would like to testify, if we could get in line, please. Welcome.
Hi, my name is Scott Grun. I'm a lifelong Anchorage resident, and I'm very heartened by the ratio of speakers that we just listened to. It's approximately the same ratio that we would get if we were listening to people speaking at a science symposium. So you already know very well the effects that Alaska is already seeing. We're seeing ocean acidification. We're seeing ocean warming. We're seeing seabirds die off. We're seeing the longer summers that are bolstering our spruce bark beetle infestations. You're probably aware that we're having a shorter winters. By the way, Keegan Randall is a member of Protect Our Winters, another climate change organization. But did you know that if Alaska seceded from the Union, we would rule the world in greenhouse gas emissions per capita? We would be number one. So between the harms and our relation to the cause, if Alaskans don't step up, who will? It's our job because of how much it's impacting us and because of how much we, per capita, are impacting it. So we have every reason to lead, and Anchorage, as Alaska's largest city, has every reason to lead the state. And if we as a city and we as a state start acting, then that will make ripples nationwide, and our nation will make ripples throughout the world. So we know the solutions, we already have the technology, and this climate action plan is our best first step. This is the issue by which future generations will judge us, and I'm so grateful that you all are in your chairs to make such an important decision, and I thank you for your yes votes.
Thank you, sir. I have a question for you. Mr. Dyson.
I'm listening very carefully, and I appreciate your testimony. So, did you say that human-caused pollution, greenhouse gases in Alaska exceeds what the human greenhouse production is in any other nation or state or city?
Per capita, Alaska's
per
greenhouse
capita.
yes, per capita, Alaska's greenhouse gas emissions exceed those of any full country, but not. There are 3 other states that are ahead of us.
Thank you.
Mm-hmm.
Thank you, Mr. Dyson. Ms. Kennedy.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. That kind of leads me into my question. So could we also then get where Alaska ranks in terms of states for production of greenhouse gases or carbon dioxide emissions?
I believe the statistic that I am aware of is the greenhouse gas emissions, so the carbon dioxide equivalent. We are 4th in the country by state. North Dakota is up there, Texas is up there, and I believe Louisiana may be in front of us.
Okay, well, I didn't maybe make my question clear, but I understand that we rank very high per capita, but in terms of overall production in our entire state versus all the other states, we're actually in the lower 25%. So it kind of depends on if you use that per capita quantifier, that it makes it look like we're, because we're such a small number, do we have any actual data then that, numbers that compare us exactly to other states that says we produce this much and this state produces another number? I guess I'm just looking for the real numbers that basically do put all those states in a rank order.
I've looked at those numbers. It's been a few months, but they are readily available from the US EIA. I can provide those to you if you like.
Thank you, Ms. Kennedy. Thank you for your testimony. Welcome.
Hi, good evening. My name is Brian Brett Schneider. I'm a research climate scientist with the University of Alaska Fairbanks, and I'm also a participant in the development of the Anchorage Climate Action Plan. And I just wanted to get up here and say that it's important as when we're developing public policy that we have confidence that we're using the best available science. And so I want to make sure that the members of the Assembly know that, that the development of this plan incorporated the best science as we know it today. And I also wanted to briefly address that I understand that there was a document that was distributed by the Heartland Institute last week to the members of the Assembly. And I want to make sure the Assembly knows that that does not represent the current state of the body of scientific knowledge in relation to what we know about climate science. In fact, the Heartland Institute made their claim to fame by being the institution that advanced anti-tobacco propaganda in the early 1990s and was tasked with convincing people that smoking really wasn't bad for you. So when you see that document, kind of keep that in the back of your mind. And they actually have no climate scientists on their staff. So it is they are a think tank, not a climate science institution. So again, thank you for letting me speak, and I appreciate the time. Thank you.
Thank you. I have a question for you, sir.
Yeah, I just
Mr.
want
Constant.
to be clear, just to make sure I got you. They didn't advance anti-tobacco policy. They advanced policies that supported tobacco, right? Their science was saying there are no harms to secondhand smoke.
That is, I guess I kind of see that as splitting hairs, but that very well may be the case.
Yeah, well, but to say they were anti-tobacco implies that they were working to stop tobacco use.
I'm sorry. Thank you for the correction. They advanced they advanced policies that were pro-tobacco. Sorry for misstating that.
Thank you, Mr. Constant. Ms. LaFrance.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you for your testimony. A quick question. Where would you suggest people go to get the best available science?
The best available science, I would say the National Climate Data Center. Any number of U.S. government institutions provide more information than you could read in a lifetime. I would say that there's any number of people in the state of Alaska, this is a hotbed for climate research. There are many, many people here in the state that could provide information on every aspect of the climate system that has been discussed in this Climate Action Plan and many others as well.
Thank you, Ms. LaFrance. Yeah. Mr. Dunbar.
Doctor, didn't you promise to wear a moose outfit?
Excuse me?
Didn't you promise to wear a moose costume at one point?
I did. In a previous discussion last week, I committed to wearing a moose outfit tonight, but sadly, it didn't turn out to.
Well, it's not going to impact my vote,
way.
but I just want to express my disappointment.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Dunbar. Thank you for your testimony. Welcome.
Good evening, Assembly. I'd like to speak a little bit more about public health and the emergency planning portion of the plan. My name is Michael Brubaker. I'm the son of John and Jillian Brubaker of East Anchorage. Our family moved from Juneau to Anchorage in 1966, and I feel fortunate to have lived my life in Anchorage. Over the years, change has usually been associated with development rather than with climate. Building our city, new parks and schools, bike trails, and businesses. But today, we are awakening to the reality that climate is a major driver for change in our city, and that climate change is affecting the health and safety of our residents. I'd like to describe 3 events that stand out as examples of how climate change is affecting public health. 1, in 2004, a cholera-like illness caused 54 cruise ship passengers to become sick after eating Alaskan-grown oysters. The cause was a bacteria known only to occur in warm coastal waters south of Alaska. Today, the bacteria, called Vibrio parahemolyticus, is endemic to Alaska waters and a regular concern for the farms that raise oysters and for the restaurants in Anchorage that serve them. We need to plan how to keep our food safe. Number 2, after an unusually warm winter, the summer of 2006 was a particularly bad summer for wasps and wasp stings. Fairbanks reported its first fatal sting-related death ever. A study by Dr. Demain found that the number of clinical cases of wasp stings in Anchorage had increased by 47%. We need a plan to understand changing levels of risk and to prevent related injury and illness. Finally, a case study on air quality. In May of 2016, an early spring caused record levels of tree pollen in Anchorage. There were 10 times the normal high level. In Anchorage and across Alaska, health clinics and hospitals reported a 50% spike in clinical visits for asthma and allergies. We need a plan to monitor changes in our environment that impact public health. This climate action plan is important because it lays the groundwork for understanding the links between climate change, environmental impacts, and health effects. And it lays the groundwork for how to address negative effects and how to adapt in healthy ways. I think it will help put Anchorage back in control of change and continue on our path creating a healthy city with vision and opportunity. Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony. Would anyone else like to testify on this item? Anyone at all? Seeing and hearing no one, public testimony is closed. What is the will of the body?
Move to approve.
Second.
Moved and seconded. Any discussion on this item? Ms. Salatel.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I have a small amendment, and I'm going to have to do it here on the floor. It is on line 39 of page 1. Starting, so it says, includes additional recommendations that will insert advance equity, comma, and then that paragraph would continue down to line 42 as written, insert after green space and And then the amendment would conclude on line 1 of the next page to put the insert a semicolon after impacts and delete the rest of, delete and advance equity in the semicolon and leave the and.
Second.
Could you give the clerk your copy? Thank you. And who was the second on that?
Constant.
Okay, Mr. Constant was the second on that. Any discussion on that? I'm just going to start from the queue. Mr. Peterson on that amendment? Okay. Ms. Altel, yes, go ahead.
So I move to amend to put advanced equity at the front of this list because when we do documents that are significant like this, I think we need to keep equity at the forefront of this discussion and not as an afterthought. And when I read that list, I felt like it was very much an afterthought. I actually think it should go, and I like that it goes right before save money, because I think it just should be at the forefront of all of our considerations and our actions taken under this plan.
Thank you, Ms. Altel. Mr. Dyson on the amendment.
Yeah, I'm sorry, I was out. Can you quickly summarize what the amendment does? But I'm also very interested in what you mean by equity.
May I, Mr. Chair? Thank you. It puts advanced equity, which is right now at the last of that whereas paragraph at the end of page 1, and it puts it to the front of the list.
Okay.
And by equity, I think we need to consider everyone and its impacts as we go forward with this plan to ensure that regardless, that we aren't leaving out neighborhoods due to socioeconomic status, that people of color and minorities are adequately protected the same way by this plan as other individuals. It needs to be at the forefront of the discussion to make sure that we don't have inadvertent adverse impacts or inadvertently are leaving people out because we're not thinking through those considerations.
May I follow up? Yeah, so as I understand it, and you've heard my pretty pointed questions, nothing we are going to do here will much improve the atmosphere that we breathe here. And nothing we are going to do here will affect the climate here very much. Now, but so in terms of getting the health benefits, in terms of the air we breathe and so on, everybody's going to get the same. But where you may be going is people can do and we can help to implement, people have more energy efficient houses and lower utility bills and maybe better climate in their houses and so on. And so does equity mean to you that everyone would, in every neighborhood would get access to that kind of help?
Through the chair, yes, Mr. Dyson, that we not leave out or we make equitable considerations so that maybe we have to spend more money to bring solarization to neighborhoods that wouldn't otherwise be able to access it.
All right, I'm glad I asked, and I appreciate your answer.
Thank you, Mr. Dyson. Thank you, Ms. Altel. Ms. Sporowski.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I would like to speak to Ms. Zalatel's point. We often see in the United States that neighborhoods that are on the lower economic scale produce the least carbon, have the smallest carbon footprint, but yet they are the most affected by air pollution. And I really support what Ms. Zalatel is doing because this includes that and it makes sure that there's equity, whether it's someone in Mountain View or someone on Hillside. And I really appreciate what you're doing. And we see movements like Solarize Spenard that are picking up speed and they're really, really moving forward. So thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Sporowski. Any further discussion on the amendment? Seeing none, members may proceed to vote. Mr. Perez-Verdia? That amendment passes 10-0. Any further amendments? Hopefully someone else has a good one. All right. Mr. Peterson.
Well, thank you, Mr. Chairman. Yeah, that was just the amendment. So, I want to talk about what I think one of the best things about this plan is it sets a goal. If you don't have a goal, how do you know when you're successful? How do you know when you've reached the pinnacle or when you've done what you set out to do? And it reminds me of what happened in the state that I grew up in. My home state was Iowa. And back in, I believe it was 2005, they set a goal to have 20% of the electricity in the entire state produced by renewables. And at the time they passed that, less than 3% of their electricity was produced by renewables. And most of that was hydro. And the reason that they decided to do that was because they have a lot of wind in northern and western Iowa. And so they set the goal that they were going to do it by 2015. Well, they actually reached it by 2013. And at last check, 40% of the electricity being produced in the state of Iowa today is produced by renewables. So sometimes when you set a goal, you actually exceed the goal. And what an amazing thing that is. Someone that was testifying earlier mentioned our warm temperatures that we had in March of this year. I was watching the news one night, and one of our local weather people produced an amazing statistic. She talked about the average high temperatures for the month of March from 1970 through 2018. And the statistic that grabbed my attention was that the average high temperature in March in Anchorage in that 48-year period had increased 12.2 degrees. So I know there's some out there that don't believe that the warming or that climate change is caused by human activity. And there's also some that will say that whatever we do to try to solve this problem will be inconsequential because Anchorage is such a small city when you look at all the billions of people in the world. But one thing I learned growing up on a farm was that many hands make light work. And so if we all pull together in the same direction, who knows what goal we might be able to reach. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Mr. Peterson. Ms. Kennedy.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Is it too late to make an amendment?
It is not.
Okay, thank you. I would like to amend to exempt the Chugiak Eagle River area from the Climate Action Plan.
Second.
Moved and seconded. Ms. Kennedy.
Thank you. We had some very interesting discussion in the Chugiak Eagle River area this morning, and Chair Rivera came out and talked with Mr. Dyson and I and 5 of our past assembly members. And one of the concerns in regard to this plan was specifically the lack of coordination with the Chugiak Eagle River Comprehensive Plan. And there are just parts of it that are not reconciled at this point, that are in direct conflict with what our community's comprehensive plan is. So without delaying this plan until we either have the ability to come up with the amendments that might work better into this or actually take the time to revise that comprehensive plan, I would like to see us actually be exempt from this plan on its big, broad, general basis. So.
Thank you, Ms. Kennedy. So I'm going to start at the top of the queue and ask if folks want to speak to this amendment. Ms. Spiroski.
Spiroski and no.
Dang it. Thank you. Spiroski. I will get it before you leave, I promise. Okay, thank you, Ms. Spiroski. Mr. Dunbar.
Well, I'd like to Yeah, is Ms. Kilcoyne here?
Yes, I believe. Yeah.
Could I ask her a question about this? Could you describe a little bit about whether Chugach Eagle River was considered during this plan, and how what your position, having worked on this plan, is with regard to this amendment? Or if there's another municipal official or someone else you think from the Climate Action Plan Committee you think is better suited, please point them out. I'd happy to ask them the same question.
Well, I can start by saying that we did try to get more people into the working groups from the Chugach Eagle River area. We asked a few people, and yes, we probably could have done more on that. I did speak to the Eagle River Chamber of Commerce, and we offered workshops throughout the entire municipality, including Chugach and Eagle River, including through their community councils. So we also did have a lot of input on the public statement period from Chugach School, but so I don't know if that answers your question fully, or if
Ms. Browse, do you want to speak
come
to
and
Through the chair to Mr. Dunbar and Ms. Kennedy, the administration drafted this document specifically to include the opportunity for this to be an iterative process and not currently push any of the existing comprehensive plans out of place. Anything that's set in code right now trumps this document until we have that conversation at the Assembly.
Yeah, that was my understanding as well. I had asked some pointed questions at the beginning of this discussion via email to the administration, and it was clear to me the plan does not trump any comprehensive plan or really any other code. So for that reason, I will not be supporting this amendment. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Dunbar. Ms. LaFrance, do you want to speak on this amendment?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I was in the queue for the main motion, but I'm curious, and maybe this is not the time to discuss, but as to what are the sticking points between the Eagle River Comprehensive Plan and this document, how many there are, how big a project will this be to resolve?
Go ahead.
Thank you. That question has not been fully looked at yet, but just from the preliminary look at it, it was in regard to transportation, zoning, business district design. There were some issues in density, housing density, and I just kind of giving that in a general categories. But and I will also say that I sit on the board of the Chugach Eagle River Chamber of Commerce, and there was a presentation on the climate plan given to the community forum. We have our monthly or twice a month forums with the chamber. So there was a presentation. I don't know that I would call that participation, but so anyway, there was maybe a connection, if you will, but there was, as far as I know, there was never any kind of an overlay for the comprehensive plan over the particular climate action plan.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Ms. LaFrance. Mr. Constant, do you want to speak on this amendment? Thank you, Mr. Constant. I'll speak briefly, if you could acknowledge me.
Thank you, Mr. Rivera.
Thank you, Madam Vice Chair. I want to thank Ms. Kennedy for bringing this amendment forward. At this meeting earlier today, there were some concerns brought up, and I stated very clearly that Eagle River always has valued its ability to self-determine, and that this could be a debate that we could have as a body. So I appreciate Ms. Kennedy bringing this forward. I don't know how we'll be voting on this measure. I understand from the administration that even though Ms. Kennedy feels like there are some conflicts that this plan would not overrule the comprehensive plan, I hope that in future iterations of this plan that we're able to work out some specific pieces that work for Eagle River.
Thank you, Mr. Rivera.
Mr. Perez-Verdia on this amendment.
No comment.
Mr. Weddleton on this amendment.
Well, thanks. So, I generally have an inclination if, two reps from an area want to do something, I would support it. But this seems very odd to me because, I looked at it. I mean, a lot of the issues on Eagle River are similar to Hillside, larger lots and so on. Girdwood is far away, and their carbon footprint when they work in town is quite high. But, this plan, I mean, it's interesting. I think it's useful. I'll support it. But it really is just a toolbox. It doesn't do anything. It sets a goal that even it admits if we did everything here, we wouldn't meet that goal. I mean, it's pretty clear. If we did everything here, it's not going to solve global warming. We'll have some local benefits. I think the air will be cleaner, which I'm all for. But this does nothing to impact Eagle River. It just says, here's a toolbox. So with with any of our plans, Hillside District Plan and your plans, you may modify them because there's benefits here, and you could grab some of these tools, but where you don't, you don't. So I'm puzzled. And I think that's the small amount of confusion I've gotten through emails and so on is that, this forces us to do something. I don't see anything here that forces us to do anything. It's just a toolbox. So anyway, I would not support removing an area. I just don't see the benefit, and it'd be very puzzling to do that, given what this does. So thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Weddleton. Ms. Kennedy.
Thank you. I'm next in the queue there? Yeah, okay, never mind. Sorry. That actually is a very intriguing thought, because my impression is that people do expect something to happen, to come of this, that it's going to carry some weight. And so that's kind of been my question about all of this. If this is just, these are just a bunch of great ideas, okay, and I wouldn't argue that they aren't. I mean, there are plenty of good ideas in here. My question is, to what extent could things be implemented, at what cost? If it's just a good idea, then we don't really need a plan. We can just have great ideas come up whenever they need to come up before the assembly or in any other department. So I guess that leads me to that question, is what is the expectation of this particular document, and what kind of weight does it carry? And again, then going back to something that Mr. Dunbar said about the idea of one document, this document, not being able to trump any of the other documents that we work with for hopefully good, solid public process. But my question, thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Kennedy. Mr. Dyson.
Thank you. My first impression looking at the thing is pretty well done. Lots of good ideas, lots of good things to work toward. One of the things that has confused me, and I don't know if you've dealt with this, Mr. Peterson, but in another venue that we served, resolutions were just saying this is what we think or what we'd like. And here we have them as action documents. Lots of things on our consent agenda. We pass a resolution and make something happen. This resolution says municipal employees and departments will begin implementation of this plan. It has some force as a result of that. There'll also be this interdepartment resiliency and so forth. And it says the Assembly will support the action plan with ordinances, appropriations, and so on and so forth. And under the questioning in our work session, I asked the folks there that made the presentation to us, I mean, they were very clear that their hope was that we would put all this stuff in ordinance so they couldn't be changed in the future. It's an exact quote of what they said. And of course, we know we can always change ordinances in the future. Constitution are a little tougher and so on. But I see this as more of a plan, and this language here saying we will begin to do it makes it more than just a really good document to start thinking from. So, I'll support Ms. Kennedy on this. We will lose on it and so on, and then we'll come back and have a little discussion, I think, on the resolution itself. I have some other reservations that I'd like to present to you. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Dyson. Any further discussion on this amendment? Everyone's in the queue, but I think you're all here to speak to the main motion. Okay, then let's go ahead and vote on this amendment. That amendment fails 8-2. Any further amendments before we debate the main motion? Okay, not seeing none. Ms. Sporowski.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Got it, yay. So I'd just like to say some facts. Alaska has experienced our coast eroding and falling into the ocean because of permafrost melting and because of the acidity in the water. We have seen whales, at least 2 whales be beached just in Alaska within the past month. And we have experienced major differences in winters that we have seen. And I would just like to state that sustainability starts with us, whether it's buying metal straws and taking that with you. That's one step closer to sustainability. And it may be hard and it can be a hard transition, but if every one of us gave up plastic bags, which we will have to do here soon, it will help the environment overall. And I'd just like to thank you all for bringing this forward. I'm really glad that this is on the agenda on my last night. So thank you all.
Thank you, Ms. Borowski. Mr. Dunbar.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'll keep it very brief. I think my colleagues and the people who testified tonight have already eloquently expressed why we are doing this and the urgent need for climate action. So I just want to take a moment to thank everyone who worked on this, particularly municipal employees who worked on it, folks from UAA, and particularly the members of the public who took time out of their busy lives, who said, this matters to me, this matters for future generations, and helped us form a climate action plan for Anchorage. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Dunbar. Mr. Constant.
Thank you. So I have heard kind of complaints outside in the public from just a couple of people, and their complaints all fall into the same category. One, it won't change anything, which is pretty nihilistic. And then 2, it's only going to make an infinitesimal small impact. It's not going to do much. Why waste the time? And then it got me to thinking that in 1969, the Cuyahoga River caught on fire, right? That we had a world in which it was actually just so polluted in every direction that the water was burning. And what did we do? We organized and we cleaned it up and we fixed those rivers and we have fish in those rivers again. In 1973, the Endangered Species Act passed, and we, for a measure of time, slowed down the inexorable tide of extinctions that were occurring. But then just this summer, we are seeing, or spring, 60 whales at least up and down the west coast on their migration from California to Alaska. You know, when I was in junior high, the call was save the whales, and for a while we did. Just today, BP and Shell announced that they're joining the lobby to support a UN carbon tax. I was in D.C. in March, and I met a woman who is an underwriter for Lloyd's of London, and she said their biggest challenge right now is figuring out how to underwrite insurance claims as the world changes. I don't believe that doing nothing is an option, and even if it's a little tiny thing, if a whole bunch of us do a little tiny thing, big changes will come. It just might take some time. Somebody asked, what's my action? And my action this year is to reduce waste and litter prevention all over our community. I want to see less trash. I want to see our landfill last for another 100 years instead of 30, because we can do that. So I am grateful to be part of this vote, to be part of this conversation, and to be in a place in the world where we are saying it's time to do something different. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Constant.
Mr. Rivera?
Thank you, Madam Vice Chair. I just want to speak briefly on this. Mr. Dunbar, I just want to echo the comments that he made. I am very impressed by the work that has been done on this and by the vast amount of community input that has been received. by the foresight and the leadership of our community leaders and municipal leaders, and especially by the talented municipal staff that have worked tirelessly on this document. I am curious about and would like to ask the administration about reporting back to the Assembly on this document, and particularly around the financing mechanisms and the specific points that all touch the municipality, how those will get reported back to the Assembly. That's the only question I have. I don't know, Ms. Browse, if you have a quick answer to that. Or Ms. Kilcoyne, thank you.
There's a couple different measures for doing that, and we're working on accountability and leadership. So we are developing indicators for each of these things. We've also got a grant to do a detailed financing map, so that we can absolutely share with the Assembly when we do have that. And again, each one of these things, a lot of them in the plan you've seen are quite broad, and so we can't necessarily give a detailed cost-benefit analysis, but we absolutely will do so as we come to the Assembly with either code or policy changes as they come. Was there anything you want to add, Ms. Browse?
To the chairman, if the Assembly sees fit, they can refer any sort of updates to one of the committees. We'd be happy to meet either semi-annually or annually to give you updates. As Shana mentioned, the financing plan will be coming towards you so that you'll be able to see what the proposals may mean. But any action that is taken through ordinance or budgetary purposes will come to this body for approval as part of the regular process that we all live through.
Okay, great, thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Rivera.
Thank you, Madam Vice Chair. Ms. Spiroski.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'd also like to give a quick shout out to Alaska Youth for Environmental Action, who has been hosting the Youth Climate Strike on Fridays. It's been a great opportunity to hear youth voices and youth opinion and youth solution for climate change. And I really hope to see some of the AYA people at the Youth Advisory Commission talking about resolutions that we could work together on and all of that good stuff.
Thank you, Ms. Spiroski. Mr. Dyson.
Yeah, thank you. I hope one of my colleagues here wasn't suggesting that I was suggesting we do nothing. Absolutely not true. There's things about this that are great, and certainly when I built my house, I went by the best stuff that was available from the Coal Regions Research Lab in Fairbanks, and have encouraged others to do so, and it did pretty good for the day. Certainly did everything that the state was supporting with heating systems and so on. And I think those are all very good, and there's no downside to it. Some of them, the payout isn't as good, and I would, just like we were talking about geotechnical stuff a few months ago, I'd like there a way for people who are getting a house built to know if their contractor is building to the best Arctic structure codes, and when you buy a house, that there be some way of knowing how well it was insulated, and a good inspector would tell that. I'm greatly concerned, and I'm delighted with what we are doing with solid waste and recycling. Those guys are working the problem, and there may be a better way to do it. I don't know it. The ocean acidification is a huge issue. The garbage in it, most of that, all of that virtually, is human caused, and it's tragic. And political things keep the solutions from going. I mean, there's a zone of death at the end of the Mississippi River that goes out tens of miles out there, all from runoff from fertilizer in the farm districts, and guess which congressman won't take that one on? So there's human things going on that we need to be even far better. It was disappointing to me that this plan did not talk about the greenhouse gas as a result of the jet aircraft in and out of here. And somebody told me yesterday, that somebody that's really knowledgeable in this field, that the takeoffs here the greenhouse gases from the airplanes in and out of Stevens dwarfs all the rest of the transportation sector here in it. And that isn't even in here. Our worst greenhouse gas producer isn't here. And of course, nobody talked about the military aircraft in and out of Jaber. So, I mean, there's huge targets of where we can make a difference on greenhouse gases that are not even mentioned here. And you can think about why not, but the fact that they're not mentioned and not dealt with is pretty spooky to me. Also, as I mentioned, the use of natural gas in the transportation sector profoundly helps the air pollution, fuel economy, and fuel costs, and even engine wear. If we want cheaper electrical power we've been talking about this since I sat here 30 years ago, and that is have an efficient loop of the power plants and economic dispatch for electrical use around the rail belt, and that's been an issue for 30 years. In those years, the transmission of electrical power, the technology has changed profoundly. Now, the high voltage DC transmission lines, the line losses are 7 or 8 times, or several times less than with AC transmission. And there's huge things to be gathered from that. And with the economic dispatch, but it takes improvement of the transmission lines, then the cheapest plants, including the hydro and hopefully someday the wind and tidal, can make a huge difference. With the tidal velocities here we have, and with 2 Knik and Turnagain Arm, it is one of the best situations in the world for having continual production of tidal electricity with a 2-basin loop, both in, that's not here. And there's nothing was explored about waste heat recovery, and when it talked about saving power, it talked about heating, but not cooling. And these glass-fronted buildings around here that we all like pay huge bills every year for air conditioning. That stuff isn't here. And then I look at this plan and I think, this is city people dreaming. They want to get rid of, and it says it here, get rid of gasoline and diesel driven. That means that we're saying we want to implement a plan that is aimed at eliminating, and batteries are never going to do airplanes, not even in any of you guys' lifetime, and they're not going to do it in lots of places. So all the private aircraft, boats, except rowboats and canoes, snow machines, ATVs, chainsaws, portable generators in the bush, and so on. This plan says that we are passing this resolution to start implementing to get to that dream, and so on. So there's some good stuff in here, but I'm not going to be able to support it, and I'm sure not going to be able to look my supporters in the eye and saying that we're committing to some of these goals. Some of them are wonderful. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Dyson. Ms. Kennedy.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I have to echo a lot of what Mr. Dyson just said, and for a lot of the same reasons. And first of all, one of those big things is that, yeah, there's some great ideas in here. There are things that I do myself and have been doing for years, with just my own family and my own home, and I'll continue to do that. And I don't at all have a problem with anybody being better informed about the ideas of how to be more energy conscious or be more waste conscious. Those are all great things, and hopefully we'll have more information for people to be able to share that kind of information and have a better understanding of how to have a less of a negative impact But for me, I go back to what I see this plan is doing. Either we're really serious about this and it's going to be implemented, or it's just a plan and we don't care. It's not really a big deal, so we shouldn't vote for it. Shouldn't even be talking about it to begin with. So I'm still trying to figure out exactly where this goes from here. And for the most part, I've just been totally shocked, really, by the extent to which this plan goes. It covers every division, every department, every aspect of governance that I can think of in this municipality. I mean, it doesn't, I have a list, this long of just some of the things that are in here and how pervasive the whole plan really is. And you can certainly give people credit for doing their homework, and that's obvious. But at the same time, what it does and what it tells me is that this is such a regulatory piece of legislation that it basically, to a certain extent, leaves no room for any kind of opposition to any of the particular elements in this plan. And of course, the argument can be made, well, nothing really happens until it comes before the assembly for a vote. But I'm telling you, this is what happens with plans. It comes before you for a vote for this amount of money, and the first person goes, oh, it's in the plan. So therefore, now there's no more discussion because, well, that was already decided years ago that we were going to put this money toward this. So to a certain extent, this governing body actually loses potential power and authority to really decide, because they'll always go back to say, oh, but it's already been decided, we have this resolution, it's in the plan. So I guess I'm, to a certain extent, kind of maybe alerting this body to that potential. And when it comes right down to it, if they need to say no about something because it's too expensive, or like Mr. Dyson said, we tried that 30 years ago, it didn't work. A lot of things are probably going to come back and cycle through like that. So we need to be aware of that. But for the most part, I really have to. I kind of have like my 4 reasons for opposing it. One is I think it's incredibly expensive. Even over a period of years, the dollar signs are huge. And I just, thanks to Mr. Constant and a tour that he arranged on Friday, had the opportunity to literally go under the port and look at what our port looks like. That terrifies me, because there are probably billions of dollars that have to go into really supporting a port that every person in this state relies on. So I want to see our money go into that. And that is not just, certainly that's an erosion issue, and I don't know that you can blame it on climate change. It's just the nature of what salt water does to ports. But anyway, secondly, I do have a problem with the idea, is this a plan with no practical meaning or intent, or is there actually some intent behind it? And, is there a point to adopting it or not? Third, I think, again, it's addressing a problem that we're not causing. I mean, I've got a map, nice little map up here that's got kind of 2 different ways of looking at our carbon dioxide emissions. One of them says, yes, per capita, we look really bad. So does Wyoming. Wyoming just happens to generate all the electricity for multiple states. So, okay, I get that picture. But if you look at it from an emissions by state standpoint, believe me, California's ahead of us, Texas is ahead of us. Our manufacturing states like Illinois, Ohio, Pennsylvania, they're way ahead of us. And Anchorage is way down at the bottom 4th of the amount of emissions by state. So, sometimes you can use data to paint a picture, if you will. And to a certain extent, we've had a picture painted of Alaska that really looks worse than it really is. And of course, whether or not we have any impact globally, there's certainly a lot of people out there that will tell you, yes, absolutely, we are impacted by climate change. We see it, we know it. but we're not the ones doing the impacting. It's not coming from us, and we're not going to do anything to make it better here. And then the fourth, just the idea that if I really look at this plan seriously, it is so overreaching for governance sake that I find it just really kind of worrisome. And to do all of this in a way that would try to hit the mark, it's not going to do it. So I'll be a no vote, but thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Kennedy. Ms. LaFrance.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So first of all, plans are important guiding documents, and we need them. And as I see it, there are no downsides to passing this plan. It does not come with an immediate cost, and the potential benefits are enormous, including the opportunity for community renewal. And one testifier mentioned not having any hope. This document does give hope. It shows us ways we can take action, and it takes the long view. Yes, we're not going to be able to make these changes immediately. It's going to take time, especially if you're talking about reducing or possibly transitioning away from fossil fuels. That would not be something that would occur in the short term. And as it's pointed out, it's iterative and we'll change it as needed. I believe Mr. Dyson has offered a number of suggestions about ways in which the plan could be further fleshed out. And then I would also note the testifier who said the 100-year point needs to start somewhere. So I say let's vote on it and make it today. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Ms. LaFrance. With that, I don't see any further discussion. Let's go ahead and vote. That resolution passes 8-2. And with that, we're going to go ahead and take a 5-minute break before we get back to business. 2019-69, an ordinance amending Anchorage Municipal Code, Chapter 4.60 to enact a new Section 4.60.300 to establish the Anchorage Complete Count Commission to promote full participation in the U.S. 2020 Census, Department of Law. Public testimony is now open on this item. Would anyone like to testify? Anyone at all? Seeing and hearing no one, public testimony is closed on this item. What is the will of the body?
Move to approve.
Moved and seconded. Any discussion?
Mr. Rivera?
Thank you, Madam Vice Chair. So the members know that this is a item that is of particular passion for me, and without going into too much detail, here is why. In my opinion, if you care about education, if you care about housing, if you care about equitable political representation, if you care about making sure all of our populations are counted, and if you care about the rights of our indigenous peoples, we must have an accurate count in our census. And this Complete Count Commission goes a long way to making sure that we have the staff and hopefully, cross fingers, resources to make this happen. So I am in full support of this and am happy to see this come to fruition.
Thank you, Mr. Rivera.
Thank you, Madam Vice Chair. Any other discussion on this item? Seeing none, members may proceed to vote. Oh, yes. Thank you, Mr. Gates, for the reminder. Trying to go too fast.
Mr. Gates?
Oh, no. Okay, sir.
I was just going to remind the chair that we have an amendment for this ordinance.
Thank you, Mr. Gates. Mr. Rivera?
Thank you. Going too fast. So would like to move amendment number 1. And if I may speak to it, Madam Vice Chair?
Yes, Mr. Rivera?
Thank you, Madam Vice Chair. So this amendment does a few things, and this is, at the work session, Mr. Gates pointed out a couple of concerns that he had about the language, both in B and in D, and what this does, I believe, is just make this concurrent with the other commissions that we have in which elected officials serve as ex officio members. And then as well, Part D sunsets this to October 14th, which is the same sunset date for all of our other commissions. Relatively simple amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Rivera. There's no one in the queue. Does anyone want to speak on the amendment?
You can go ahead and ask for the vote.
If not, members may proceed to vote on the amendment.
Yes, thank you.
Okay.
Huh. There we go.
That amendment passes 9-0.
Thank you, Madam Vice Chair. So any further discussion on the main motion? Seeing none, members may proceed to vote. That ordinance passes 9-0. Do you know what's going on with our projector? Got it. Okay. We now have we now have before us item 14H, resolution number AR 2019-166, a resolution of the municipality of Anchorage approving the 94th Avenue and Old Seward Highway water in Tertiary project and providing for assessment of benefited properties at the time of an on-property service connection.
Waive reading.
Thank you. Public testimony is now open on this item. Would anyone like to testify? Anyone at all? Seeing and hearing no one, public testimony is closed. What is the will of the body?
Move to approve.
Second.
Moved and seconded. Any discussion? Ms. Solotel.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. In the information we received on this, it says that the property owners were invited to meet with AWU on February 21st. Did they come? Did we heard from them at all? If so, what did they say?
Good evening, Mark Schimsheimer, Planning Manager for AWU. We contacted the appropriate property owners. We heard back from two that they were not interested in service at this time. One was interested in service, and that fulfilled our obligation for the three interested parties.
Any further questions, Ms. Salatel?
No, thank you.
Thank you. Any further discussion on this item? Seeing none, members may proceed to vote. That passes 9-0. We now have before us item 14I, resolution number AR 2019-169, a resolution of the Municipality of Anchorage appropriating when tendered $851,950.02 to the State Direct Federal Pass-Through Grants Fund 231900 as a transfer of responsibilities agreement from the State of Alaska Department of Transportation and Public Facilities for the Transit Marketing and Rideshare Program. Thank you. Public testimony is now open on this item. Would anyone like to testify? Anyone at all? Seeing and hearing no one, public testimony is closed. What is the will of the body?
Move to approve.
Second.
Moved and seconded. Any discussion on this item? Seeing none, members may proceed to vote. That item passes 9-0. We now have before us item 14J, resolution number AR 2019-173, a resolution of the Municipality of Anchorage appropriating $608,000 from the Tudor Center Trust as a restricted contribution to the Anchorage Road and Drainage Service Area Capital Fund for the work identified as Tudor Center Traffic Impact Analysis Intersection Improvements as related to the Tudor Center Drive Diplomacy Drive Area Resurfacing Project.
Reading.
Thank you. Public testimony is now open on this item. Would anyone like to testify? Anyone at all? Seeing and hearing no one, public testimony is closed. What is the will of the body?
Move to approve.
Second.
Moved and seconded. Any discussion on this item? Seeing none, members may proceed to vote. Mr. Weddleton. That item passes 9-0. We now have before us item 14K, resolution number AR 2019-178, a resolution of the Anchorage Municipal Assembly stating its...
I think Lily is.
Yes.
Are you done for the night, Ms. Borowski?
Yes, I think this is a good time for us to pause and to have any final comments from Assembly members about Ms. Sporowski. Mr. Dunbar.
I got to attend Ms. Sporowski's graduation last week, and in addition to being the valedictorian of her high school class, she won a plethora of other awards. She had medals hanging around her neck. And it was just incredibly clear from that ceremony and the way people talked about her how proud Highland Academy is of her. And I think she's someone that the whole city can be proud of. She's the kind of youth that cares, that has done the work, that is now headed off to UAA, will be greatly missed here. And I'm honored I got to play a small role because I happened to be the chair when you were appointed. And I feel like perhaps I will end up as a footnote in your story. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Dunbar. Mr. Weddleton.
Well, I'd really like to thank her for all this candy we're eating this evening, for starters. But it's been really fun sitting next to her. You know, sometimes we share notes and stuff like that and ideas on things as we go. It's a little bit with Meg. She's starting to get used to me. But it has really been tremendous. I'm glad you're here, and I've learned from you. And so anyway, thank you. We'll miss you.
Thank you, Mr. Weddleton. Mr. Peterson.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And Lily, I just wanted to let you know that even if I don't figure out a way to friend you on Facebook, we really are friends. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Peterson. Ms. Salatel.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Lily, thank you for being such a great example. My daughter's come to a couple of these meetings, and she is fascinated that there is
she would call you a kid, on the body and getting to be up here. And that's really inspirational, not only to her, but everyone else that you get to come in contact with. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Salatel. Mr. Perez-Verdia.
Yeah, I just wanted to add my thanks, and it's been a pleasure, even for the short time serving with you. You're an inspiration, and I wish you a well in your next adventure.
Go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Perez-Verdia. Mr. Rivera?
Thank you, Madam Vice Chair. So during our debate on the Climate Action Plan, one of the many testifiers, one of the younger testifiers, thanked us for allowing them to testify. And I didn't say it at the time, but I was thinking it, that it's truly not her that should be thanking us, it's us that should be thanking her. And I really just want to second that sentiment for you, Ms. Sborowski, that we are honored to have had you be the first. And I hope that the many more to come will be able to fill those shoes. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Rivera.
Mr. Weddleton.
Thanks. I missed the most important point. Lily, take all that you have learned and go to your community council.
Thank you, Mr. Weddleton. As long as Ms. Sborowski is actually allowed to vote in her community council, right? Ms. LaFrance.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Lily, thank you for your hard work and for your engagement, and congratulations on all your accomplishments and being the first one as the Youth Assembly who hopefully will be at the front of a long line of successful and distinguished other youth representatives to follow. Good luck on everything, and also thanks for lowering the average age of the body.
Thank you, Ms. LaFrance. Ms. Sborowski.
Thank you, Mr. Riviera. I'd just like to thank y'all for all the support you've given me while I've had the seat. I've learned so much from y'all. I've learned so much from the community, even Mr. Haberman, who sadly isn't in the room right now to hear that. Y'all haven't seen the last of me, honestly. This just ignited the activism fire a little bit further, and I've realized how much I can do. So I'm going to be advocating for a lot more, especially topics we haven't touched on, like animal cruelty, stuff like that. So yeah, y'all don't even know what's coming.
Thank you, Ms. Sborowski. I'm looking forward to it. Mr. Constant.
Well, and I want to thank you, Lily. Your work wasn't contained just to this building or the books you had to read with us, but in fact, we got to go out into the community and do real engagement with young people and in the community, and that's definitely your strength. And so follow your skills and follow your abilities down that road, and I think you'll serve yourself and our community well. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Constant. Ms. Kennedy.
Thank you, and Lily, thank you. You have a lot to be proud of just in terms of how much you have participated, and it really is a joy to watch you and really be able to understand the issues, and your comments are always just so pertinent and right on, and you do it all with enthusiasm and a smile and a little giggle at the end, so I absolutely appreciate that, and I just wish you, see, there you go, wish you well.
Thank you, Ms. Kennedy. And with that, I think we have a little bit to present to you, and good night to you. Okay. We now have before us item 14K, resolution number AR 2019-178, a resolution of the Anchorage Municipal Assembly stating its conditional protest regarding a new restaurant eating place liquor license number 5772 and restaurant designation permit for Moon K Wang DBA Northern China Restaurant.
Waive reading.
Thank you. Public testimony is now open on this item. Would anyone like to testify? Anyone at all? Seeing and hearing no one, public testimony is closed. What is the will of the body?
Move to approve.
Second.
Moved and seconded. Any discussion on this item? Seeing none, members may proceed to vote. That passes 9-0. We now have before us item 14L, resolution number AR 2019-182, resolution of the Anchorage Municipal Assembly approving an alcohol special land use permit for a package store use and license number 795 for Safeway Inc. DBA Oaken Keg number 0720. Thank you. Public testimony is now open on this item. Would anyone like to testify? Welcome.
Thank you. Mayor, Mr. Chair, Assembly, thank you for your time this evening. My name is Reno Bellio. I'm the General Manager for Cars Safeway Alaska. We are thrilled to be part of the Midtown Mall location. We've made a multi-million-dollar investment in a new store that includes fresh produce, sushi, on-site bakery, service meat, seafood, floral, pharmacy, a coffee feature, and an Oaken Keg. This store is going to employ about 150 residents of Anchorage and help with the overall revitalization of the mall at Midtown. As part of the total package, we have an Oaken Keg facility that is included in the store. It's 2,780 square feet. We applied for the special land use permit on 3/14, have met all the criteria pertaining to that application. Additionally, as part of our ongoing efforts in the community, we've been engaging with the Midtown Community Council over the past number of months and have been able to come up with some voluntary items that we've agreed to that we feel will help with some of the community concerns. So in closing, I would request that the Assembly approve the resolution approving our special land use permit application. I want to thank everyone for their help this evening, and hopefully we'll see you at the store.
Thank you. I have a few questions for you. Ms. Salatel.
Thank you. Excuse me. Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you for your community engagement. You've been at the Midtown Community Council for several months, and thank you for working with Mr. Potter, who's been involved in looking at issues in that area in particular. I had one resident reach out against this location, but I think your proactive work, and Mr. Potter's as well, alleviates a lot of the concerns I heard. And thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Salatel. Mr. Constant.
Thank you. So in your store layout, did you have a door for the liquor store exiting the building, or is it inside of the building?
I'd have to look back at the plan, but as I recall, I think there's a door that exits into the mall and then a front building that you can go through the store to get in. So I can't recall if there's one additional door next to that, but I could find out pretty quickly and answer if we knew that was a
the concerns I've heard have been that if you have that external door to the liquor store, that you tend to get problems concentrating around that door. When the store is on the inside, you have less problems.
A lot of the stores that have it right to the building have an external door as well, and then you can go, if you choose to do your shopping first, you go in the store and then go through the store to get in. In this case, I'd have to look back at the plans to verify that. But
thank you, Mr. Constant. Mr. Weddleton.
I'm over on your left there. So you made some agreements with the community council to certain restrictions. Mr. Potter's not. Yes. Could you tell me what those are?
Sure. I think the clerk provided you a copy. I think it was sent to you in advance, but a couple things.
I'm sorry, I missed that.
Based on our conversations and meetings that we've had with the community council, there was a couple things that they wanted to just kind of know up front if we had this. So one of them was security cameras, and to make sure that we had both internal, external security cameras. And I went over this at the community council. We're going to have 100 plus cameras there. I think 12 megapixel that will both cover the inside of the store as well as the outer, and then our entire Oaken Keg will be covered, the doors, the sales floor, the back stock area, everything. So that was one of them. So we've committed to that, and that was to help with the people that were buying liquor for other, people across the parking lot, et cetera, for straw buyers. Additionally, there was a price point that we in talking to Tim and the council there, wanted to elevate so that there wasn't as many of the small, kind of inexpensive shooter-type bottles. So we agreed to limit the price on those and have nothing less than the price that they suggested, which was $1.70. So, we did that. So we agreed to that. And then we also agreed not to advertise the fortified or malted liquor beers in our establishment. So, and those are kind of the high test beers that are a little bit stronger in content than some people go for. There was a price discussion on that, but we voluntarily agreed to this, and we have a competitor across the street that has no such, no such items. So, but I think this is good for the community, and we want to be a good member of it, especially in Midtown. So we're coming back there to help. So I think this is, reasonable. And then attending the meetings, we've committed to attending the meetings at least quarterly, but, I've been there every month since the beginning of the year. And I brought two of my associates who would cover in my absence. So that's one of the things that we committed to as well for an ongoing discussion if there's any changes. And then we're also going to maintain a log for when we have to call the Anchorage Police Department with anything related to the Oak and Keg or liquor related. So we have a log of who's calling, when we called, sometimes we put response time on there, et cetera. So, and that's, to help if there's a question of, what's happening at the store and have we called. And we also have, our own internal asset protection, and then the mall at Midtown also has security as well. So this is just kind of an extra step on that. So those are the things that we agreed to. And then obviously to participate, I think there was some discussion of multi-district or multi-council kind of programs that were applicable to all package retailers. So we would like to be involved with that if that was the case going forward, simply because, we're doing this. We'd like everyone else to too, but I think if they didn't, we'd still be happy because, we want to support the community. So.
Good. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Whittleton, and for the members who are interested, the specifics on that is in our blue folders is item 9E5. Mr. Perez-Verdia.
Yeah, I just wanted you to expand briefly. I know some of it's in there, in terms of security for your Oak and Keg. I know that the location over on Minnesota has struggled with security issues. Can you speak to that a little bit and talk to us about what you're going to do specifically for this store to ensure the security of the liquor portion of your store?
Yeah, the security, since I've been here, we've probably increased our security budget about 30% over the last 2 years, and that kind of coincides with an increase in issues at locations and whatnot. So if you've noticed at the mall in Northern Light, or the store in Northern Lights, they actually have a roaming guard on the outside, and then we've hired a patrol to visit the store multiple times per day. And so not all stores have a guard all times of day, but we have the stores that are in need have them covered with mobile patrol, we call them, that go there, check in, walk the store, the parking lot, et cetera. And we've done it to the Gamble store now too. That wasn't there a couple of years ago, but now we've taken a number of steps there to invest to try to help. So the same thing we'll have at that store. So we'll have some static guards that are there that we pay for, and then we'll have the mobile patrols that come and check the lot, in our store, et cetera.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Perez-Verdia. Mr. Constant.
Yeah, thank you. One more thing. So now that I have had my attention drawn to this letter between the council and the store, I just want to say thank you to you, and also point out to the membership and to the public who might be listening that way back when we started to regulate the marijuana industry, there was a conversation in the planning department about removing the neighborhood responsibility plan, which was a little contentious, but in the end it prevailed. And now what I have long hoped for is that we would see the alcohol industry regulated like marijuana. And in fact, this letter, this MOU, is clearly the first stab towards that effect. That's voluntary and in advance of the cause. And so work together with your neighborhood and find success, I think, is the answer. And thank you to the body for listening way back when.
Thank you, Mr. Constant. Mr. Rivera?
Thank you, Madam Vice Chair. I want to thank you for working so diligently with the community. I actually had one question. I don't think you mentioned it in your testimony. So these, in regards to sort of the geographic impacts, that's something that the Community Council is really interested in exploring. Did you sort of self-impose these same restrictions on any of your other stores?
Yes, I did. In going to the community meetings and then following up at the different stores, I could see that the concerns that the community council had were the same concerns I had, for our stores and our customers. And so at the store on Northern Lights in Minnesota and then the Gamble store, I applied the same things in here. Except the installation of new cameras and whatnot, but not selling anything below that price and not advertising the high test beers, et cetera. So, and then we do have roaming patrols at those two locations as well. So, and I just did that to, to show commitment that we have in the community, not just to Midtown, but to everywhere we operate. So,
thank you, and I want to thank you for that leadership in that discussion. Thank you, Madam Vice Chair.
Mr. Rivera.
Thank you for your testimony. Mr. Potter?
Yes, for the record, my name is Tim Potter. Speaking tonight on behalf of the Community Council in Midtown. I'm not quite sure why, but in my old age I've become kind of a curmudgeon as it goes with the responsibility of dealing and trying to make operators of the packaged liquor stores good operators. I really appreciate Safeway's representative being as proactive as he has been. He has been attending the meetings on a regular basis. He's been very open to discussions, criticism, quite frankly, and has already stepped up to provide a betterment to those conditions. As some of you know and will know soon, the Midtown Community Council, in conjunction with a variety of other kind of middle Anchorage, Spenard, North Star, Rogers Park, Campbell Park, Tudor, University Area Community Council are working together to solidify a program that would be a sub-district of the city because Eagle River and South Anchorage don't believe they have problems. I say yet. And we would then on a level playing field within that high concentration of packaged liquor store licenses have a level playing field. Right now we're imposing ourselves with new licenses and or renewals on an every 2-year basis and trying to pick through the system. And both for the operators and the community, we believe it would be better to have an area-wide level playing field that all of the operators within that district, basically those community councils, would operate under. I think it is really important that Reno's been very proactive. I've let him know that I really appreciate this is a good faith effort and that I will be watching very closely and taking note, and that as I get older, it's getting harder to bite my tongue, and I will be on their case. I'm becoming much more familiar than I ever thought I would be with liquor stores in town. As far as your question about the doors, the structure, since we're kind of involved in that project as well, there is a primary door opening into the store, which is the main gateway. There is another sliding door entry off of the pedestrian mall that goes through the mall, and there is a secondary door on the front towards the Benson side that is really a convenience store that goes into the pharmacy area, but not one that goes from the exterior into the liquor store. So you have to pass through the store and make it through that kind of inspection to be able to get to the liquor store. So with that, I'd appreciate your approval of this. We continue to think we're going to have a great relationship with them, and that Reno's committed to me personally that he will be promoting and cooperating in our efforts and supporting our efforts to do this sub-district of Anchorage approach. So with that, thank you.
Thank you for your testimony. Would anyone else like to testify on this item?
Thank you.
Welcome.
My name is Brian Schwartzentruber, and I work for one of the owners of the Midtown Mall, where the REI development recently has happened. And of course, being neighbors with the east end of the building that we don't own, we're very concerned with the type of people that are going to be attracted to a liquor store. You know, historically, we've had, you know, lots of problems when the liquor store was in its old location. And we don't want to protest opening the liquor store. We want to see Cars Safeway succeed. But we would like to introduce this for the record, some of the restrictions that used to be on that location that are quite a bit more comprehensive than what the memorandum to the Midtown Community Council is offering. So,
if you could give that to the clerk, please. Looks like it's just one copy.
Mr. Chair, could I ask a question?
Sure, Mr. Constant.
Thank you. So when you say that used to be there, you mean in the old Cars Safeway that was on the western side of the building?
yes, it closed approximately
Same place, REI.
3.5 years ago. Yeah.
Thank you. I just want to make sure I was thinking of the right place.
Thank you, Mr. Constant. Mr. Dunbar.
Thank you, Mr. Rivera. I think we're going to get this copied and back to us. I don't know if you want to end your public testimony now. We could ask questions about it later. I would like to make a motion to extend the meeting until midnight.
Moved and seconded, and Madam Clerk, it's a motion to extend the meeting to midnight. Do you want to speak to that motion, Mr. Dunbar?
I'll just say briefly, I see a lot of people in the audience that have waited a really long time to come and testify. I believe a lot of them are here to testify one way or another on the on-site consumption ordinance. And even if we don't use up all the time, I want them to to feel certain that we'll at least try to get to them.
Thank you, Mr. Dunbar. So any further discussion on the motion to extend the meeting? Seeing none, members may proceed to vote. Reminder that this motion needs 8 votes. Right? Is it 8 all the time?
There's only 8 of us here.
Yeah.
And there's 9 of us here. Do you really?
And that motion carries 8-1. Whew. All right. So now we are going to continue public testimony on this item. Thank you. Welcome.
Again, thank you, Assembly, for all your work that you're doing. My name is Lisa Hollen, Hollen. I'm telling you a personal experience that I had at the Sears Mall downtown. I was in the car waiting, and a guy came out, started shooting. I don't know how good these guys' security is, but there was bullets flying. And when I worked also across the street, when I was working in the Yes on 2 campaign, there was a lot of disruption. We had a lot of drunks coming in, and we had a lot of problems. This needs to be handled, and I appreciate what REI gentleman had given you, some of the regulations, because this needs to be taken care of, because the security at Safeway is not correct. It's not doing its job. It's pretty scary when you see a guy coming out shooting at you, and we're sitting in the cars. Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony. Would anyone else like to testify on this item? Welcome.
Welcome, Mr. Chairman, members of the Assembly, Mr. Mayor. My name is Tom McGrath. I live at 15th and A. The package store that is being proposed is located 1.1 miles from the owner's package store at 13th and Gamble. A large number of inebriates daily hang out around this location without significant or meaningful action by the owner. The Gamble location is a drain on municipal resources. At the new and additional location, there's already an inebriate problem that I've witnessed thefts at Fred Meyer's across the street. There's also an ongoing and concentrated alcohol problem at the Walmart, which is a very close location. There are inebriated panhandling at 10 to 12 corners in the immediate area. At what point do we stop approving a concentration of liquor licenses
where we already have a major problem. Please deny this license until we get a handle on some of the social ills of Anchorage. I first talked about a beverage license to the Anchorage Assembly in 1978 when Cars put a liquor store on East Northern Lights adjacent to the elementary school there. Law doesn't allow that anymore, but law also should not allow more licenses until we figure out some solutions for some of the alcohol abuses in Anchorage. Thank you for consideration on this matter, and please deny this application. Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony. Would anyone else like to testify on this item? Anyone at all? Seeing and hearing no one, public testimony is closed. What is the will of the body?
Not usually. You could ask. Move to approve.
Second.
Moved and seconded. Discussion on this item. Ms. Solotel.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Is this time sensitive? Because we still haven't gotten this last set of comments. So I guess I'd like some time to at least read them. Do we need to take action on this tonight?
I think sure, go ahead. Anything further, Ms. Solotel? Yep. Mr. Perez-Verdia.
Yeah, I just wanted to clarify the comment that was just made, that just to make sure it's on the record, that the license has already been approved. This is not a decision about the license being approved. Is that correct?
Has the license been approved? I thought it was depending us getting the SLEP done.
Through the chair, the license was conditionally protested pending the special land use permit. So that notification has already been sent to AMCO. So this is specifically dealing with the special land use permit only.
Thank you.
Mr. Constant.
So kind of tangentially, but definitely related, we have a conversation, the APD and the administration are working with the car store at 13th and Gamble relating to a substantial number of police calls that have triggered, or EMS calls, the 880 violation to the tune of tens of thousands of dollars, scores of thousands of dollars. And it's a conversation that's just emerging about what direction would we go. I have a community council that is asking that we provide some form of exception for certain community infrastructure operations, which would be a grocery store, but that would not include a liquor store. Not that they would want that to close. Some do, some don't. But what they don't want to see is that grocery store close. And so I've been thinking a lot about this issue, and I think that there are legs to this conversation that if we aren't on a time crunch, it might warrant a work session and a conversation in more detail about these matters, and with the parties, get the community council leadership in the room. And so I don't know that if we're not in a rush, I might recommend that we postpone. In fact, I would move that we postpone this issue until June 18th.
Second.
Moved and seconded by Mr. Perez-Verdia. Ms. Zalatel on the motion. Yeah, my question.
Mr. Rivera?
Thank you, Madam Vice Chair. Yeah, my question is exactly on this motion. So perhaps this is for legal or this is for Ms. Honest. So what happens if we send a note to AMCO saying we're delaying this for further consideration? Will we fall into the same trap where they find us arbitrary and capricious?
Through the chair, we do not need to send a secondary notification. We've sent the notice that it's protested pending these deficiencies. And so until those have been met, we don't need to send further correspondence. Typically, how the board has been handling them is they've approved the licenses with delegation to the director. So she would have the authority to issue the license once she confirms that all deficiencies have been addressed.
Thank you. And then if I may, Madam Vice Chair, so does the community council or applicant have any objection to postponing this item to the meeting of June 18th?
Please come forward.
Yeah, I'd prefer not to postpone it, and the document that I think Brian gave you, he comes to the occasional meeting for the council, and we've talked about a few things in that document. I think the one, if it's the same one he presented there, it's from 2001. And then I also think it was from the other side of the mall when we actually were a tenant for his organization, so there's a little bit of an issue there. And I would tell you that the document is pretty extensive. I think it's a little bit dated if we go back to 2001, and a number of things have changed since then, even just in the last couple of years. So for instance, we mentioned the Gamble store. If we take the Gamble store, if you look at the railings that used to be outside that people sit on, we removed those so people can't sit there. We have static security that works there basically from opening to closing to the liquor store that I've personally seen people being escorted off the property multiple times. I could take any one of you there any day to show you that they're engaging. If you look around the building, when people congregate next to our building, we tell them to move on, and then we have to call the police if it doesn't happen. The shootings, I'm afraid it's hard for us to prevent, and even our own security, they're really not trained to deal with, an armed assailant. But I can tell you that they're aggressive towards, people that are meandering around the store and causing an issue. And so once they go across the street, though, that's kind of where our, not our responsibility, but our, enforcement would end. So I think that, while there's a document that's been presented here, it really wasn't brought up during the Midtown Community Council meetings in the past 5 months that I've went there in any detail. It was from, I think, 2001. So I think that, I've committed to engage going forward with the council if there's other changes, and also help if there's multiple districts that want to apply something that's equitable across. And that definitely would not be equitable for kind of a free market business like ourselves with a competitor across the street doesn't have anything like that. So I move to, pass today and move forward and commit to continue to work with the community council and so forth.
Thank you. And if I could also ask for the community council if they have an opinion on postponement.
From the community council standpoint, and my point personally, I for this situation, I don't believe anybody's going to turn into a turnip if it's not acted on tonight. I would be very cautious, however, in moving forward, differentiating between specific operators, operations, locations, and things that are not necessarily in the control of the property owner when our city's own ordinances don't prevent loitering or panhandling in the public right-of-way. It becomes a very difficult situation, and I fear that some of the angst here might be being postured because of these other issues, which are very true. But there hasn't been a liquor store except across the street at this location for several years, and there's panhandlers there tonight. One sitting on a grocery cart, and the other one sitting next to him with a sign in the public right-of-way. Part of the robust nature of the security system and cameras that has occurred is because of the specific discussions about the straw buyers at that location and all around town, which are a significant issue. When when I participated with the Fairview Community Council to try and shut down a certain problem operator on Gamble. It again was very clear that there's a lot of things going on that aren't necessarily the retailers in some of these locations thing, and you can do as much as you can, but this is a community-wide issue. It's a multi-layered issue, and I hope we approach it that way because I believe this operator at this location will be a good operator and will provide a betterment rather than a detriment. So, thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Potter. Mr. Rivera, did you have any other questions?
Thank you, Madam Vice Chair. No further questions.
Thank you.
Ms. Zalatel.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. This question is actually for Mr. Potter. Mr. Potter, have you seen these operating terms and conditions and had a chance to consider them? Was it at all informing or involved in your discussions as you work through this one?
We've had a variety of discussions. I have not seen that document specifically for a while. I am aware of its existence and some of the primary issues that are in it. Until there is a level playing field of some kind created, and I hope that the Assembly has the willingness to pursue that with the community. I think it's difficult to try and implement these types of restrictions on, say, this specific store. I think if we have a district approval, it will be much easier and much fairer, so we can get out from under that criticism.
Thank you, Ms. Zalatel. Before I go to you, Mr. Weddleton, just want to clarify, Ms. Honest, so this handout that we got, AR number 2001-10, is this the same license that we have before us, or is this a different license?
Through the chair, it's a different license number. So this AR was asking for conditions to be placed on license number 56. So the license before us is license number 795.
Thank you. And just to further clarify, although the license numbers are different, it's for practically the same location?
This document shows the addresses would be different and even the store numbers are different. So my reading of this and my understanding is that it's not the same license or the location.
Okay. Just wanted to clarify that for the record. Mr. Weddleton.
Just speaking on the postponement, I would oppose the postponement. I think this applicant's done what we've done on many liquor licenses in the last several months, and he's right on par. I don't see what would be gained by postponing it.
Thank you, Mr. Weddleton. Mr. Constant.
Well, first, it's not a liquor license.
Understood.
It's a special land use permit. And what I understand about a special land use permit, like the conditional use permits of old, is that once these are granted, they don't go away. They become a property right vested in that land. And we get one shot at this before we have to go through a pretty incredibly torturous process to make substantial changes or revoke. It is, this is the part of the process that we actually have some control over, and this is the time when we have that control, much more than the licensing. And so I would offer that to get it right the first time is the wise course, and contemplate these other suggestions that are in this document and be thoughtful and methodical before we add another operator into the mix. And I think the concerns that we've heard from the testifying public are valid and can be weighed more thoughtfully when we sit back and contemplate the rules in the operation. And so I just suggest that before we pull the trigger on granting a property right that expends 6 months past the time when they are done operating their business, that location, that we really get it, we think it through.
Thank you, Mr. Constant, for that clarification. Did you want to add something, Mr. McLaughlin?
Thank you. Francis McLaughlin from the Planning Department. Section 3 of the Assembly Resolution states, failure to comply with the conditions of this alcohol special land use permit shall constitute grounds for modification or revocation.
Thank you. Mr. Dunbar.
Thank you, Mr. Rivera. And Francis, you might have to comment on this too. I agree with what you said, Mr. Constant, about wanting to get it right, but are these conditions that they've agreed to, the petitioner and the community council, are they actually in this SLUP? I don't believe they are. So we're talking about altering, right now at least, we are talking about altering this voluntary agreement between the petitioner and the community council. And regardless of whether we pass it tonight in this version or on June 18th, even if they did include this much longer document from the other gentleman, it wouldn't change what we're actually legally doing, unless your proposal or someone else's proposal is that we permanently work these into the SLUP, which is a little more extreme. I think we've done it in the past after a lot more debate and discussion. I remember we did something close to that. But, I mean, is that your intention?
If I might, I am actually a little bit surprised at the comments from the community council, because it wasn't but just a couple of months ago when we saw them come out swinging hard against a package store that was singular and individual, separate from the conversation of the broader community effort. Right? Let's do this and not let's wait to do this until. Right? That was actually the argument that was before us just a few months ago with 2 other licenses within the same general vicinity of this license. Something's changed.
So, I mean, in those cases, may I, Mr. Chair? So in those cases, I'm trying to recall, we did put at least some of the conditions directly into, was it the SLUP or was it the license? It was, so Ms. Honest is indicating that it was the license, and then one of those got struck down because it was seen as arbitrary and capricious. Again, I guess I'm with Mr. Weddleton in that I'm not sure, even if we delay until mid-June, if the legal document itself isn't going to change, I'm not sure why we would do that unless we intend to take some of these more severe requirements and actually put them in the legal document.
And again, we aren't discussing the license, though. It's the special land use permit, which is a specific document. We aren't asking AMCO to put restrictions on the license. The license is granted.
Thank you, Mr. Constant. Did you have anything further? Okay, thank you. Mr. Weddleton.
I think Mr. Dunbar asked what has changed, and then speaking of Mr. Constant's thing on the in and out where we put a lot of restrictions, but I think the community council and others became somewhat more sophisticated and said, we're not really doing it if we only do one store. We need an area-wide restriction. I believe that's what Mr. Potter has been telling us this evening, is let this go where it is. It's not everything you want. Let's refocus on this area-wide restriction, and then we get everybody in that mix. And then maybe you have these really, this is pretty impressive, this 2001 document, the requirements there. So all that stuff can be put in the mix. So my understanding is go with this evening, and then get back on that area-wide restriction, which I'm not sure I support, but I understand the concept. So,
thank you, Mr. Weddleton. Ms. Salatel on the motion to postpone.
Thank you. I need a little bit of a primer here on the special land use permit versus the license. We can put conditions in the special land use permit that will then stick with the property, is my understanding, which wouldn't necessarily have much to do with the type of operation at the property. That's my first question. And my second is to kind of clarify Mr. Weddleton's point. If the license is granted and the special land use permit does not have the conditions and a area-wide set of conditions was later imposed, would it go back on all the properties that were previously in existence and operating?
Through the chair, Ms. Salatel. So you see sort of in rapid succession a license come before you to approve an assembly resolution protesting the license, and that's an opportunity to attach special conditions separately, and then you have the renewals that come up every 2 years. Separately, you have the opportunity to review a special land use permit for alcohol like you do now tonight with this case, and you can also place conditions on that. the municipality is the holder of the special land use permit. The licensee who wants to serve alcohol or to have a business has to have both. And so special conditions can be placed on the individual license. This particular case, there were no letters received from the public for or against this application, and your packet includes an email from provided, I think, by the applicant from the community council saying that the community council voted to support the license. But late-breaking things like the people testifying at the meeting happens. Let's see, were there any other questions that you had?
Yes, if there was later some overall area-wide restrictions.
Yeah, so if Title 10, the alcohol licensing section, were to be amended in some way to apply to an area and with restrictions on hours or any other things, that could apply to alcohol licenses in whatever way. So yes, if an ordinance passes later, it would be applicable regardless of what you approve tonight. That's correct. Yeah.
Thank you. Thank you, Ms. Salatel. Any further discussion on the motion to postpone? Seeing none, members may proceed to vote. That motion fails 8-1.
It has been my night. Some days you're on a roll.
We now have the main motion before us. Any discussion on the main motion? Seeing none, members may proceed.
Yes.
Oh, yes, Mr. Constant.
Cars, Oak and Keg, can be an absolute disaster for a neighborhood. It can be a magnet for all of the worst behaviors. It can be a place where night terrors are created. People are fueled for rape and rage in communities. And there have been times when the operators of your store have been good faith and goodwill, and there have been times when they have not been. And I have seen those times come and go, and I don't know who you are and what you plan to do with this community. But here you are, ready to go for another one. And so you have a responsibility to this community not to create a black hole or further the black hole that currently already exists because of the industry. It's a duty that you're taking on. I'm going to be watching close because I hear it from people, and I hear it all the time, and I see the evidence of the industry and what it's done to the community, and I really, frankly, do appreciate people operating clean and good businesses in the community. But I'm watching close.
Thank you, Mr. Constant. Seeing no further discussion, members may proceed to vote. That resolution passes 8-1. We now have before us item 14M, resolution number AR 2019-184, a resolution of the Anchorage Municipal Assembly approving an alcoholic beverages conditional use for beverage dispensary duplicate license numbers 5731 and 5732 for Bernard Suva Novang, DBA Bernie's Bungalow Lounge. Thank you.
Supanavang.
Thank you. Public testimony is now open. Who would... Public testimony is now open. Would anyone like to testify on this item? I'm tired.
Good evening, Bernie Supanavang. Been in this business since '91, and I just want to thank the city workers for their good job and putting us through this process. And that's it, from the city council to everyone involved. Good diligence work, and on behalf of the community and on behalf of property owners. Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony. Would anyone else like to testify on this item? Anyone at all? Seeing and hearing no one, public testimony is closed. What is the will of the body?
Move to approve.
Second.
Moved and seconded. Any discussion on this item? Seeing none, members may proceed to vote. That resolution passes 9-0. We now have before us item 14N, resolution number AR 2019-179, a resolution of the Anchorage Municipal Assembly approving a marijuana license and special land use permit for Alaska Wild Coyote, Inc., a marijuana manufacturing facility with a license number M12471.
Waive reading.
Doing business as AMG Concentrates. Thank you. Public testimony is now open on this item. Would anyone like to testify? Anyone at all? Seeing and hearing no one, public testimony is closed. What is the will of the body?
Move to approve.
Second.
Moved and seconded. Any discussion on this item?
Crystal.
Ms. Kennedy?
CEDC. What did the Community and Economic Development Committee say?
Yes, I do. No, I don't. No, I have. You said, what is a community and economic development committee? I don't have any amendments on it.
Ms. Kennedy, usually Mr. Weddleton will let us know what happened in the Community and Economic Development Committee. Yeah, no problem.
Okay, well, what I can tell you is that the committee did recommend moving this forward, so, with no amendments.
Thank you, Ms. Kennedy. Any further discussion on this item? Seeing none, members may proceed to vote. That resolution passes 9-0. I'm going to be coming back to you, Ms. Kennedy, on 14-0. We now have before us item 14-0, resolution number AR 2019-180, a resolution of the Anchorage Municipal Assembly approving a marijuana license and special land use permit for Tip Top LLC, a marijuana retail sales establishment with license number M14359, doing business
Waive
as
reading.
Tip Top LLC. Thank you. Public testimony is now open on this item. Would anyone like to testify? Anyone at all? Seeing, hearing no one, public testimony is closed. What is the will of the body?
Move to approve.
Second.
Moved and seconded. Ms. Kennedy?
So, and yes, I have an amendment. I'd like to move amendment number 1.
Second.
Moved and seconded. Ms. Kennedy?
Okay, this amendment is to amend the text on Section 3, Page 2, beginning at line 28. That would change it to state, in accordance with AMC 21.50.420C3, the second floor residences shall only be occupied by caretakers of this marijuana retail sales establishment. A caretaker is either a licensee, an affiliate, or an employee of the marijuana retail sales establishment. Direct access to the licensed retail premises area from these residences is prohibited.
Thank you, Ms. Kennedy. Mr. Constant?
Thank you. What is an affiliate?
Mr. Gates can answer that. He did a fine job at our meeting.
Mr. Gates?
In a second, I'm going to pull up the definition that we have in code.
It's in code.
In Chapter 1080, for licensing, an affiliate means a person that directly or indirectly through one or more intermediaries controls or is controlled by or is under common control with a partnership, limited liability company, or corporation subject to this chapter.
So the second question is, functionally, what is an affiliate?
I guess someone has some contractual relationship with the licensee, and there are some degree of control from the licensee that's a person or LLC or some sort of degree of control here, I guess.
Could I ask the licensee if they have an understanding of what that means? Come on up, Nick. I'm sorry.
And then while the licensee is coming up, Ms. Honest, do you have any further clarification on that item?
Through the chair, I agree with Dean, kind of the common the common part of it has been contracts. So if there's a contractual agreement and they have control over some part of managing the license, but they're not listed as a licensee owner, that's the affiliate part.
Thank you. Welcome.
Hi, Nick Holtman.
Does that make sense to you?
As I understood it, it's someone who actually has control over the LLC or the license, so they'd have to be either on the state license or a member of the LLC. And right now, it's me and Maggie are the only two, based on what Mr. Gates said at the Economic Development meeting, who would meet that definition.
Okay, so
Because we had exactly the same question.
right, it's kind of confusing, and
Yeah.
the common denominator between the other two is that they both have some form of handling permission, right? They're both legally eligible to have handling, but when I think of affiliate, I think of someone who's one step removed from that, right? And so, was that part of the conversation?
It was, because actually one of the tenants upstairs actually owns a CBD company. So my question was, if that person sells us CBD, do we then have enough of a relationship for them to be considered an affiliate? And I think the decision was no, but Mr. Gates might speak to that.
Right, so that would be a supplier.
Correct.
Right, and so,
They don't have any control over the license, and I think that's what it comes down to. So it's actually quite limiting, because right now it's just the two of us would have any control over the license.
Thank you, Mr. Constant. Ms. Kennedy.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I think one of the terms that we used was vendor. So if it helps, it would not be a vendor.
Right.
So.
it's confusing.
Thank you, Ms. Kennedy. Any further discussion on this amendment? Seeing none, members may proceed to vote on the amendment. That amendment passes 9-0. We now have before us the main motion. Any discussion on the main motion? Seeing none, members may proceed to vote.
Well, I can't be.
Thanks.
That resolution passes 9-0. Madam Vice Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I move to combine the public hearing for items 14P and 14Q.
Second.
Moved and seconded. Any discussion on that motion? To combine the public hearing on these two items? Seeing none, let's go ahead and pull it up for a vote. Members may proceed to vote. Thank you, Mr. Reynolds. That motion carries 9-0. So to clarify with the public, we just combined the testimony on items 14P and 14Q. So when I move to open the public testimony on those two items, the time limits are basically you're going to have, if you want to speak on both ordinances, you'll have 3 minutes to speak on one, 3 minutes to speak on the other. For a total of 6. So if you just want to speak on one of the ordinances, you can do that. You'll have 3 minutes. Hopefully that is clear as mud. So I'll go ahead and open we now have before us items 14P and 14Q, ordinance number AO 2019-66, an ordinance of the Anchorage Municipal Assembly making technical corrections to municipal marijuana licensing and allowing on-site consumption of edible marijuana products as licensed freestanding retail marijuana stores that have a municipal endorsement.
Waive reading.
Thank you. And we also have before us item 14Q, ordinance number AO 2019-67, an ordinance of the Anchorage Assembly amending Anchorage Municipal Code Title 21, Sections 21.03.020C, 21.03.105, 21.05.055, and 21.07.090E, and amending Old Code Sections 21.15.030 and 21.05.0 50.420 to establish land use regulations for on-site consumption of marijuana endorsements associated with the marijuana retail sales establishment and waiving review of these amendments by the Planning and Zoning Commission.
Waive reading.
Thank you. Public testimony on these two items is now open. Mr. Peterson, before public testimony?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair. I thought when we combined the items, you only got 3 minutes, and that was one of the reasons we would combine items, is because people would be testifying about similar.
Madam Clerk, did you have any clarity to add to that?
Through the chair, Mr. Peterson, that may have been the practice in the past, but we had a discussion about it with the chair, and I think that we agreed that that is probably not accurate. The purpose of combining the public hearing on like items is for the convenience of the assembly as well as the convenience of the public. They only have to come up once. So we're going to save some time there. But I think then what you'll be asking the chair to do is to carefully make sure that people are not testifying more than 3 minutes on one item. And then if they have specific different testimony for the other item, they should be allowed to testify for more than 3 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Peterson. Good question. So then I will go ahead and ask members of the public to be clear about which item you're speaking, either 14P, 14Q, or just generally speaking. Okay, with that, I'll go ahead and open public testimony on both of these items. Does anyone like to testify on these two items? Welcome.
Good evening, members of the Assembly. My name is Craig Egletti. This is my partner, Lily Bosshart. We own a store called Dankridge here in Anchorage. About 2 months ago now, we opened a second store in Fairbanks. We'll have a third coming up next year here in Anchorage. We just wanted to come down tonight and lend our support to the measure and see if anybody had any questions. It's been a while since we've been here.
My name is Lily Bosshart, also co-owner. We did want to lend our support. We're really enthusiastic that we're pushing through on-site for hopefully this tourist season, even if it's just edibles. We're looking forward to the continued conversation about allowing smoking on-site because we really feel like it closes the loop on making this an actual legal industry for tourists who have no place to consume. So that's why we're here.
All right, thank you. I have a question. Mr. Perez-Verdia.
Over here. So my understanding, so what you said, you do intend on applying for the endorsement for edible consumption, regardless of the whether it goes to smoking or not. You intend on applying for it.
Yes, absolutely.
Okay. Yes, sir.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Perez-Verdia. I don't see any further questions. Thank you for your testimony. Would anyone else like to testify? And if we could try to get folks lined up, please, or at least sitting in the first couple of rows.
Hi, thank you. Are you ready?
Yes, welcome.
Thanks. My name is Cheryl Bowie. I'm with Dream G Butterfly Botanicals. I'm not a marijuana cultivator. I'm actually a bioinformatics and data aggregate company. But I am here to lend my support to on-site consumption. Cannabis is it's bringing in a new era of science and community involvement and education and health. And I think that the on-site consumption model, even though in Alaska what we have right now currently is only recreational, the precedents that we set with whatever rules that get established here for research and medical and whatever comes forward in the future with manufacturing, all this stuff is going to really lend how this gets rolled out nationwide. So I'm nervous. I can't ever shake that. But I think the most important thing is that we need to make sure that patients and the industry have a safe avenue for people to get together and consume, or even just be educated. Some of the places in the lower 48, they even just do like cooking classes, and then people can take the food and prepare it at home. They just teach them how to do it there. And I think that it's a big avenue. It's an opportunity for people who want to do health education, who want to get involved in the medical aspect or the research aspect. It's a great introductory avenue for all of that. And I do support both edible and smoking, so I look forward to watching how the land use permit gets kind of shaked out after that too, because I think an open air outdoor thing in a private event is fine. So anyway, I am here to lend my support, and Godspeed.
Thank you for your testimony. Welcome.
Hello again. Sue Nolan, Nowland, Alaska Fireweed. I am a downtown retail store, and tourism is a very big part of our business. Initially, when we first started our business, we thought on-site consumption was going to happen, and it had its few bumps and grinds through the way, but I'm glad to see it's back again. I think the big challenge that's going to be for us is the $12 cookie that we sell to support what our build-out, what our additional security, and all the things that go along, and the responsibility that goes along with that. So it's going to be a really big challenge to carefully consider, as a business person, this half ordinance. But I do appreciate and understand that it is a step forward, but I hope you also understand that from a business perspective, it's going to be a real challenge. With our tourist population, they have no place to consume, but an edible is something that they can easily consume, whether they're walking down the street or in their hotel room, even though you're not supposed to. Smoking, on the other end, is the biggest challenge because the hotels don't allow it. And so I really hope we continue on the path of pushing forward to look at it as a whole for on-site consumption, because then we're really addressing the industry and not half addressing the industry, and allowing people to have a safe place to consume, whether it's smoking or edibles. So on the other part of the second part having to do with the code, and I wanted to address something in regards to parking. Even though I'm downtown and I don't have to fall under all those wonderful rules that everybody else has to, allowing one additional parking spot per 100 square feet really going to be a challenge. And I know it's a very passionate thing to some of the assembly members, but it really will add a different, additional challenge to the restricted parking, the limitations that is implied to a lot of businesses. I think we don't know what it's going to look like, but I think some of the perception is that they think on-site consumption is going to be like a bar, and I don't envision it like that. I think people are looking for a safe place who don't have a home to go to consume. And so it's not going to be the hangout place that I think some people perceive that it's going to be. So anyway, I appreciate the step forward. It's going to be a challenge for us here in the industry, but it's always a pleasure to work with such a positive group. Thank you.
Thank you. I have a question for you, Ms. Kennedy.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. My question is in kind of regard to a couple of things that you mentioned, the idea of responsibility and the idea of providing a safe place. What does that look like to you? I mean, what is safe, and then what is your level of responsibility of keeping both a user safe and the public safe after somebody's been using, so, or consuming, I guess, maybe that's the better word.
Well, we had a good community meeting the other day, and the police force brought a study that showed the absorption rate of THC when you eat an edible. And so that timeline, granted they were using 50 milligrams and we're only allowing 10 milligrams, so I'm going to say it's, that timeline was well over an hour before, the THC kicked in. So we're not anticipating that somebody's going to come in and eat an edible and hang around an hour. I don't see that model happening with this first ordinance that is being proposed right there. So, our responsibility is to make sure as an owner and per the regulations that they're not consuming more than what we're allowed to sell them, or they're not bringing additional products in that weren't obtained from the retailer store. So, and then our responsibility is also to make sure that we're monitoring that. So right now, how I understand the regulations, that's how it's written. So that's our responsibility.
Thank you, Ms. Kennedy. Thank you for your testimony. Would anyone else like to testify on this item?
Thank you, Council. General Assembly, I was the science delegate for the S12 campaign, and I also have I've been invited to international conference for cannabinoids back in 2007 and did a speak. I was part of all this getting together, and my advisor even passed it in 1998, Kelly Drew. She was part of this. We are trying to have a safe place for people to go. I went to the Respect March, and the Anchorage chaplain, she asked everybody if anybody felt safe in Anchorage. There was not one hand raised. We feel safe when I was at potluck events. I have been jumped, attacked. I am the peaceful warrior. I've been keeping downtown safe until they finally got some police department down there walking. I have seen a lot of violence, and the only violence I never saw was at potluck events. Women came there because they were tired of being harassed in the bars. We had complete safety in where we were located. We did not feel any guys jumping on us or grabbing us or being out of control. Another issue at this point is also education. That's what I really loved about potluck events, is we gave out a lot of education, and I was able to give my education out to others, especially the woozy effect, which I have not mentioned or seen in any of your literature here. The woozy effect causes depression of your blood pressure. If you're taking alcohol also on top of another depressant, you take your edibles or any other thing, within 30 minutes you're going to have the woozy effect and pass out. I watched this happen when I was working at the fair. The next door booth was a CBD booth. They don't tell them about the woozy effect either. A fellow worker, she was across the way, she took it, CBD oil. 30 minutes later, she started drinking alcohol. She passed out, hit her head on the pavement, and still has traumatic brain injury. We need this information to get out, and we can only do that when we have these areas where we can talk to people and educate them on their consumption. I don't know how many times when I was at potluck events, many people that were very scared about using marijuana and everything else came in, and we took care of that fear, which I am seeing here today, a lot of fear from the people that were disgruntled earlier. And that fear needs to be taken care of, because that fear can turn into violence, and we need to stop the fear. And being at, having education stops the fear. Like Fidel Castro had said, to destroy the United States is to destroy its education. By not allowing us to have this education, you are hurting the people in your community. Thank you.
Thank you. I have a question for you. Mr. Weddleton.
First, I think you need to state your name.
I apologize. My name is Lisa Holland, Hollen.
Thanks. It's all tape recorded, so if
Yes.
someone listens in. So you have experience with potluck events. So
Yes.
we are grappling a bit with what it would be like. Someone has a space, Ms. Nolan, in her store with just edibles. Do you think people would hang out and socialize, or would they
sure.
kind of go in, eat it, and go?
It's part of the culture. It's the actual culture. Is we're very camaraderie. We like to talk. And I think it's fine that people would sit around and talk. We're not violent. Have you ever heard the police being called to potluck events? How many times has it been called to the Safeway store that I had someone coming out shooting at me?
If I could, I'm looking at, I mean, all that's fine, but if someone bought an edible, would they go into this place, eat it, and hang out for a couple hours, hang out for an hour, and then they slowly get high and then hang out? Or do you think they would just go in there to eat it because it's legal and then leave?
Well, actually, that would depend on what they took. Indica puts you into the couch, and sativa allows you to keep going. So it depends on what they're eating on top of that.
Okay, good. Thank you.
Mm-hmm.
Thank you, Mr. Whittleton. Thank you for your testimony. Mm-hmm. Would anyone else like to testify? Welcome.
Thank you, Chair Rivera, members of the Assembly. My name is Marge Stone King, Executive Director of the American Lung Association in Alaska. So why is the Lung Association here to take a position on an ordinance regarding edible on-site consumption of marijuana? Because we've followed the process closely, all the way through the Marijuana Control Board and through the Community and Economic Development Committee of this Assembly. And this ordinance was crafted very transparently and intentionally to address all of on-site consumption, but to do it in 2 phases. And the statement was to allow for the edible portion to happen sooner so it would be up for the industry this summer retail season, and to delay the larger discussion of smoking until later. But there was never any question that it was written into this ordinance and that it was the intention of the Assembly to take that up. The language is included under C and D on page 11 regarding inhalation and smoking, and it's all very clearly laid out. So I am here to make the point that American Lung Association opposes inhaled on-site consumption, and that is currently illegal under Anchorage Code. Anchorage has had a smoke-free ordinance since 2001. We've had a comprehensive ordinance since 2007, which was challenged, by the way, when it was passed in 2006, before it went into effect in 2007. And the ballot initiative to challenge it affirmed that law by 72%. 72% of Anchorage voters wanted a comprehensive smoke-free ordinance, and we've had that ever since. In 2012, marijuana was added to the Anchorage smoke-free ordinance. So the Anchorage smoke-free ordinance takes smoke-free a step further than, in fact, our Smoke-Free Alaska statewide law does, which allows for on-site consumption of inhaled in standalone buildings should the Marijuana Control Board approve regulations, which they now have. I want you to know how strongly Anchorage feels about smoking anything indoors, and that, in fact, smoke is smoke, and secondhand marijuana smoke does have health risks, and that you will definitely have a fight on this issue. And I just wanted to make it clear to folks that we're not going away. Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony. Mr. Constant.
Thank you. Quick question. Ms. Stone King, did you oppose the actual legalization?
No, we did not take
Your
a position on
organization?
legalization.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Constant. Welcome.
Thank you. I'm Lee Haywood, Haywood. I was the former owner and operator of Potluck Events with my founder, Teresa Collins. May she rest in peace. I'm coming forward with testimony today because I don't feel that this model is going to work. I understand that it is a step forward for Anchorage to get to the on-site consumption proposal that we would all like to see in the Canna community. Not all. The majority of us would like to see within the Canna community. We provided a space for over 3 years with no disruption, no cause to the muni. On the onset of creating Potluck Events, we started off with about 39 members. By the time we got done over the 3-year period before we decided to shut down from recommendations from the state, we were upwards of 9,000 members. We saw folks from all different walks of life. We had members from age 21 all the way to 91. We had folks that lived on base housing, those that lived in apartment buildings that could not consume on their own. I just don't see this working as a 10 milligram edible consumption. I see folks that will just go in right now, as they're doing right now, and taking that edible and then walking back out on the street. I don't see that their time will be spent within a retail location. It would be like me going to Brown Jug, waiting around for 45 minutes for that to take effect, and then looking at ancillary items while I sit there. I don't necessarily agree with how this ordinance is written, but I do understand that this is the first step towards getting a social construct, which cannabis is, to allow for folks to consume in a safe, responsible place. And as Lisa was saying here, we did try to provide that. We tried to go above and beyond and work with the city, work with the state regulators. We're still open to the fact of any type of insight that you may want to gain from us. We did collect metrics throughout this whole process. We did educational processes to concerts to you name it. We tried to incorporate it without the use of alcohol. And we were very cognizant of that fact to not include alcohol within those events. We did, however, have 2 events where we had alcohol, which was kind of a disastrous type of combination. I would think the city would look towards more of a model that would allow for on-site consumption at different business locations that would apply. That way the city could get their fee, and those businesses that wanted to encourage the Canna community to come out to smoke would be allowed to do so. The same way you have smoking areas 20 feet outside this building. But I'm here for questions. I'm here to continue this process. I am a veteran myself. I also serve the state as a justice officer. I've also been involved in numerous community projects here. So I've been a member of the Anchorage community for over 30 years, and I continue to do so. I was a convert. I was on the other side of this. I was law enforcement for many years. I had 6 minutes or 3.
So since you were speaking broadly on the topic, yes. I gave you 3 minutes.
Absolutely. So I'm just here to answer any questions. If the Assembly has questions, I've been sitting in on all the community council meetings as well to try to dispel people's fears and educate them on what the process is, because there is still a lot of miseducation that's out there. And I just want to open it up.
Thank you.
Yes.
So I have some questions for you. Ms. Kennedy.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I guess I just want some clarification on what you're saying. You're talking about you would rather see events versus a venue?
So I think the idea is to keep people in one space, right? To keep them kind of in one little area, so that way they're not out on the roads and they're not causing havoc. So at potluck events, that was kind of our goal, to allow people to come in, consume what they were going to consume, also build that community that we needed, because we didn't have any medical infrastructure to initially start this off. So we had to find some way to get those business owners around. But also, it's going to add to the fact that we have plenty of folks that are smoking right now that are out on the roads, but this will allow them to congregate in one spot and stay for that time period. If you just allow somebody to go in and buy a cookie, who's going to stick around and wait and just look at sweaters and look at whatever else? Maybe they have a DJ there for a time period, but it's not going to engage them. It's not going to keep them there. And I think that's the point, is we want to keep people in an area and know how they're migrating in and out of that area. And as Lisa mentioned, we had no municipal calls, no police interaction, none of those things in our 3 years of operation. It's a totally different crowd. We used to tell our security every night, you have the easiest job ever, because at the end of the night, everybody just wants to hug and go home. So we provided taxis, we provided Ubers, Lyft when those came online. We provided, even at our larger events, we even provided shuttles for folks to get back and forth within Anchorage. So we were trying to be a responsible owner and operator.
Thank you. And then I guess another question, you mentioned that the state recommended you not do that anymore. Can you expand a little bit about why? And
sure.
Thank you.
Sure. So April 19th of 2017, we were asked by the state of Alaska to cease and desist our operations. And they brought up a few different laws, which also the state of Alaska was contrary to as well. So at the time, also our founder, Teresa Collins, she was battling cancer. And the doctors had called us the night before and told us, hey, we don't think that she's going to make it through this. So I had a letter that came in from AMCO that asked us to cease and desist operations. I was doing sound check at the time because we had our biggest party of the year, the 420 party that was getting ready to happen there. And we had to scramble to figure out what it is we were going to do. Prior to that, 2 weeks prior to that, we had went to the AMCO office to talk with the new director, who was Erica McConnell at the time, and the enforcement officer, to tell them, hey, look, if you want us to shut down, you need to provide us with a letter, and you need to provide us with reasons on why you want us to shut down. This was not a risk versus the reward type of situation. We weren't making any money at Potluck. We weren't selling marijuana. People would bring it in on their own. We would give away free candy, sell drinks, ancillary items, those types of things, but we did not have to shut down. If I had the means and also the motivation at the time to continue to keep going, I definitely would have kept going. And we would still have potluck events to this day. But we have a family and a constituency, like I said, of over 9,000 people, or nearly 9,000 people, that need this type of facility to happen.
Any further questions, Ms. Kennedy?
I was just looking for the reason.
Yes.
Okay.
I can provide you with the letter if you like. I will email it to you directly.
That's fine.
Great.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you for your testimony. Would anyone else like to testify? Welcome. Are you testifying on behalf of a community council?
I am.
Okay.
Thank you, Chair, members of the Assembly, and Mayor Berkowitz. I am Kathy Gleason, Kathy with a C, Gleason, and do live in Turnagain, President of Turnagain Community Council. So I appreciate the opportunity to provide input on this on behalf of our council. We did approve comments previously when first the Assembly came up with an on-site ordinance initially, and then the state. So all of these comments are included in my testimony. So because we have a lot of concerns with regard to on-site consumption of marijuana, we are opposed to these ordinances, and we request that you consider a no vote on the two ordinances before you. While the proposed ordinances you're considering would only allow edibles, we see this as the first step, and your previous testimony from the industry certainly have underlined that. This is the first step in opening that door to a retail facility to allow smoking on the site of marijuana products. And we feel that a great deal of time was spent by this body and the administration to allow for language in these current ordinances to make smoking just an easy slip-in step as a phase two, as your next phase. A lot of ifs will just turn into whens in the text and the language. So to say, this is edibles only, it's clear that this is a two-part process. At the May 7th public meeting where these proposals were discussed, a member of the administration stated that the municipality is unique in that we currently have a smoking ban, as the director of the Lung Association spoke to. And that, quote, we would have to work around that ban at a later date when discussing the on-site consumption of marijuana, smoking, and insulation. TCC does not want to see this smoking ban that has a long history that also was already presented to you worked around. This smoking ban has made a big impact on the health and well-being of the public, and it should be allowed to continue. And I'm afraid that your next step in TCC, when I say I'm speaking on behalf of the council, is very concerned that this smoking ban will be eroded and perhaps challenged legally if you go forward with the smoking And that's why we're opposed to this ordinance, because we do see it as just step one. If I were a member of the tobacco industry, I would be all over getting that smoking ban completely overturned to allow tobacco smoking back into public places. We don't want to go there as a community. Another concern TCC has is the real possibility that allowing the on-site marijuana consumption at the retail establishments will increase the level of impaired drivers in our community. Statistics are still rolling in as more states, more communities allow on-site consumption, legalization and on-site consumption. But statistics seem to indicate that traffic accidents, including fatalities caused by impaired drivers, marijuana impaired drivers, have increased in locales that have legalized marijuana. Do we really want to add to this statistic in our community? Because on-site consumption would provide more opportunities for users to get behind a wheel when they leave a retail establishment. During the development of this ordinance, there was very little discussion with regard to the need for public education, although a previous speaker spoke to that, and the consequences of impaired driving on on-site consumption. Who will be responsible for the creation and dissemination of this really important public messaging if you approve these ordinances and in the future approve smoking on-site ordinances? And who will bear the cost of this important public messaging? I haven't heard any discussion about that at all. At the Federation of Community Council meeting last, if I may have a bit more time, I'll try and wrap up.
So if you could please wrap it up if you have just a few more sentences.
No, I don't have a few more sentences. I have a page. I guess bottom line is that at the very least, the Community Council discussed that if you move forward with this, that you remove any outdoor consumption areas from this ordinance, because as is very clear tonight, you may not feel, and the administration may not feel, that consuming edibles outside will have much of an impact on the public, but smoking will. And once you put that outdoor allowance in place now, it'll stay when you allow on-site smoking, and that will impact the public because odors don't arbitrarily stop at a property line. Thank you very much.
Thank you. I have some questions for you before I get to those questions.
I have a procedural question.
I think I might be responding to that procedural question.
Okay, what are we going to do? That's the question.
Yep. Yes, thank you. So my intent today is, since we have had people waiting here all day to testify, for us to finish testimony, regardless if we go past midnight. My understanding from the clerk is that past midnight we cannot take any action, but we can listen to testimony. So after midnight, then it will automatically go, and correct me, clerk, if I'm wrong, to a public hearing on the next meeting agenda of June 4th.
I have a question on that, if I might. So I know that at our next meeting we aren't going to be a full body. We aren't a full body now. So I'm wondering if we could actually move to continue this to the June 18 meeting so that we have all of us here. And which I don't know how we would do that if we continue all of this until 1 in the morning, which I have a job in the morning. And so, you know, but I would, if it isn't objectionable, like to move that we continue this to the 18th.
So there's a motion. Is there a second for that motion? Ms. Kennedy seconds that motion. Any discussion on that? Mr. Presverdia?
Yeah, I would like to make sure that we have time for those that are here to speak, and I would like to make sure that we continue the discussion beyond this meeting. I was in the queue actually because I was going to say some of the same things. So thanks.
Thank you, Mr. Presverdia. Any further discussion on the motion to postpone to June 18th? Mr. Peterson.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And my question is why the 18th? Why not the 4th? Are we not having that meeting on the 4th?
We are, but some people are going to be gone on the meeting of the 4th, and this is an important vote to have everyone there, I think.
I see. Okay, thanks.
Thank you, Mr. Peterson. Mr. Dunbar.
Yeah, I just wanted to mention, one of the reasons, and one of the testifiers brought this up, one of the reasons we're doing it in this way, my understanding from the proposers of this ordinance is they wanted to have it in place in time so that the industry could potentially respond to this year's tourist season. And I'm not sure if 2 weeks will make a difference there, but, at some point we'll delay it to the point where it kind of doesn't make sense to pass the ordinance.
Thank you, Mr. Dunbar.
Call the question.
So there is a motion to call to question. Is there
Order. The matter
Don't we need to
There's no time.
make a motion to extend?
No.
Okay, so we have the motion. Let's go ahead, just take a vote on that motion for June 18th, and then that's the last thing we can do. And that motion carries 5-4, and so that will be postponed to the meeting of June 18th. And with that, we can no longer take any action, but we can continue public testimony.
I just would say I'm sorry, but I have a job very early in the morning, and midnight's my limit.
This will be the second time I've tried to speak with Mr. Assemblyman Constant about this issue, so I'll look forward to another chance. I was up at 4 this morning too,
Yep.
so I'm tired. I get it. Sorry.
Yeah, and I understand you're trying to sell your awesome product.
Not sell it
so
at all.
I look
No,
forward to it.
just trying to solve some problems. So I really would enjoy an opportunity to speak with the assembly members that are responsible for developing this. My name's Anita Burke. I live in Anchorage. I grew up here. And part of my business is to provide consulting to startups and to participate with startups. One of those startups that I've been working with for a really long time happens to be in Denver, Colorado. I was sitting around and working on other projects and noticed that my beautiful city was going to start dealing with the issues of social consumption. We've been actively participating in that in Denver and have developed solutions for events, social consumption that are landed and permanent. We're working with the municipalities. They're buying them to put in parks. We've solved the smoke issue, getting out. We are working with TIPS to develop safety programs and train people so that they can determine if people are too intoxicated to drive or leave. Those programs are being developed in the lower 48, and we're working actively with them to do that. So I've got a host of knowledge about that. We also have a host of knowledge about consumption patterns and data and science that we've acquired that I'd love to share with you guys and direct you and get you actively participating with some of the other regulators that are working this issue in the emergent legal markets, because a lot of the challenges we're struggling with in our community are finding solutions and innovations. And what I'm here to do is to share that with my community and with the tension points and the struggles that we're having with this complex issue. I could answer your question, Assemblyman Weddleton. People are not going to go into a $160,000 or $100,000 specially designed on-site room to put a gummy bear in their mouths, or to suck on a sucker, or to eat a cookie, right? And when we talk about social consumption, people socially consume like at beer gardens at the State Fair, for example. Have no doubt that our community is at risk from illegal social consumption. Cannabis users have been smoking pot on the lowdown for 40 years, and they're going to continue to do so. Even more so, though, broadly, because now it's legal, and we've got company coming to town. And we have no place for them to safely, legally, and without having any impacts to our air, and to honor the fact that our community doesn't want to have public smoking. We need a solution. And only regulating edibles isn't going to get us there. And it's tough, and it's going to require a heck of a lot of work on all of our parts. But let's please take advantage of those that have gone before us and rely on the information that's out there so that we can develop a social cannabis consumption program that protects our children from running into it in a bush in a park, or people walking on the sidewalk, their dogs, over by Westchester Lagoon, and somebody's down there catching a reefer in the corner. People are running into this all over. We need to come up with a solution, not just a ban, because it's going to keep happening, and the risks are much greater in that arena. And I want to offer to you that the solutions to our challenges exist, and those innovations are available. I look forward to continuing to work with the city on that process and to provide free of charge all the information, all the research, and any connections I can give to you with regulators and community council members that are working hard on this in other communities. So thank you very much for listening. I hope we can be of help.
Thank you for your testimony. Would anyone else like to testify on this item? Welcome.
I'm Jerry Ann Lowther. I've lived in East Anchorage for the last 45 years. And I think in East Anchorage, the biggest thing that we look for from our government is public safety. There hasn't been much of it lately. We could use a lot more. I don't see this as advancing public safety in my area. And I go to my community councils, and it's discussed considerably about public safety, and this is not something that is bringing us a feeling that we're going to be safer in our community, trying to drive around with people who have eaten something or eventually smoked something and are out there driving around on those same streets. I really would hope that you would think about this and find a different way of doing it. I don't think this is a good way to go.
Thank you for your testimony. Would anyone else like to testify on this matter? Welcome. And I think the members of the Assembly would really like to know how many more people plan on testifying. So if anyone else wants to testify, please line up.
Just a point of order. Yeah.
There will be a testimony at the next meeting, yeah. Yes, the 18th.
Thank you, Chair Rivera, members of the Assembly. I know we're all tired, but I appreciate your time tonight. My name is Emily Neenan. I am a public health professional in Anchorage, have been in the working in public health in Anchorage for the last 18 years. I'm testifying as an individual tonight because my comments are broader than the scope of my job. I am concerned that there is still little discussion of the health and safety effects of this on-site consumption issue, and so little exposure, there's been so little exposure to the research on the potential impacts of on-site consumption. This has been true at the Marijuana Control Board level and now here at the Assembly, particularly when it comes to the delayed onset of the effects of edibles. This isn't, in this case, about what's happening in the shops. This is about after people leave the shops. I will point you to the American Journal of Public Health 2 years ago published lower risk cannabis use guidelines. Those guidelines state that users recommend users categorically refrain from driving for at least 6 hours after using cannabis. A 2003 study published in Clinical Pharmacokinetics spells out what can be expected with edibles. For comparison, the effects of inhaled THC start within a few seconds to a few minutes and reach a maximum effect after about 15 to 30 minutes. The psychotropic effects of oral ingestion, though, by contrast, set in with a delay of 30 to 90 minutes and reach their maximum after 2 to 3 hours and can last for 4 to 12 hours. We're tackling this issue at the forefront in the nation. I think you all are well aware of that. If this moves forward, I'm concerned that we will look back at this time and wish we had proceeded with a broader perspective and taken more time to look at take that consideration of the impacts on our community. Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony. Ma'am, you already testified, but if you want to add something, I would email us. Sure, it's wwmas at, can I still say muni.org? Muni.org. All right. Anyone else want to testify on this item? Okay. So then, let me just, special orders, there are none.
I think the meeting just ends.
Oh, got it. Okay. I am advised by the clerk that the meeting just ends.